Chapter 1051. First Match, Victory. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Guan Yu of the Chinese team has been disqualified. Following the announcement, the others in the storm saw a poisoned man leaning against the barrier at the boundary of the stage. He was being carried down the stage by the officials so he could be treated by the medical team. Guan Yu's body was dark brown and his muscles were twitching strangely. Even though he was still conscious, he was extremely dissatisfied with the result. He had totally underestimated his opponent's poison element and fallen carelessly for his trap. Ha ha ha, that's for trying to pick on me and serves you right. Yosuke of the Japanese team burst out laughing. He was moving slowly in the snow to regroup with the other members. However, the condition of his leg worsened, and he could no longer feel it. An icy, sharp wind swept at Yosuke's face. It felt like his skin was going to be sliced open. Yosuke raised his eyes and stared at the woman standing in the air amid the storm, a pair of brilliant wind wings on her back. The wind carrying the snow set off her elegance. Yosuke squinted, his eyes fixed on the woman. However, he did not seem to be panicking. He appeared to be very calm. He did not look like someone that had lost feeling in his leg. He did not even bother setting up his defense, as if he was challenging the woman to attack him freely. Mu Ningxue waved her hand, turning the frost surrounding her into spikes. The spikes immediately sprang at Yosuke, who was having trouble moving. Yosuke grinned coldly. He summoned a magic shield to protect his vital parts, leaving his limbs exposed. The spikes stabbed Yosuke's limbs, as expected. They were basically nailing the man to the ground, but Yosuke burst out laughing like a madman, instead of showing any pain on his face. You've lost, ha 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 ha, you shouldn't have picked on me. Yosuke laughed. Poisonous, dark grey vengeful flies flew out of his wounds, beating their buzzing wings rapidly. The number of vengeful flies was even greater than before. They were directly proportional to the damage that the poison mage had received. The slightest touch to the person's skin would start festering immediately. Guan Yu was disqualified when was unable to escape the vengeful flies. Yosuke was laughing wildly. He believed he could take out 2 members of the opponent team on his own. Even though he basically was no longer fit for battle, he was able to cover the mistake that Akira Matsuki had made. He could easily secure the victory for their team. Trying to hurt me is simply going to bring shame upon yourself. Enjoy the treatment of my poisonous flies. Yosuke chuckled. He was desperately trying to take Mu Ningxue out, even if it meant he would be disqualified too. When Mu Ningxue saw the poisonous flies approaching, she tried to freeze them with the ice element. However, she quickly discovered that the vengeful flies were even scarier than she had imagined. The little bugs did not seem to be scared of an elemental spell. Immune to elemental attacks. Mu Ningxue murmured. The poisonous flies were getting closer. Mu Ningxue realized that these little bugs were fairly tricky to deal with, so she beat her wind wings and flew higher. The vengeful flies immediately chased after her. A huge bunch of them was right on her trail. Despite the storm surging across the stage, they were totally unaffected. Mu Ningxue continued to speed up. She was able to control the wind, and the wind wings on her back were still beating. She was as nimble as a fairy in the snow-filled air. Even though the vengeful flies were unstoppable, they were unable to catch up to Mu Ningxue for a short period. Mu Ningxue was well aware of how deadly the poisonous flies were. She gave up on trying to fight them directly and continued to fly in circles in the air. The poisonous flies were relentless, as if they did not know when to give up, but Mu Ningxue was extremely patient, too. As she was flying around, the frost continued to stack up. The snow on the ground was already 3 meters high. Yosuke was nailed to the ground in the snow, still in a frenzy, yet he started to look grim when he saw the woman was not bothering to fight the poisonous flies head-on. The frost had penetrated his entire body through his wounds and had basically frozen all his blood vessels. He had lost any feeling of his limbs. His body temperature was falling as a strong hint of drowsiness struck him. He had stopped laughing, and was starting to panic instead. He could die if his body temperature fell below a certain point. The frost continued to penetrate his body as he was losing blood. Even though the frost was not as deadly as his poison element, it would still kill him eventually. Yosuke wanted to hold on until his vengeful flies had taken Mu Ningxue out, just to give his team a glimpse of hope. However, he realized that he could no longer hold on for any longer. No, I have to bear it a little longer. She must have used up a lot of her energy. She is slowing down. Yosuke bit his tongue, trying to keep himself awake. He was so close to winning. He could not afford to give up now. Japanese team's Yosuke has been disqualified, a voice suddenly announced. Before Yosuke realized what was happening, he saw a white figure entering the stage quickly, dragging him out of the snow. Let go of me, I can still fight. Yosuke screamed. Humph, you should know better. She has already gone easy on you, yet you still think you can hold on for much longer, the assistant official replied sternly. Yosuke glanced at the stage and saw a massive icicle dangling over the spot he was previously laying at. He had not seen it, as the storm was too thick. If it had fallen on him, it would have impaled him straight away. No matter how unwilling Yosuke was, he had been disqualified. The truth was, the vengeful flies had a time limit, too. Soon, they would turn into puffs of black smoke and dissipate. Even though the vengeful flies were immune to elemental attacks, meaning that any destructive or controlling spells were ineffective against them, they were unable to last for a long time, either. Another member has been taken out. The Japanese team is about to lose the match. The snow is already 3 meters thick. Everyone is basically suffering from it, and they will only be more passive as the match goes on. There is no chance for them to win. The scary thing about the ice element was when a match went on for a long time, the cold would be strong enough to suppress the opponents. When Mu Ningxue's ice magic was strong enough to apply the pressure of an intermediate ice spell on the opponents every second, how could the Japanese team possibly stand a chance? We've lost. Showatani had a grim face. He felt terrible, his eyes filled with snow. The battle between him and Ari Drangtu had not ended, but he knew it was meaningless for them to fight any longer. The frost was already as strong as an intermediate spell. If it was only a single intermediate spell, they could easily disregard it, but the frost was continuously hurting them. It was the same as a team of ice mags constantly blasting them with intermediate spells. The main judge soon declared the result. The winner is the Chinese team. As soon as the match came to an end, Mu Ningxue withdrew her Nirvana ice domain. The wind and snow immediately came to a stop. Initially, the spectator seats were around 3 meters higher than the stage, but now, due to the snow that had stacked up, the stage was the same height as the spectator seats. The crowd was dazzled when they took a closer look at the stage as the storm cleared up. A huge uproar rose in the stadium. It was always exhilarating to watch such an awesome magic battle. No one could possibly forget the young woman that had totally crushed her opponent in the opening match. The charm of her icy imperial aura were unforgettable. We've won. Well done, I didn't think we could beat the crap out of the Japanese team so easily. The other members immediately went to congratulate their teammates. Some of the medical staff started treating the injured members, too. It felt good watching the one-sided victory. Even Panglai, Hanji, and a few other old mags did not expect they could defeat the Japanese team so easily. Well done! You were once disqualified from the team, but now, you fought your way back, and shone the brightest in the opening match. You've been literally reborn. Feng Li did not hesitate to compliment Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue's performance was absolutely shocking, turning the match that they were feeling anxious about into a one-sided victory. It was likely that the Japanese team had tried their best to collect information about the Chinese team, yet they never expected Mu Ningxue, who had kept a low profile, to be so powerful. She even took all the attention away from Ari Jiangtu. Once disqualified, Panglai was startled, before putting on an amused smile. The others would have forgotten about it if Feng Li had not mentioned it. Mu Ningxue had been disqualified after the East Maritime Fortress, as she was unable to achieve the advanced level in time. Now, after returning to the national team, not only was her cultivation level on par with the others, it turned out that she had totally surpassed them in strength. Even Sho Watani of the Japanese team would not find himself in an advantageous position if he fought Mu Ningxue in her ice domain. It must be those pieces she took. Mu Tingjing almost broke her teeth from clenching them too hard. She refined all the pieces, and her cultivation improved dramatically, Nanrong Ni agreed grimly. Mu Ningxue had taken away the remaining pieces of the ice crystal bow and refined them all when she disappeared from the team. It was the reason why she had improved so much, and why her domain had become so powerful. The two women simply had the urge to slap themselves in the face. They had tried to crush Mu Ningxue by taking away her ice crystal bow, but now, she had been totally reborn, and her ice magic was stronger than ever. Chapter 1052. Hitting on Someone Maliciously. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The higher-ups of the Mu clan are going to regret this for the rest of their lives. I remember they purposely clarified not long ago that Mu Ningxue is no longer related to their clan in any way. I guess the glory won't be theirs, either. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. He added, Mo Fan, I'm pretty sure where did he go? Zhao Manyang was just about to describe how Mu Ningxue had made a huge comeback when he realized the man he was talking to had already rushed up to Mu Ningxue like a little eunuch under the command of an empress, volunteering to give the empress a good massage on her shoulders. Zhao Manyang was utterly speechless. When Mo Fan was displaying the strength of his character, he was usually as stubborn as the rock in a pit latrine, hard and stinky. However, when he was being shameless, he was willing to take on any role as required. Mo Fan was complimenting Mu Ningxue non-stop like a machine gun. Mu Ningxue was seriously scared of Mo Fan. The man finally stopped uttering the shameless words when she glared at him. We're done here, let's go celebrate by eating something nice, it's on me. The opening match ended perfectly. During the following half a month, there would be more exciting matches between the national teams, and by then, the names of extraordinary talents would spread to the public, too. However, with such an impressive start to the tournament, the team was starting to have a higher hope of achieving a better ranking. Mo Fan ran away, dragging Mu Ningxue along behind him. It was supposed to be a celebration, but somehow, it had turned into a forced date once again. What's with the grimace? You should be happy since you've won the match? Weren't you waiting a long time to impress the world with your skills? Didn't you just do it? Mo Fan asked. It's far from enough. Mu Ningxue answered. You have to take it slowly, you've done a great job so far. Mo Fan stopped being playful, his voice serious. It seemed like the match today had allowed Mu Ningxue to vent some of the frustration she had built up lately. She did not ignore Mo Fan completely, as she had a few days ago. Mo Fan was quite relieved about it, their relationship did not actually go back to square one. Mo Fan asked Mu Ningxue how she had improved so much all of a sudden, and she fell silent. It was shocking how strong Mu Ningxue had grown. Even though she was cultivating in seclusion when he left the team for Mount Tyrant, he simply could not believe that it was enough to let her grow so much stronger. Mu Ningxue kept quiet. She was looking at the water flowing calmly not far away. A few girls that looked like students walked past. They recognized Mu Ningxue, who had such an outstanding performance in the opening match. They seemed very excited to see her, yet they did not dare to disturb the two. They only watched them from a distance. I am only worried about you. I hope the thing that helped you improve won't have any side effects, Mo Fan added. Mu Ningxue shook her head. She briefly explained the ice crystal bow and its pieces to Mo Fan. F***K me, are those scum of the Mu clan from a cult or something? How did they even come up with such a scary way to refine a magic weapon? Mo Fan cursed immediately after hearing her explanation. So does that mean you can use the ice crystal bow after combining all the pieces? But it's very easy to harm my own soul, Mu Ningxue confirmed. When it was only a fragmented bow, Mu Ningxue's cultivation was slowly able to control the ice crystal bow. Using it once or twice occasionally would not be a huge problem for her. But now, the ice crystal bow had been completed, and it would be drawing more energy from her soul. If she was too careless, a single arrow might draw too much energy from her soul and crush it. Mu Ningxue did not want to say too much to Mo Fan. She suggested they head back. Mo Fan could easily tell that Mu Ningxue's mind was preoccupied with the thought of growing stronger. The energy she had obtained from the pieces was quite a lot, so she needed more time to refine them all before she could really control the ice crystal bow. In the end, the ice crystal bow was just a magic weapon. It was unwise to rely too much on it. It was better if she could improve her own strength and utilize her ice element potential to the max, so that she would no longer need to worry that the Mu clan would try to get their revenge. Mo Fan was a lot more relieved knowing that Mu Ningxue was fine. So, Mo Fan was just about to discuss what Mu Ningxue's next step was when two men with huge builds suddenly stood between him and her. Mu Ningxue knew Mo Fan would find all sorts of excuses to take advantage of her. As such, she was used to keeping a certain distance away from the pervert, thus, someone was able to stand directly between them. Mo Fan initially thought it was just two impolite pedestrians, so he waited for them to pass. To his surprise, the two Westerners just stood there without moving. Mo Fan was not in the mood to pick a fight with some random pedestrians. He simply stepped forward, trying to move around the two blokes and regroup with Mu Ningxue to continue their conversation. To his surprise, a tall man with curly brown blonde hair in a luxurious outfit embroidered with golden silks was standing in front of Mu Ningxue. "It is my pleasure to stumble into you here. Do you know, I almost fell asleep when I was watching the boring opening speech through the window of my booth, until you showed up. There is no word that I can use to describe your beauty," the handsome man with brown blonde hair began. He directly expressed his affection in a polite way. "I'm sorry, I was just too excited to see you in person, so excited that I totally forgot to introduce myself. I am Benny Gustin from Spain." Mu Ningxue was rather stunned. She was still talking to Mo Fan just a moment ago when this man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She had yet to react when she heard the students who were previously watching her from the distance screamed out in excitement. "Benny, he's from the royal family of Spain. It's Prince Benny," a white girl with a ponytail blushed. She was so excited, as if she had just seen a celebrity she admired the most. "Oh my, it's really him. He's so handsome, even more handsome than how he looks in the photos," another girl screamed. The European girls were extremely excited. It was like they were about to rush toward Prince Benny in the next second, but they lost their courage when they saw the huge bodyguard standing beside Prince Benny. Benny turned to the girls, smiling gently and politely. He was glad that the girls had helped to reveal his identity. "Prince?" Mu Ningxue was rather surprised. However, she was not as ignorant as Mo Fan. Even though many European countries had implemented new governing structures, some still retained the royal families that had lasted for a long time. They were usually quite powerful, and once had the strength to rule a country. They were normally well respected and loved by the people of their country, unlike the magic clans in China. Based on the conversation between the two girls, the man was actually from the royal family of Spain, and he was a European prince. That being said, why did a prince show up all of a sudden? Mu Ningxue was utterly confused. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall of guards, Mo Fan's face was as dark as it could possibly be. Mo Fan tried to move past the two European blokes to reach Mu Ningxue, but to his surprise, the two blokes kept trying to stop him. They were using their bodies as a screen between him and Mu Ningxue, just so that Spanish guy trying to roleplay a prince could have some intimate time with Mu Ningxue. The truth was, there was only one sentence that could describe what Mo Fan was currently feeling: "Who the hell does this asshole think he is, trying to take away my lover by treating me like a puff of air?" Mo Fan was utterly speechless when he saw the guy called Benny still having an enjoyable conversation on his own. Would there be anyone even more amusing to him than asking his bodyguards to screen away a man while picking up on the fellow's girlfriend? Arrogant, this guy is simply too arrogant. Mo Fan had always been hot-tempered. There was no way he could bear it. You two should get out of my sight right away. Otherwise, even calling the guards in Venice won't stop me from turning you both into cripples. Mo Fan demanded with a dark expression. Stop wasting your time, we'll let you pass once the prince is done with his conversation. The bloke on the left was still in the middle of his speech when an invisible force clenched his throat, preventing him from saying another word. The bloke on the right realized that something was not right. He immediately cast a spell, but Mo Fan was even faster than him. He simply shoved the bloke into the canals like he was waving at a fly. You asked for it. Mo Fan waved his hand indifferently and tossed the bloke on the left into the canals, too. After dealing with the two annoying underlings, Mo Fan walked up to Benny and pressed down hard on his shoulder. Friend, don't be so rough, Benny smiled calmly. Rough your grandma, go enjoy your cold shower. Mo Fan lifted Benny up and tossed him into the canals without mercy. Benny totally did not expect that. He was plunged into the water and was drenched. His handsome hairstyle had collapsed, and the makeup he put on his face was ruined. He looked utterly miserable. The young women students immediately screamed out and rushed to the side of the canal. They actually jumped into the water like love-struck fools trying to save their prince. He dares touch my, Mo Fan's woman? Is he tired of living? Was he seriously pretending to be some royal prince? Is he a retard? What year is this, yet someone is still referring to himself as a prince? I bet he watched too many dramas. Mo Fan was totally infuriated. He snapped at the idiot still in the water, get out of my sight right now, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you. Mo Fan felt better after teaching the man a lesson and scolding him. One could find all kinds of birds in a big jungle. There are seriously lots of retards lately, right, Shue? Mo Fan swore to Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue did not know what to say when she saw how Mo Fan had taken out the men in an instant. However, Mu Ningxue had not felt comfortable talking to the strange man. Since Mo Fan had already taken care of him, she would rather go back and cultivate. On the way back, Mo Fan was still complaining about him. Mu Ningxue felt it was necessary to remind Mo Fan of something. She told Mo Fan in a soft voice as they were parting ways, some European countries do have royal families and princes still. Mo Fan's jaw dropped. Really? Why have I never heard about it? You should read more books, Mu Ningxue replied calmly, and left. Chapter 1053. The Candidate for the Goddess. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A rose-colored boat slowly drove past the riverbank under a bridge and the blue moon. The miserable Prince Benny tried to cover his face with his hands. He was utterly furious. That asshole, I will not forgive him. Benny snapped angrily. The two bodyguards were drenched too. They stood beside the prince in silence. A bigger crowd had gathered, and some of them eventually recognized Prince Benny. The man had a fair reputation in society, so someone still managed to recognize him in his current state. People eventually took out their phones and started recording. Benny realized the situation he was in. He quickly used his long wet hair to cover his face. With his identity, he would easily make headlines after someone had tossed him into the canals off the streets of Venice, just so he could enjoy himself a little bath. He did not want something so embarrassing to spread to the public. Are you Prince Benny? A pleasant voice came from the boat. Come on in. Benny did not hesitate, and quickly hopped onto the boat. The voice of the woman in the boat sounded familiar, but he was having trouble recalling who it belonged to. Either way, he would worry about it after escaping from the crowd. The two bodyguards were extremely slow in their reactions. They did not board the boat in time, thus they could only watch it drifting into the distance along the canals. Miss Conti, thanks for lending me a hand there. Otherwise, I was to end up as a laughingstock to the people for quite some time, Benny said gratefully in the boat. The space in the boat was bigger than he had imagined, and inside was a woman in luxurious attire, brewing tea. She placed a cup of tea with a pleasant scent in front of Prince Benny and said in a gentle voice, "Here, warm yourself." "Thanks, I appreciate it." Benny emptied the cup, but he was still feeling uncomfortable as his clothes were soaked through. "Who's reckless enough to treat Prince Benny in such manner?" Conti asked. "A condescending representative of the Chinese team. I will not forgive him." Prince Benny snapped angrily. "I bet it's the usual quarrel between young men like you." "Prince Benny is supposed to behave like a member of the royal family," Conti said. "It has nothing to do with my behavior. He was disrespectful toward the royal family. There's no way I can ignore what he did." Benny answered stiffly. "So what are you going to do then?" Conti asked. I haven't decided yet." Benny suddenly felt awkward. "Instead of doing it yourself, why don't you let the national team settle the debt for you instead? After all, he's a member of the Chinese team. It's better to defeat him officially in a match," Conti said. "You're right. I remember that if our team wins the next match, our next opponent is likely going to be the Chinese team. I'll let the team know, so they can make the imbecile pay on my behalf." Miss Conti is intelligent as always, the others won't be able to criticize it, Benny agreed happily. "Prince, I wasn't asking you to take your revenge. I was hoping you would be tolerant, and even if violence is unavoidable, you should only do it in an official match. I hope you're not thinking of doing something that will bring shame to the royal family's name," Conti said seriously. "Miss Conti, why would I do anything like that?" "Don't you worry," Benny replied, yet he had already made up his mind. In order to prevent Conti from reading his mind, he quickly switched the topic. "Miss Conti, did you come to Venice to watch the tournament?" "It's only one of the reasons. Apparently, the Mediterranean Sea hasn't been peaceful lately. There are signs of something that shouldn't be here. As a member of the Shoreline Alliance, I have an obligation to patrol the area," Conti said. "Oh, I see. Could it be a misbehaving sea monster?" Benny said. Spain was also a maritime country. It had long been harassed by sea monsters, and its people were very sensitive about them. "I would rather it be a sea monster, but I'm afraid it's something that has existed for a longer time," Conti said. "It sounds like Miss Conti is going to be quite busy soon. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Sister Asheruia lately. How is she doing?" Benny asked with glittering eyes, suddenly felt restless when he thought of Asheruia's glamorous face and alluring physique. Both she and the ice beauty on the national team were priceless, worthy to be included in his collection. "That girl? She must be training diligently now. I am actually on my way to see her. Does the prince want to come along?" Conti asked. "Sure, Miss Conti. Oh, actually, I'll pass this time. I'll find some other day to drink afternoon tea with Sister Asheruia." Benny was initially looking forward to it, but when he remembered his current appearance, he totally lost his mood to meet the gorgeous beauty. Greece, a citadel in Athens. The sacred mountain of Parthenon was surrounded by purple orchids. Their brilliance was visible in every corner in the citadel. The people living in the citadel of Athens rarely fell sick, since it had the Parthenon temple, the place with the strongest healing magic in the world. It was like the citadel was forever bathed in the goddess light of protection. At the top of the sacred mountain stood the noble hall of the goddess. It was constructed from purple crystals, and despite existing for millennia, it was still in perfectly good condition. The night had just fallen, and the moon was bright and round, setting off the elegance and solemn presence of the hall of the goddess. Within the central hall of the goddess, rhomboids of purple crystals dangled from the ceiling, and produced a pleasant melody when a breeze swept past, soothing and calm. The floor was made of darker crystals. The artisan's skill was so exceptional that there were no gaps anywhere. It was lustrous, yet solemn. Reflections of alluring silhouettes on the floor were fairly common, as the members of the Hall of the Goddess were all required to wear white dresses with girdles. Xinxia would always giggle when she saw the reflections on the floor, as when she described the situation of the Hall of the Goddess to Mo Fan, the fool strongly believed he would be able to peek at the legs and underwear of the women via the reflections. The truth was, even if the women were not wearing girdles, the dark floor that resembled the night sky would not easily expose anyone. Most importantly, no man was allowed in the Hall of the Goddess. Even the leader of the knights could only wait outside, not permitted to set his feet into the hall. Forget the courtesy, it's inconvenient for you too. I heard that you saved the lives of many soldiers in Puxinai, Egypt, earning the love and esteem of the locals. You even went to war with the army, and came up with a brilliant idea to help the army, helping them to get rid of the Mirage, Hall Mother Felin said. Yes, Hall Mother, Xinxia slightly lowered her head. She actually did not look very natural. She was not good at lying. After all, it was Mo Fan that came up with the idea and defeated the Dark Sword Master, but Mo Fan asked Xinxia to take all the credit, despite her objection. It was necessary for the servants of the Parthenon Temple to earn the love and esteem of the world, so they could be promoted to a muse and be granted access to the real healing magic of the Parthenon Temple. It was all Mo Fan's contributions instead of hers, yet Mo Fan had forced her to take all the credit, and she was quite troubled by it. You were able to secure the victory for the army in the battle against the undead with your profound knowledge. It is very impressive. Initially, you were to be promoted to an official servant after your training, making you an official member of the Parthenon Temple. However, you've done well bringing honor to the name of the Parthenon Temple, so I will make an exception and put your name down as a candidate. You have been outstanding as an exchange student, but since you aren't an actual student of the Parthenon Temple, just think of it as a chance to learn. Courtesy, management, sacred arts, feel free to learn any of them, it might come in handy when you support the goddess in the future, the Hall Mother smiled. The gaze she leveled on Xinxia was brimming with satisfaction. Not only was Xinxia shocked by her words, a few other women who were just promoted as official servants were astounded too. Many of the servants and muses that had served in the Hall of the Goddess for many years put their attention on Xinxia. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, but that was soon replaced with envy and dissatisfaction. Hall Mother, isn't that inappropriate? Xinxia is only an exchange student to the Parthenon Temple. She's fortunate enough to enroll in the Parthenon Temple, how can she be listed as a candidate? There are 3 criteria a candidate has to fulfill. Leaving her bloodline aside, her nationality isn't even appropriate. Second, she hasn't been recommended by more than 7 muses. Last, her cultivation isn't strong enough to meet the requirements, the great muse Melora immediately objected. The great muse is right, people will be criticizing us if we suddenly list a probationary servant as a candidate, the other muses quickly spoke up in support. The servants had no right to speak, but their expressions alone were enough to convey their thoughts. They strongly disagreed with this. They had spent years in the Parthenon Temple, yet they could not even get a promotion. Meanwhile, Xinxia was just a newbie. The old servants were already thinking about how they could abuse the girl. To their surprise, the Hall Mother suddenly promoted her to a candidate. Wouldn't that mean the servants would have to serve her, and even the muses have to respect her, too? How could they allow the sparrow to suddenly transform into a phoenix? It was true that she had contributed greatly in Puxinai and brought glory to the name of the Parthenon Temple. However, wasn't the reward too good to be true? Chapter 1054. Trouble from the Great Muse. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Have you forgotten, as the Hall Mother, I can recommend a person as a candidate? I haven't done so in a long time, but it doesn't mean I no longer have the power. Aren't you girls worrying too much? The reason I'm doing this is just so she can learn more, so she can be of great assistance to the goddess in the future. It wasn't like I am really letting her compete with the others for the role of the goddess. All right, I've already made up my mind, it's unnecessary to discuss it further. From next month onward, Xinxia, you will attend lessons together with the other candidates, the Hall Mother said. The meeting in the hall was dismissed. The servants and muses placed their attention on Xinxia. The sound of their discussions echoed through the central hall. Humph, she's still pretending to be calm and collected after getting such a great benefit. Don't tell me she isn't really excited about being selected as a candidate, a dull voice scoffed. It was from an old servant called Dueling, who managed the probationary servants. When Xinxia first joined the Hall of the Goddess, Dueling had treated Xinxia harshly, explaining why she was in such a bad mood. Xinxia, have you heard what the Hall Mother said? The great Muse Melora came forward. She raised her chin and looked down at Xinxia proudly. Xinxia was about to salute to pay respect to Melora when the woman made a strange nasal sound and continued, "Forget about it, otherwise, people might say I don't have compassion for the disabled. Since you will only be treated as a candidate starting next month, you are still a servant for the rest of this month. A plague has erupted in Croatia. Go investigate it, and you can also earn some reputation before you become a candidate, just so people won't criticize you later." Melora had yet to finish her speech, but a few of the servants and muses were already gloating. Fiona, who joined the Hall of the Goddess as a servant around the same time as Xinxia, was displeased. She said with a slight temper, "Great Muse, the plague in Croatia is classified as A rank. It's only reasonable to send a muse there. Isn't it a bit unfair to send Xinxia? Didn't the Hall Mother already mention how knowledgeable Xinxia is? She even knew the secret of the Dark Swordmaster. The A-rank plague in Croatia won't be any problem to her. She will be sent on her journey tomorrow morning. If you fail to resolve the plague, you will be punished," Great Muse Melora stated. The old servants, including Dueling, felt an urge to give the Great Muse a thumbs up for how clever she was. As expected of the Great Muse, forcing Xinxia to pay with a simple little trick. But aren't you being too harsh on? Xinxia was fairly naive due to her young age. She was straightforward at saying something she thought. She did not expect the Great Muse Melora would go so far. It was obvious that they wanted something bad to happen to her. The plague in Croatia had been going on for some days, and had stirred up great chaos recently. A servant who was stationed in Croatia had reported how dangerous the plague was, and an experienced, knowledgeable muse was necessary to resolve it. Apparently, the servant had also fallen ill from the plague. It would take a muse quite some time to resolve a plague of this level, let alone a mere, experienced old servant. Most importantly, if someone was assigned to resolve the plague, the person would be highly exposed, as she would have to stay close to the patients. As such, she would have a high risk of contracting the disease, too. Fiona was outraged by how Xinxia was being treated unfairly, yet Xinxia knew it was unwise to provoke the Great Muse further. She pulled Fiona's sleeve softly and replied, "I will surely try my best. I'm actually trying to help you. You're still too inexperienced as a candidate. If you're able to resolve the plague and earn some reputation, together with your contribution in Puxinai, the people would think that you're actually capable of being selected as a candidate," Great Muse Melora told her. Her eyes had an utterly sincere glitter, like an elder who was very concerned about a junior. The wheelchair slowly moved across the lustrous purple crystal floor. Fiona never stopped complaining along the way. "Damn it, I initially thought the Great Muse was a righteous and fair person, but look at how narrow-minded she is. The Hall Mother already said that it's a chance for you to learn, and you won't be competing with the others as an actual candidate, yet she still has to pick on you like that. Oh, it's no longer picking on you, she's simply trying to get you killed. We should tell the Hall Mother about it," Fiona said. "It's fine to be picked on like this after receiving such a shocking promotion all of a sudden, but there's something I don't understand. Why is the Hall Mother willing to make me a candidate if she only wants me to learn?" The question had been bothering Xinxia. In terms of experience, background, and cultivation, lots of people in the Hall of the Goddess would be a better option than her. It was unconvincing that the Hall of the Goddess was doing it because of her recent contribution. A candidate who could be selected as the goddess. Even though she knew she was not official, it was still an utmost glory to anyone. Xinxia never thought she would come so far in just a short period after she came to the Parthenon Temple. In Xinxia's eyes, her current situation had nothing to do with the work she had put in. Didn't the Hall Mother say it? She's hoping that you can be a good assistant to the future goddess. Clearly, the Hall Mother has high hopes for you. She wants you to take on a great role in the Hall of the Goddess and support the goddess, meaning that you will at least be promoted as a muse. Well, why are you still thinking about it? We're going to Croatia tomorrow. To be honest, I didn't really feel like going. You have no idea how terrifying the plague is. I felt terrified just looking at the photos, Fiona said. Let's try our best, let's hope we can do something to help the people, Xinxia said. No way, don't tell me you're serious about going there. I've had my eyes on the plague for quite a while, Xinxia said. Are you out of your mind? Everyone tries their best to stay away, but you want to go instead. Anything is better than allowing the plague to spread further. The south courtyard of the Hall of the Goddess. The place was by a cliff, with an observatory tower at the edge. Not only could someone observe the spectacular, starry sky, they could also appreciate the brightly lit citadel of Athens. Up on the observatory tower, Great Muse Melora was leaning against some white, stone rails. Her eyes flickered anxiously. Damn it, the Hall Mother is seriously not allowing the wind to blow in your favor. She even sent a random servant to upset the apple cart. Great Muse Melora snapped furiously. Great Muse, why are you so angry? The competition between the candidates has long been expected to be fierce and unpredictable. This new candidate, Xinxia, is only a little stone in the lake. Even if she is obedient to the candidate that the Hall Mother is supporting, it won't make any difference in the situation. Besides, didn't Great Muse already handle it perfectly by sending her to Croatia? Candidate Andy replied. The Hall Mother is trying to keep us at bay. Consider that new servant lucky, but it's just so annoying, knowing that everyone is talking about it now, the old servant Dueling sniffed. Actually, it isn't totally unexpected, Andy smiled. She seemed fairly collected. It's not. Great Muse Melora was astounded. Currently, in the Hall of the Goddess, most servants have already sided with the candidates, be it me, Panagia, or the other candidates. As such, if the Hall Mother is to support anyone, it's only going to upset the balance. The Hall Mother is trying to maintain the order of the Hall of the Goddess, so the last thing she wants is to see us dividing into factions. Therefore, she decided to raise a total newbie, a person that is not related to any of the current factions, and recommend her as a candidate. In other words, the Hall Mother is only treating the servant as a chess piece that she can use as she wishes, and at the same time, she's trying to make the other candidates panic. She is trying to prevent the situation from turning one-sided, since some servants and muses will simply assume that the Hall Mother is eager to fully support Xinxia. These people will then join her side. In addition, those that prefer to remain neutral will have a side to join, too, Andy patiently explained to them. You're so intelligent, to be able to discern the Hall Mother's intentions so easily, Dueling sighed. Great Muse Melora also understood as soon as she heard the explanation. She initially thought a little sparrow had really transformed into a phoenix, just like that, yet it turned out that it was only an approach that the Hall Mother was taking to handle the current situation. The girl called Xinxia was really in luck, since she happened to be chosen as a candidate. If she's only the Hall Mother's pawn, should I withdraw the order sending her to Croatia? Great Muse Melora said. That won't be necessary. Even though she won't really do any harm to us, she's pretty much a wart, so it's fine getting rid of her too, Andy replied calmly. But if the Hall Mother knows what we did, won't she put the blame on us? After all, we were supposed to send a muse to handle the plague. If the plague worsens, it's going to harm our reputation, Dueling said. Don't worry, it's already within my calculations. If the Hall Mother asks, we'll tell her that we've sent Xinxia to investigate the plague, to collect information for the muse we are going to send there. It is still her responsibility as a servant. Xinxia won't last for long in Croatia with her capabilities. We'll wait until she asks us for help, and once it happens, we'll accuse her of incompetence, and then we'll send a muse to deal with the plague. Not only will we be able to disqualify her as a candidate, we can still keep the plague under control, Great Muse Melora reasoned. Let's do it your way. It's just that the people of Croatia will have to suffer a few more days. Andy had a pitying look, yet she did not change her mind. It's fine, we'll just compensate them for their loss, and they will even be extremely grateful to us. They will still go crazy in supporting you, Goddess Andy. Dueling immediately took hold of the opportunity to fawn upon Andy. Don't call me that yet, I don't want anyone to be talking behind my back. Andy seemed to be rather cautious. However, Great Muse Melora did not seem to be bothered. She actually felt that Dueling was very wise. Everyone in the Hall of the Goddess had been fighting and scheming against each other for many years. Weren't they just waiting for the day the goddess was elected? Chapter 1055. Surprises everywhere. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hey, Croatia. Mo-Fan was stunned at the other end of the call. For some reason, the place sounded extremely familiar to him. A moment later, Mo-Fan finally recalled that when he and the crazy woman, Asheruia, went to pay the Black Dragon Emperor a visit, they ended up teleporting to Croatia's boundary when they were running for their lives. It was not too far away from Venice, and Mo-Fan vaguely remembered that there was indeed a plague breaking out when he was on his way back. After coming back to Venice, Mo-Fan had seen lots of news about how terrifying the plague in Croatia was. It actually seemed slightly more serious than the plague that had broken out in Hangzhou. To Mo-Fan's surprise, the Parthenon Temple was sending Xinxia right into the center of the plague after she had just come back from a war. What on earth, are the people of the Parthenon Temple insane? Couldn't they tell Xinxia is impaired? Why do they have to keep sending her out to some dangerous place? Hell no, let's just quit. Who cares about being a servant in the Parthenon Temple? It's like they are trying to work you to death when you've just started working there. That's totally unacceptable. Just resign now. We can go back to our country after I'm done with the competition, and you can give birth to little Xinxia and little Mo-Fan, and live a comfortable life. Who cares about what they want? Mo-Fan said imperiously, as if the Parthenon Temple was nothing in his eyes. Mo-Fan was feeling sorry for Xinxia. The girl was just too easygoing, allowing others to take advantage of her. Mo-Fan could not believe that the Parthenon Temple could not send someone else to handle the deadly plague. Brother Mo-Fan, the plague is really quite serious. I want to try my best to help the sick, Xinxia explained. After going through the calamity of Bo City, Xinxia had found her ambition. She did not want to witness such a hellish scene again, or feel how useless she was when something like it happened again. She was now able to contribute, and regardless of how difficult it was, adding on the fact that it was part of her responsibilities, she just wanted to help the people, to save them from being tortured by the sickness. Why do you always? The plague isn't something you can resolve on your own, Mo-Fan sighed. There was certainly more to the plague than what had met the eye, if it was a rank. Mo-Fan clearly remembered how the plague in Hangzhou was linked to a councilman. Based on Mo-Fan's experience, rather than thinking that an uncontrollable plague of this scale was a natural disaster, it was more likely someone's doing, whether someone was trying to hide the truth, or someone was abusing it for personal gains. As such, how could a naive girl like Xinxia possibly resolve it? I know, but I'm trying to do what I can. Healing a person is better than doing nothing, Xinxia said. Fine, I'm missing you too. I'll go with you. I just happen to be hiding from some trouble too, Mo-Fan declared. Aren't you in the middle of a tournament? That's a lot more important. Xinxia had only called Mo-Fan to tell him her plan. She did not want Mo-Fan to leave the World College tournament because of her. We're quite lucky that the next match, and the match after that, are just some weak teams. I bet that stubborn Feng Li wouldn't even let me take part in the matches. Besides, with Mu Ningxue around, I probably won't have a chance either, Mo-Fan said. Ningxue has been quite outstanding, Xinxia exclaimed. Even though she was not in Venice, she did watch the replay. She can handle it all as long as our team isn't up against a strong opponent. The next, and the match after the next, are none of my business. They have already decided who's going to take part in the matches. I'll go with you, probably for 4 or 5 days. If we really can't resolve it, we'll leave right away. There are things you can't force, Mo-Fan said gently. Xinxia nodded. She was fairly obedient. As Mo-Fan had mentioned, it was enough as long as they tried their best. There was no need to force themselves. By the way, you said you were hiding from some trouble. Has Brother Mo-Fan stirred up some trouble again? It's nothing serious. I just took care of an annoying jerk, and the guy is trying to get his revenge, Mo-Fan yawned. Oh, all right. Xinxia would not believe it was just a random jerk. If Mo Fan had to hide from someone, the person was surely not ordinary. Xinxia was just about to tell Mo Fan about her being promoted to a candidate when some disturbance came from the other end. Hey, such a coincidence, someone is calling me, it's Zhong Xiaohu, I thought he had gone missing. Mo Fan remarked when he saw the notification of the incoming call. Then you should take the call first, we'll talk again in Croatia. Xinxia assumed Zhong Xiaohu had some important matters to discuss with Mo Fan, so she decided to tell Mo Fan the matter that was bothering her next time. Brother Fan! Zhong Xiaohu yelled energetically from the other end. Mo Fan was sitting by the window while clipping his toenails. He was using his knee to hold the phone in place as he talked indifferently into it. You finally know how to give your big brother a call? Have you almost forgotten your big brother after making a name for yourself in the ancient capital? I remember your last call was when you were promoted to a captain. How long ago was that? Brother Fan, you sound so harsh. You never had any signal when you went for training, so it's always out of signal whenever I call you. Besides, wasn't I busy dealing with the demon creatures in Unyielding Mountains lately? Do you think I'm having the time of my life? Zhong Xiaohu replied. Fine, what are you up to this time? Just tell me quickly, stop disturbing me when I'm flirting with your sister-in-law, Mo Fan said. Ah, so Brother Fan and Ning Xue have already progressed so far, at this time at night, he. It's Xinxia. Oh, so it's the younger sister-in-law. Have you taken down the elder sister-in-law? What do you think? I bet not. I'm hanging up if you don't have anything important. Mo Fan was starting to get impatient. It's nothing important, indeed, I just want to tell you that the military has decided to give me a long holiday, so I'm thinking of visiting Europe and watching you fight in the tournament. Ha, I told my comrades you were my brother growing up together, and they are so jealous of me. Zhong Xiaohu said. Ah, so you do have leave. Isn't that right? I almost turn into a savage when I'm dealing with the demon creatures in Unyielding Mountains. I finally have a chance to rest, so I immediately thought of my brother Fan. Aren't I a good brother? Zhong Xiaohu laughed. Indeed, how about this? I'm heading off to Croatia for a few days, so you can just fly to Croatia and I'll bring you around, and then we'll go back to Venice. How's that? Mo Fan's voice remained calm despite suddenly coming up with a brilliant idea. Yeah, sure. It's going to be fun if Brother Fan is bringing me around. I'll just buy the ticket for an overnight flight, and I'll be there tomorrow morning. Zhong Xiaohu said excitedly. Sure, see you in Croatia. See you in Croatia. After hanging up the call, Mo Fan tossed the toenails outside the window, so the canals in Venice could have a taste of his sacred self. He murmured as he was committing the shameless act, things would be much simpler if everyone was like Zhong Xiaohu. Croatia International Airport. Zhong Xiaohu carrying a backpack was applying for his visa on arrival. Zhong Xiaohu was doubtful when he saw how empty the place was. What's going on? Didn't they always say there are many travelers in Europe? Not only is the flight empty, even the number of people arriving at the airport is surprisingly low. Despite the low numbers, the inspection was fairly strict. Zhong Xiaohu was still confused when he walked out of the airport. Why was the officer staring at him as if he was a criminal when he told the man he had come here for his holiday? Why is everyone wearing a mask? Is it part of the culture here? That does make sense, the ladies in the Arab nation are all tightly covered with only their eyes exposed, Zhong Xiaohu murmured as he was looking for Mo Fan. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohu saw Mo Fan in the underground car park. To Zhong Xiaohu's surprise, Xinxia was there too. It had been quite a while since he last met Xinxia. Zhong Xiaohu almost had trouble recognizing her. It felt like Xinxia was a different person now, prettier, more elegant, and more outstanding than before. As expected of someone from the Parthenon temple, even Xinxia, who used to be weak and feeble, now had a sacred, noble temperament. Brother Fan, where are we visiting first? Zhong Xiaohu said. To the temporary relay station set up for the plague, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan did not want to waste any time. He was more familiar with how terrifying a plague could be once it started spreading. Plague? Zhong Xiaohu was dumbfounded. Xinxia rolled her eyes at Mo Fan when she saw Zhong Xiaohu's reaction. As she thought, Zhong Xiaohu was tricked into coming here. How ignorant are you? How could you not know about such a serious plague? This whole place is a plague zone, yet look at you, not even a single piece of protective clothing, carrying a backpack still. Customs only let you enter only because you look rather harmless. Fiona, who had come with Xinxia, said in displeasure. Brother Fan, didn't you say you were bringing me around to have some fun? Zhong Xiaohu smiled wryly. The plague, the whole city is in chaos because of it. Could anything be funnier than this? But isn't this a bit overboard? I just got my vacation. Stop blabbering. Zhong Xiaohu felt miserable. The truth was, only Zhong Xiaohu would be fooled by Mo Fan. He had just returned from a skirmish, thus he had not updated himself with the latest news. Unfortunately, he had not caught his breath after the huge operation, and he had already been dragged to this scary place by Mo Fan. His life was definitely full of surprises after he acknowledged Mo Fan as his big brother. I'm already here, it's too late to turn back now. Let's go, Zhong Xiaohu said helplessly. We'll wait a bit longer. Still waiting for someone else? Let's hope it's not a clueless idiot again, Fiona remarked harshly. Zhong Xiaohu was just about to ask who they were waiting for when the door of the escalator slowly opened. An innocent-looking lowly, adorable and elegant, with huge glittering eyes sparkling with intelligence, came out of it. However, if anyone took a closer look, they would discover that the glitter in her eyes did not originate from the innocence of a little girl at her age. Everyone's here, Mo Fan waved at Lingling. Meanwhile, Fiona smacked her own head and yelled, "Oh my God!" Chapter 1056. The Demon Orb Lights Up. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group arrived at the camp and walked past the sick people that were placed in quarantine. The patients seemed fairly normal after a rough glance, but their noses would not stop running. It was similar to common influenza across the world, and before knowing that it was some deadly disease, no one treated it seriously. The people did not even feel it was strange when many were showing the same symptoms. The local authority and the experts in the medical field did not realize there was a plague in because its symptom was just too similar to common flu. As a result, many Croatians had fallen victim to it. No one knew how the disease spread, so the medical team had to wear hazmat suits when in direct contact with the patients. As many patients were diagnosed and quarantined, all of Kaka City, which had the highest number of victims, was immersed in terror. Unfortunately, the authorities of Kaka City did not treat the plague seriously enough and seal the city decisively. As a result, the nearby cities were struck by the disease, too. The people were even more terrified knowing that more cities had fallen victim to the plague. The local authorities were utterly clueless about what to do with the plague. Even the Magic Association was helpless, so they could only ask the Parthenon Temple for help. However, a servant that had been sent here had contracted the disease, too. The seriousness of the plague immediately escalated. The whole city was troubled by the plague, and the local government was tied up with the media. Other countries were keen to help, too, but before they knew how the disease spread, no one would come here just to die. Therefore, it was quite scary considering how Xinxia was assigned to resolve the plague. If she contracted the disease when there was no viable treatment to it, she would end up waiting for her death, just like the others that were quarantined. Fortunately, even when someone contracted the disease, it did not kill them within a short period, except those that were already suffering from other diseases. Most people that contracted the disease were still alive. Even though we have yet to see a whole lot of people dying to the plague, it's only a matter of time judging from how weak these people seem. If a huge bunch of them die, the situation is only going to worsen, and even the quarantine zone is going to be affected. Lingling observed. Once people started to die to the plague before the government found a cure for it, the people would start to lose hope and would choose to flee for their lives. They would even oppose the government that tried to quarantine them. Once that happened, sick people could do anything. They would flee in large numbers to random places and spread the disease to more people. Croatia was not a big country, and a few cities had already fallen to the plague. Soon, everybody in the country would contract the disease. I don't understand, the situation is already this bad, yet the Parthenon Temple didn't seem to care too much about it. Are they seriously just going to stand and watch these people die? Mo Fan snapped furiously. That's not it, but they want to investigate the source of the plague before sending more people here. Otherwise, they would only join the sick, Xinxia explained. In the past, grave robbers would bring a duck with them and put the duck into the tombs to check if there was oxygen or poison inside them. You are like the duck that was used to test for poison. Mo Fan tapped Xinxia on her nose. He was utterly speechless by how naive she was. However, since they were already here, they had no choice but to resolve the matter. Mo Fan glanced at Lingling, trying to see if the girl had found any useful traces. I've done some homework before coming here, and I've asked someone in the Hunter Union to collect any related information for me. I've briefly organized the findings on the flight here. Since the symptoms are too similar to common flu, it's going to be tricky to find the first victim of the disease. That being said, I assume everyone that has the flu will buy some medicine if their nose is kept running, so I've asked the Magic Association to list the names that have bought flu medicine recently. It's quite fortunate that the people in this country are required to present their medical card when buying medicine. Lingling remarked. How are you going to find the first batch of people that contracted the disease within such a huge pile of data? Mo Fan said. We know that Kaka City is the source of the plague for sure, and there aren't many chemists in the city. If we shrink the area further according to the symptoms, there aren't really that many people that bought the medicine, Lingling said. What's the point of gathering data like this? We can't afford to waste any time further on it, Fiona said crossly. Fiona, be patient. Our healing only works if we could learn more about the disease. The pistol drops we brought to Croatia are working, at least they can slow down the pace of worsening of the patients, Xinxia explained to Fiona. Lingling simply ignored the blunt young woman. She glanced at a figure that was approaching them rapidly. Zhong Xiaohu is back. Mo Fan followed her gaze and realized Zhong Xiaohu had disappeared for a while after they came out from the camp. Zhong Xiaohu's cultivation had significantly improved. He was a few thousand meters away a few seconds ago, but he was already right in front of them. He said with a hint of joy, Lingling, I've checked the places that you told me to. What did you find? Lingling asked. It's really as you said, one of the places has a prison. Zhong Xiaohu said. Why are you so happy when you've only found a prison? Couldn't you easily find it on a map? Fiona said. The problem is, we aren't just trying to find a prison. Lingling only told me to check a few places, and there really was a prison among them, Zhong Xiaohu replied. If we want to find a cure to the plague, we need to find those that contracted the disease first. Only then we'll be able to find its source. However, even the local government has failed to find the people after so long. Do you really think we can find it with just the few of us? I suggest that we report the situation to the Parthenon Temple now, so they can send more people here. Fiona exclaimed. We've found it, Lingling said. Found it? Xinxia was utterly surprised. She felt like Lingling had not done anything, so why did she say she had already found the source? Mo Fan was looking at Lingling too. He had never doubted Lingling. If the girl said she had found it, she meant it. The problem was, didn't she simply crack the case a bit too quickly? Did the name of the Clear Sky Hunter Agency really grant its hunters the capabilities of Justice Bao? TL note, the first two words of the Clear Sky Hunter Agency in Raw is Qingtian, which is the name of Justice Bao, a Chinese politician famous for his ability to help peasants overcome injustice and corruption. The reason I asked Brother Xiaohu to look for a prison among the places is because I've discovered a prison guard among the people that first went to buy the medicine. I believe the local government failed to find the first batch of patients and the source of the disease because the people that bought the medicine aren't really the first patients. They are the prisoners in the prison. Since the prisoners are locked in the prison, they are basically quarantined, thus were simply left out by the people investigating the source. They would at most investigate the prison guard, but with so many things going on, who would bother placing much attention on him? Lingling said. So you asked Zhong Xiaohu to see if there was a prison? Why don't we tell the government our findings so they can send someone over to investigate, since it might be too much for us to handle? Mo Fan asked. It's not necessary. The government tried to find the source by tracking down the first batch of patients, so they were pretty loose with the criteria, meaning they had to send out more people to investigate every suspicious person. They would eventually track the source to the prison, but since we've already found the prison, it will be a lot easier for us to find the source. The activity range of the prisoners in a prison is fairly limited. Besides, it's only my speculation so far, so it's meaningless to ask the government to send someone over without any solid proof, Lingling said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the prison, Mo Fan said. If we can find the source, I am confident enough to come up with the cure. Brother Mo Fan, both you and Lingling are so impressive. Xinxia's face was filled with joy. Of course, the two of us even managed to solve the mystery of the drowning curse. Mo Fan agreed promptly. The prison was located by a cliff, tall and steep. Since the prisoners were mainly normal people, it did not have a magic formation protecting it. Besides, the prisoners would simply be hopeless if they tried to escape over the cliff. Below it was only reefs, and the seawater had no chance of receiving them if they jumped off the cliff. A prison was definitely not the most pleasant place to visit. Considering that the group might contract the disease, Xinxia purposely cast a blessing spell on everyone before they entered the prison. It was imprinted on their skin like a seal, and would immediately form a defensive barrier when the poison element, shadow element, or any evil magic tried to harm them. The prison was completely sealed off. Even the prison guards were trapped inside. The prison clearly had a sufficient supply of food and water, but the government was so busy that it did not have time to care about the prison. Strange, why did it light up? Mo Fan suddenly mumbled to himself. Mo Fan was surprised to see the essence orb lighting up when he took it out. Its brilliance was pulsating slightly, as if it was being summoned. Mo Fan recalled that he had found the evil essence orb in a prison of mags filled with the presence of evil. The orb had lit up, but Mo Fan could not tell if the orb was trying to alert him that there was something it could absorb nearby. Mo Fan had traveled halfway across the world and visited many places, but the only place he found an energy to fill up the essence orb was the ancient time liquid. As such, when he realized the essence orb had lit up, he was immediately excited. Once the essence orb was filled up, he could finally use the power of the demon element without losing his cultivation. How could Mo Fan not be excited about it? He never thought he would find something he needed when he was only keeping Xinxia company as she came to do a kind deed. He had to search the prison closely to see if there was anything in it that could fill up his essence orb. Chapter 1057. Little Red Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Have you made a mistake? The prisoners here look completely normal. They don't seem to have contracted any kind of disease. You made it sound so reasonable, yet it turns out that you were actually wrong. Fiona could not help but say. They had checked the prison under the guidance of the prison guards, yet not only did none of the prisoners show any symptoms of the disease, they seemed to be more energetic than the people outside. When the prisoners saw the elegant beauty, Xinxia, and the adorable, little lowly, Lingling, they had the urge to force their way out of the cells. Something isn't right about them, Xinxia said. What do you mean? Mo Fan asked. Something is weird about their minds. I should be able to easily read their minds and understand their emotions, since their mental strength isn't as strong as mags, but when I try to peek into their minds, it feels like they are shrouded by a mist, Xinxia explained carefully. Xinxia was a psychic element mage. Not only was the Parthenon Temple known for its outstanding healing magic, it was reputable because of its excellence in other elements too, especially white magic. Instead of calling it a temple of healing, it was more fitting to call it the Sacred Hall of White Magic. With Xinxia's current strength, it was too easy for her to read the minds of the prisoners, even when she knew their minds must be filled with lewd thoughts. However, when Xinxia trying to feel their emotions and understand their thoughts, it felt like something was blocking her off. That does sound strange. I think we should really ask the government to send someone here. I'll go make a call, Zhong Xiaohu said. There's no signal here, the middle-aged prison guard said with a weird expression. Then I'll make the call outside. Zhong Xiaohu headed for the exit. The way out of a prison consisted of many doors. Zhong Xiaohu asked another prison guard to lead the way. There was a foul odor in the prison, so he wanted to get some fresh air too. Let's head deeper, Lingling said. The group followed the guard and passed the place where the normal prisoners were kept. They arrived at the cells where the serious criminals were kept. After crossing a bridge, they arrived in front of a thick door made of metal. Mo Fan glanced at it and said to the middle-aged prison guard, Morgano, that's a pretty solid door. I bet even mags have a hard time breaking through it. Yeah, we are worried that some mags would come stir trouble in the prison, so we have to make sure that even mags will have a hard time breaking through it. Morgano continued to lead the way as he explained the situation of the prison to them. As soon as they walked past the door, it immediately shut behind them. The place was pitch black, and the light only came on after a brief delay. The whole prison was made of icy iron, thus the place was cold as a fridge. Brother Mo Fan. Mo Fan was figuring what kind of prisoners would be kept here when he heard Xinxia's voice inside his mind. Mo Fan turned around slightly and looked at Xinxia with her lips close together. He was puzzled, as he did not understand why Xinxia was using the psychic voice to talk to him. Did she have something that she could not say to the others? I tried reading the guard's mind too, but it's the same situation as the prisoners. I think, Xinxia said to Mo Fan in a cautious tone. Mo Fan immediately straightened his face. Hey, guard, can you please open the door? I would like to speak to my friend, Mo Fan said to Morgano. Morgano slowly turned around. His pitch-black eyes flickered slightly as he looked back and forth between Mo Fan and Xinxia. Morgano suddenly smiled. It looked oddly strange under the dim glow of the prison light. You're my prisoners as soon as you came in here. Morgano burst into laughter. His voice was stacked with another ghastly, piercing voice. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to trap us in here? You're just a little prison guard, do you have any idea who we are? Fiona immediately snapped, pointing at Morgano. A crimson-red aura started to rise from Morgano's body, as if dozens of dark red spirits were circling him. His pupils had turned eerily red, as he stared at Fiona with a hint of greed. His grin grew wider, and his drool was coming out too. He was not trying to abuse Fiona sexually, but it was obvious that he was thinking of killing the tender young woman. I should have known that if something was wrong about this place, these prison guards would surely be involved too. Tell us, what exactly are you? Why did you bring the plague to the people? Lingling was utterly fearless. She even started to interrogate the thing righteously. Little girl, you will learn it all once I've eaten you. The evil presence of Morgano grew stronger. His skin began to crack open, as if something was trying to come out underneath it. Long, wriggling tentacles burst out of his head like a centipede, eerie hair densely covering his body. His legs had turned into black roots of an old tree, and were spreading rapidly across the ground. The dim light threw the prison guard's shadow on the smooth wall, yet it was no longer the silhouette of a man. It was clearly a monster, with tentacles covering its back. What the hell is this thing? Fiona completely lost her nerve and hid behind the group. Xinxia's face turned pale when she saw the enormous changes occur to the prison guard who had looked completely normal just a moment ago. Could this monster be the source of the plague? Mo Fan noticed the essence orb emitting a brilliant glow when the monster revealed its true appearance, implying that the creature was the source of energy he desperately needed. Mo Fan was curious. Why would the essence orb react to a monster? Now was not the time to be worried about that. He should be focusing on why the prison guard had suddenly transformed into the monster, as if he was possessed by some devil. Speaking of which, Mo Fan felt like he had seen something similar before. I know what you are, Mo Fan suddenly said calmly. The prison guard was twice his size, and his face had changed beyond recognition. The eyes fully covering his forehead had all locked onto Mo Fan as he burst into weird laughter. You seem to have something nice. Hand it to me, and I'll give you a quick death. The monster spoke in human tongue, yet its tone sounded very odd. I bet you have a master. I wonder if he's here. Mo Fan asked. Oh, it seems like you do know something, but how could our master come to a little prison like this? The monster said. Why are you acting so smug when he's not even here? Die. As soon as Mo Fan raised his head, a bolt of tyrant lightning struck the monster fiercely. The monster was sent flying. It rolled down the stairs and fell heavily into the spacious area below. The monster did not die yet. It slowly rose to its feet, with eyes emitting an enraged, blood-colored glow. It raised its head and let out a blasting roar. Bang! Meanwhile, the cells down the stairs slammed open, as prisoners rushed out and tore the clothes and chains on them with incredible might. Even though they did not transform into monsters like the prison guard, they also had tentacles on their backs and a ghastly appearance. Mo Fan, do you know what they are? Ling Ling was shocked when she saw many prisoners turning into monsters. I stumbled into something similar in Japan. These prisoners have lost control of their minds. Don't kill them, but half of the prison guard's body is already corrupted. Here's the source, he must be eliminated. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had experienced something similar before. Not long after he and Mochizuki Chihaya stole the evil essence orb from the East Guardian Tower, Mochizuki Chihaya had almost turned into a demon on the street. Mo Fan finally understood why the essence orb was glowing, and why the prison guard appeared to be interested in the essence orb. They both originated from the same source, the evil power that was accumulated from the endless hatred, anger, and pain over time, a power that could immediately control the mind of a person after making contact with them. The Red Demon. The East Guardian Tower had given birth to the first Red Demon. The embryo of the second Red Demon was in Mo Fan's hand, the Essence Orb. Old Bao had managed to erase its evil presence, turning it into an orb that could store energy. The master that Mo Fan addressed when talking to the prison guard was the first Red Demon. The prisoners were brimming with evil, their minds were being controlled. The city was troubled by the plague, bringing suffering and pain to the people. However, Mo Fan had never thought it was all the Red Demon's doing. Luckily, the Red Demon, the old friend that Mochizuki Ken had mentioned, did not decide to stay around in this little prison. It had only raised a little Red Demon. Otherwise, they would be in great trouble just barging in and investigating the matter so mindlessly. According to Mochizuki Ken, the first Red Demon was as strong as a great ruler-level demon creature. If the little Red Demon was the culprit behind the plague, it was not as difficult to resolve as Mo Fan initially thought. Once he dealt with the little Red Demon, and cleared away the evil presence scattered across the city, the plague would soon be gone. Chapter 1058. The Undying Monster. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Are you kidding me? Now that the people in the quarantine zone are rioting, and we're already short on numbers. Where the hell are we going to find more people and ask them to investigate a little, run-down prison? The officer snapped impatiently at the other end of the call. Riot? Weren't they fine not long ago? Why are they rioting all of a sudden? Did many people suddenly die to the plague? Zhong Xiaohu asked curiously. We have no idea either. The patients all have bloodshot eyes as if they had gone mad, and they kept attacking other people nearby. We are done for. The entire Kaka city is in great trouble, the officer said. We did find. That's enough. We won't be able to send people there, and I don't have time to talk to you, either. But? Zhong Xiaohu was about to say something when the officer directly hung up the call. Zhong Xiaohu did hear a loud noise coming from the other end, and he could faintly recognize the sound of an alarm. It was obvious that the officer was not lying to him, but why would the patients suddenly behave so weirdly when they had only fallen sick to the disease? Zhong Xiaohu believed it was necessary to tell Mo Fan and the others. The situation had suddenly escalated, as the people were rioting against the local government. If they escaped from the quarantine zone and more people were infected, it would be extremely difficult to resolve the plague. Why is the door closed? Mo Fan, Xinxia, are you in there? Zhong Xiaohu slammed the thick door, yet there was no response from the other side. He turned around and heard loud noises coming from the cells where the normal prisoners were kept in. The prisoners rammed their way out of the cells and glared at him. What is going on here? A riot in the prison too. Zhong Xiaohu looked at the prisoners with bloodshot eyes, but he did not panic at all. After all, he was a captain who had led his troop against an army of demon creatures, and had experienced something as epic as the calamity of the ancient capital. In comparison, these prisoners with mere muscle were not so tricky to deal with. Inside the door, the little red demon stood among the serious criminals that were now covered in tentacles. It had no intention to fight them, but it kept giving commands to the criminals, ordering them to charge at the enemy. Their evil presence is stronger, most likely because of the evil residing in their hearts, Xinxia said. The ordinary prisoners in the cells looked fairly normal before. The most they did was stare wickedly at the three women. However, the serious criminals were much worse. They were not only driven by greed, but the urge to eat humans alive. They are still people, so try not to kill them, Lingling reminded them. These serious offenders were only being controlled. The evil presence had granted them strength, but they were still humans. Brother Mofan, Fiona, and I will handle these criminals. You can focus on taking out the main culprit, Xinxia said to Mofan. Xinxia slowly closed her eyes. When they sprang open again, her eyes, normally as serene as a lake, suddenly emitted a ray as sharp as a sword. Mind puncture! Xinxia clearly knew they could not afford to harm the serious criminals, as none of them were sentenced to death. They were also victims of the plague, thus the best approach she could take was attacking their minds. Spiritual force was formless, but it was driven into the minds of the criminals at Xinxia's will. The criminals immediately cried out in pain after receiving the attack, as if their heads were about to burst. They crumpled to the ground simultaneously. The area of Xinxia's mind puncture was fairly huge. She had managed to take more than 100 men down within an instant. Brother Mofan, hurry up, I won't be able to last for long, Xinxia said. Got it. Mofan did not dare to waste any time. He immediately cast Fleeing Shadow and approached the little red demon. Come and play with me at the back. Mofan gathered the power of the space element between his hands. He forcibly lifted the little red demon and tossed it into the cage at the back. Mofan had done so to prevent himself from injuring the serious criminals. Fiona, who was still standing beside Xinxia, was immediately aware of his intention. She immediately set up a water barrier around the criminals to protect them from his spells, and also buy some extra time if Xinxia could no longer hold them down. Little Red Demon was infuriated. It thought Mofan and his crew were only normal mags, considering how young they were. It only attacked them to prevent itself from being exposed. To its surprise, the mags were incredibly strong, well beyond its expectation. Mofan slammed the prison guard monster hard onto the metal wall with a shove. The little red demon had remarkable strength too. It was trying to oppose Mofan's telekinesis with brute force. It slowly stepped forward and raised its claw. Mofan realized his space element was not as formidable as Ari Jiangtu's. He immediately gave up and utilized his strongest element instead. Lightning Tyrant. Mofan flipped his palm. Lightning arcs immediately gathered like soldiers, and as Mofan flung his arm, they whipped fiercely out at the little red demon. The little red demon's defense was rather outstanding, and the lightning whips did not leave any marks on it. Mofan did not dare to cast stronger spells before the defensive barrier was fully set up. He could only try and keep the monster at bay with his weaker abilities. Brother Mofan, we're done here, finish it. Xinxia yelled to Mofan. Mofan nodded. The lightning in his hand grew stronger. The cracking lightning tyrant seemed to be impatient too, as if it had a strong urge to test out its strength. Sky Lightning Claw. Mofan clenched his hands into claws and swung them forward. The dark lightning covering his body turned into dragon claws, tearing open the chest of the little red demon with destructive force. The little red demon was about as strong as a commander-level creature. Mo Fan might struggle to handle a commander-level creature in the past, but the damage of his lightning spells had now tripled, and with both the Lightning Tyrant Domain and the Dark Lightning Claw that was basically an advanced spell, he would not have any trouble killing this thing. The lightning pierced through the little red demon's defense and tore its chest apart, and its neck and head were separated too. Strangely, the little red demon did not seem to be dying. Its face continued to wear the eerie grin. "Your magic might be strong, but you will never kill me." An evil presence burst out of the little red demon's incomplete body, and it soon fixed its missing body parts, as if it was an undying spirit. Even the evil spirits of the undead were unable to recover from such serious injuries within an instant, as lightning was fairly effective against them, too. Mo Fan did not cast the Tyrant Call. He immediately cast a powerful fire spell instead by utilizing Little Flame Bell's strength. The giant fireball surged forward and left a huge hole in the thick wall of the indestructible prison, allowing the sunlight to pour in. Mo Fan initially thought the little red demon was dead for sure, yet it slowly reclaimed its appearance under the effects of its evil power. Even the creature with the fastest rejuvenating ability would be unable to recover so quickly after it was burned into ashes. Mo Fan strongly believed it had nothing to do with the creature's ability to self-heal, but the fact that his magic was unable to deal the critical blow to it. "I'm not your opponent, but you can't destroy me either. The city will soon turn into my kingdom," the little red demon screamed in a piercing voice. Mo Fan's heart sank. If the plague spread further, the little red demon would grow stronger, too. A few cities had already been infected, and the negative emotions that the victims provided were like nutrients to it. If more people died to the plague, the hatred would reach its peak, and by then, Mo Fan would no longer be able to take the little red demon on. Mo Fan, this thing is most likely an energy body with its own consciousness. You can't think of it as an ordinary demon creature, as magic alone isn't enough to kill it. Lingling said. The little red demon was indeed one of the most terrifying creatures in the world. Due to the way it was formed, it was invulnerable to most elements, and Mo Fan had basically tried all his elements. Fiona was a light mage, and she had tried using her light spells, yet the light element that was able to drive away any kind of evil presence was useless against the little red demon. It was Mo Fan's first time going up against such a tricky existence. Mo Fan was agitated when he saw the little red demon that had been smashed into pieces recovering again. He never thought he would encounter something he could not kill with his magic. As he lowered his head and was about to cast some fire again, he caught a glimpse of the brilliant essence orb. That's right, the orb is able to absorb energy. Strictly speaking, the orb was able to contain the little red demon's ancestor. The orb might be able to absorb it, too, Mo Fan thought. So the little red demon could not control the essence orb. Mo Fan broke the little red demon into tinier pieces and took out the essence orb. He then touched one of the pieces with the essence orb. The light of the essence orb grew stronger as it absorbed a piece of the little red demon. The little red demon's true appearance was revealed once the piece was absorbed into the essence orb. It was a puff of cloudy energy, similar to the soul remnants that the little loach pendant normally absorbed. It worked! Mo Fan was overjoyed. He was only giving it a try, yet to his surprise, the essence orb was able to absorb the evil energy. No wonder the essence orb kept emitting a brilliant glow. I'll smash you into pieces and absorb them one by one. I would like to see how smug you are now. Mo Fan attacked even more violently after discovering the solution to the problem. Chapter 1059. The Riot of the Plague. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited from Aelrianth. The little red demon's body did not stop regenerating, but whenever Mo Fan's essence orb took a piece away, its aura would weaken slightly. Meanwhile, the little red demon started to panic when it realized the essence orb was what not it's supposed to be. It started fleeing through the hole that Mo Fan had blasted. Clearly, Mo Fan would not let it escape. He set up the NYX regime and trapped the pieces of energy with giant shadow spikes. Even though he could only absorb the pieces slowly, he was relieved that he had found the solution to the problem. After breaking the little red demon into pieces and absorbing them with the essence orb continuously, Mo Fan finally absorbed the final piece of the little red demon. Mo Fan checked the energy inside the essence orb and learned it had indeed risen by a significant amount. It was definitely a piece of good news for Mo Fan. Brother Fan, what happened? Zhong Xiaohu finally returned after running a whole circle to regroup with Mo Fan and the others. He was utterly clueless about the situation. We've dealt with the source of the plague. It turned out to be some evil energy body with its own consciousness. It's a long story. How did it go at your end? Mo Fan asked. The people at the camp are rioting. It turns out that the patients are losing control of themselves, Zhong Xiaohu said. That's not good to hear. Were they able to keep the situation under control? I doubt so. There were too many infected. Mo Fan's heart sank. They had found the source of the plague and eliminated it, yet the disease had already spread rapidly. The harmful substances were still inside the bodies of the patients, and the reason they were losing their minds was because the disease was not just destroying the cells in their body, but enhancing their negative emotions too. It was why the Red Demon was such a terrifying existence. Lingling, have you found anything that can cure the disease? Mo Fan asked. In the past, they had resolved the drowning curse by obtaining the antibody from the drowning curse maggot and created vaccines to be distributed to the cities along the shoreline, so the people would not fall victim to the drowning curse again. Therefore, they should be able to find the antibody from the source of the plague, too. Mo Fan was hoping that Lingling was able to discover something. The maggot is a living organism, so it's reasonable to find an antibody to it. You realize that magic wasn't able to inflict any damage to the monster. It was an energy body, there was no way it would have an antibody for the disease, Lingling said. If the source of the disease isn't a living organism, but an energy body, how could it turn into a plague? Fiona was a probationary servant of the Hall of the Goddess. She would know some basics about a plague. I was curious before too. Why aren't the normal methods of stopping a disease useful against this one? Not only that, the disease actually spreads a lot faster than it did at the start. I believe the disease doesn't come from their bodies, but from their hearts. Strictly speaking, it's like an infection conducted by the psychic element. Every person will have negative emotions just like the prisoners here, and these negative emotions will surface and be enhanced by the monster's power. It explains why the symptoms that the patients first showed resembled common flu, but it has now turned into a huge riot. It was a kind of mental disorder, one that spread through emotions shared between people instead of the air or food. Lingling said. Is there really a disease like that in this world? Zhong Xiaohu dropped his jaw in disbelief. An existence like that shouldn't be invulnerable to magic. It could be grouped into the psychic element, but once the evil presence grows to a certain degree, even the power of the psychic element would be useless, since the psychic element doesn't really have any strong offensive spells naturally, Lingling said. Enough talk, there's a riot happening in the quarantine zone, we've basically failed our mission. The Great Muse is surely going to scold the crap out of us, Fiona said. Humph, if the situation escalates further, even they would have to take responsibility for it, since they didn't send someone that was higher ranked in the first place, and purposely sent you two here to set you up. Mo Fan harumphed coldly. The Parthenon temple was far from being as sacred and holy as everyone thought. If it's related to the psychic element, I can try pacifying the people, Xinxia said. Lingling shook her head and said, the negative energy has been spread to too many people. Even if you're a super psychic mage, with such strong negative energy surging in, your mind will simply crumble, too. The best option isn't pacifying them, but transferring the energy to somewhere else. We'll need a reasonable place to store the energy, or else, the little red demon will be resurrected soon, and it will surely turn into something even more terrifying. Saying this, Lingling glanced at the essence orb on Mo Fan's hand. She seemed to have noticed something from it, but since they were currently in an emergency, she simply put her doubts aside and said to Mo Fan, it seems like your orb can store the energy. I think it can, but I can feel the evil growing inside the orb, Mo Fan said. The essence orb had turned into an energy container after Old Bao's modification. It was no longer able to seduce or attack the mind of its carrier. However, after it absorbed the little red demon, the essence orb started to emit an icy aura. The essence orb had purified the little red demon and transformed it into usable energy, but in the meantime, it also slightly corrupted its own energy. Sister Xinxia, you might not be able to confront the enormous negative energy, but you can guide them into Mo Fan's orb and trap the energy inside. That way, the plague will be resolved, too, Lingling suggested. Once Xinxia transferred the energy into the orb, she would not be picked on by the evil energy. It was the best option they had. Sure, time is of the essence. Let's head to the quarantine zone right away, Xinxia said. Along the journey, Mo Fan secretly called Old Bao. There was a chance that the essence orb would give birth to another red demon after absorbing so much negative energy. It was necessary to let Old Bao cleanse the evil energy inside the essence orb again. Otherwise, there was a chance that a scarier red demon would be born, since half the city had contracted the disease. The quarantine zone was in complete chaos. The medical equipment used to treat the patients was smashed to pieces. The temporary quarantine wards were torn down, too. If it weren't for a few powerful mags stationed in Kaka City that had set up a formation to trap the rioters, it was hard to imagine the situation that the city would have ended up in. Battle mages stood in lines, awaiting their orders. In the meantime, they felt rather hopeless, since the enemy they were facing was just patients, instead of demon creatures. It was fairly tricky deciding what spells they could use to keep the people at bay. What the hell were you two up to? Look at the mess here, and you still dared to leave your post. I will report this back to the Hall Mother, just so she could deliver the punishment, the old servant Dueling snapped as soon as she saw Xinxia and Fiona. Dueling had only come to investigate the plague so the Parthenon Temple would not be accused of not trying their best to help. However, she did not expect the situation would suddenly escalate into a chaotic riot. The whole city was immersed in terror, and some officials were forced to use inhumane approaches just to stop the plague from spreading to other places. So the Parthenon Temple has only sent a bunch of young, inexperienced girls here to resolve the plague? Very well, stop pretending you're trying to help if you didn't mean to. Us Croatians don't need your pity, despite how much trust we actually had in Saintess Andy, the commander snapped furiously. This has nothing to do with Saintess Andy, we've already sent her, she's a candidate, it was all her fault. Dueling's expression sank. She quickly placed the blame on Xinxia. Candidate? Her? The commander glanced at Xinxia, who seemed extremely young. Even though there were no age restrictions on the candidates of the Hall of the Goddess, the woman was simply too young, she looked like the student of a magic institution. The Hall Mother has recently promoted her as a candidate. The great Muse didn't neglect how serious the plague is, she did send a candidate here to handle it. Dueling continued to pour oil onto the flames. If the situation escalated any further, Great Muse Melora would surely be held responsible, and even the candidate Saintess Andy would be involved in the mess. Since the situation was getting out of control, she had no choice but to put the blame on someone else as much as she could. The world must realize that it was not the Great Muse's fault, but because of how useless the new candidate was. Brother Fan, Xinxia, do you see the general with an icy face and a long nose standing beside the commander? Zhong Xiaohu said, his face hard as he spoke in a soft voice. What about it? Asked Mo Fan with a confused look. He was not wearing any badges, but he is wearing the outfit of a general. If I'm not mistaken, a soldier like him is usually entrusted with inhumane operations, Zhong Xiaohu told them. Mo Fan glanced in the direction of Commander Darrell, who was in charge of the camp, and immediately saw the general that Zhong Xiaohu had pointed out. You mean if the situation continues to go out of control, they might even— Mo Fan could not speak further. A plague, a contagious disease, was a lot scarier than demon creatures. The local government of Kaka City would not allow the plague to spread any further. Currently, the patients had totally lost their minds, and would soon force their way out of the quarantine zone. When the time came, the general that was not wearing any badge would be the one controlling the situation. Xinxia was incredibly smart. She immediately realized what Zhong Xiaohu was implying. Chapter 1060. The Demon Orb is Filled. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Brother Mo-Fan, take me somewhere higher," Xinxia said. "Aye." Mo-Fan lifted Xinxia, together with her wheelchair, and headed to the top of a signal tower constructed recently. "What I said before was pure speculation. If it doesn't work, we'll have to leave right away," Lingling reminded Mo-Fan and Xinxia. Mo-Fan nodded without saying a word. Up on the signal tower, they could easily see how the quarantine zone had turned into a landfill where people were gathering at the boundary of the magic barrier and slamming into it violently. It was unclear where the people had gotten their strength from. Usually, the magic formation could easily hold out against normal people, regardless of their numbers. However, these patients seemed to possess some kind of evil power that granted them greater strength. Xinxia bit her lips upon seeing this. "Let's begin. I'll be holding the orb," Mo-Fan said. Xinxia nodded. She crossed her hands in front of her chest, as if she were trying to unleash the power deep within her soul. The spirit ripple was untraceable. Mo-Fan only felt a pleasant tone ringing inside his mind like a flute, yet he could not detect anything when he focused. Mo-Fan knew Xinxia's spirit ripple was spreading across the city and was patting the minds of the patients like a pair of gentle hands. Xinxia frowned. As she was pacifying the patients, she too was influenced by their negative emotions. Xinxia could clearly sense the anger and hatred deep within their hearts. They were being tortured by the disease, and yet the government was helpless, and the World Organization was reluctant to lend them a hand. It was as if they had been abandoned by the world, waiting for their deaths in the quarantine zone. As she listened to the thoughts of the patients, she began to recall some faint memories in her mind. Abandoned. Her mother had abandoned her, just like the people who abandoned her in Bo City amid the calamity. A strange sadness and anger rose inside Xinxia's heart. How could people be so merciless? She had always treated them sincerely and with utter kindness, and yet, why did Dueling try to place the blame on her? It was her that was bold enough to come to save the people. Xinxia wanted to open her eyes, but she realized that she was unable to wake up, surrounded by darkness and an icy aura. It felt like a fridge, the fridge in the supermarket that she hid inside in order to stay alive. "Xinxia!" She heard a voice all of a sudden. It sounded so familiar. "Xinxia, Xinxia." Mo-Fan shook Xinxia softly. For some reason, Mo-Fan could feel Xinxia being infected by the evil presence. It was trying to remind her of her painful, infuriating past. "Quick, transfer the energy to me. Stop letting the evil energy influence you. Do you understand?" Mo-Fan held her trembling hands tightly as he spoke in a serious voice. Xinxia could not wake up, yet she saw someone shoving the door of the fridge open and carrying her out of it. She could feel Mo-Fan's warm hands on her hands and shoulders. "Did I let the thing influence me, too?" Xinxia slowly calmed down. She recalled how Mo-Fan had always protected her, not allowing her to suffer even the slightest. Her heart that was initially like a rolling black tide immediately calmed down, and the black water started to clear up too. Xinxia finally opened her eyes. They were pure and clean, and were so pretty that Mo-Fan could not move his eyes away from them. She looked at Mo-Fan with a hint of relief. Once she gathered her thoughts, the evil power could no longer influence her. Her faltering expression was replaced by a firm look. Her thoughts transformed into a greater tide, driving the evil presence into the essence orb on Mo-Fan's hand. The chime of the spiritual boncho echoed throughout the quarantine zone. The people could not hear it, but their hearts reacted to it. Holy chants in Sanskrit echoed in their minds, pacifying them. TL note, a boncho is a large bell found in Buddhist temples. The patients fell to the ground, starting with those that had gathered at the boundary of the magic barrier. As the spiritual disease was cleansed, they all fell into a deep sleep. The evil driving them was actually overdrawing their energy, so they were immediately overwhelmed by fatigue as soon as it vanished. What's going on? Is she hypnotizing the people? The commander raised his head and glanced at the candidate on the signal tower. That's not hypnotizing. It's extremely difficult to hypnotize someone with strong emotions. She's healing them, with her heart, the general without a badge deduced. An official hurriedly came up and said to Commander Darrell, "Commander, the patients that fainted no longer have the marks on them." It seems like they have been cured. Are you sure? Commander Darrell's composure cracked. He stared at the woman sitting on a wheelchair up on the signal tower in disbelief. How did she do it? Dueling was dumbfounded too. Even a Muse would struggle to resolve the plague. How did a mere servant who had just been promoted do it? It seems like there's a reason why she's selected as a candidate, the general without a badge observed. More patients fell to the ground. Some healers had entered the magic barrier boldly. After a brief inspection, they determined that the patients' lives were no longer endangered. They were just weak and feeble physically. The marks on them had vanished. It was easily the best finding for everyone, as it implied that the woman from the Parthenon temple standing on the signal tower had actually found a cure to resolve the disastrous plague. The patients were lying still across the spacious camp, filling up the space. The plague was eventually cleansed. The patients were wearing calm, relaxed expressions. They had all fallen asleep under the cleansing melody Xinxia had performed for them. Are you sure they are all fine? Yeah, they only fell asleep, meaning that they will wake up eventually. Commander, the plague is gone. This is unbelievable. We've conducted experiments on the disease for many days, yet we could not find any cure to it. As expected of the Parthenon temple, it's indeed the sacred hall of the healing magic, the old healers exclaimed. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Lingling excitedly and said, "Awesome, you're so impressive, you really found a cure to the plague. Sister Xinxia has been communicating with me using psychic voice. I simply organized the information and come up with the idea. I believe if any other healer took her place, we wouldn't be able to resolve the plague," Lingling replied. It was quite fortunate that Xinxia was also a psychic mage, and her mental strength had greatly surpassed Lingling's imagination. Not every psychic mage could transfer someone's hatred to somewhere else, as the hatred would easily penetrate the caster. Only those with a firm, pure heart were able to use the method. Ha, as I thought, there's nothing the few of us can't resolve. Zhong Xiaohu burst out laughing. However, Zhong Xiaohu soon realized that something did not feel right. A while later, he finally recalled that he was supposed to come here on vacation. Up on the signal tower, Mo Fan could easily tell how worn out Xinxia was. She was so weak that she could not speak properly. She could only look at him with her beautiful eyes. Mo Fan felt extremely sorry for her. Due to the number of patients, it was a huge operation just to transfer the evil energy in them to somewhere else. Xinxia had basically expended all her energy. "Brother Mo Fan, the orb," Xinxia said in a weak voice. "Don't worry, it's not my first time dealing with the orb. The evil presence is even stronger when I first discovered it, but it still can't do any harm to me." Mo Fan wrapped the evil essence orb with a piece of silver paper. Mo Fan had asked Zhong Xiaohu to prepare some, as it was able to prevent the energy inside the orb from leaking out. That's a relief." Xinxia leaned back against the wheelchair. She could no longer hold herself upright. Mo Fan carried her away, and let the local commander handle the rest. Xinxia desperately needed some rest. Any healing spell was useless for people that had overdrawn their energy. The patients would surely be asleep for quite some time, and Xinxia, who had saved their lives, would be asleep even longer. After finding Xinxia a place to rest, Mo Fan was deeply moved as he studied her pale face. Mo Fan had only now realized that Xinxia was just like him, Zhong Xiaohu, and the others. She had dug out something deep within her heart during the calamity of Bo City, something that she would try her best to fulfill. The evil presence is weakening. Mo Fan inspected the essence orb as he was taking care of Xinxia. He was surprised to see the evil aura growing weaker. Mo Fan was utterly confused. He observed it carefully and discovered that the energy inside the essence orb had suddenly expanded. It had almost filled up the entire orb. Mo Fan was overjoyed. Once the essence orb was filled up, it meant he could use the power of the demon element. Could it be that old Bao has also inserted a filter in the orb when he modified it, so it's able to filter any harmful energy, and transform it into energy to fill up the orb? Mo Fan exclaimed excitedly. The evil presence was still weakening. Mo Fan believed he could no longer call it the Essence Orb, but the strongest trump card he was currently holding, the Demon Orb. He did not expect he would obtain such incredible benefits when he first offered to come with Xinxia to help the people. Chapter 1061. Dragon Fangs Dueling Ground. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Very well, you've done well. Both Croatia's Magic Association and government have expressed their gratitude, and the Parthenon Temple no longer needs to pay any extra tax for the black rhododendrons from Croatia. The Hall Mother was absolutely radiant in the hall, and her gaze at Xinxia was totally different from before. The black rhododendrons had always been a material that the Parthenon Temple desperately needed, and Croatia would usually charge them an expensive fee. However, Croatia happened to have the best black rhododendrons. As such, the sum spent on acquiring the black rhododendrons each year was absolutely shocking. To the Hall Mother's surprise, the government of Croatia was willing to exempt them from paying the taxes as a reward for resolving the plague, saving lots of money for the Parthenon Temple. It had only been possible because of the new candidate that was being picked on, Xinxia. Not only did she resolve the plague, she also earned quite a reputation in Croatia. The Parthenon Temple had 8 candidates, but now, with Xinxia officially becoming a candidate, there were 9 in total. The other candidates were trying to earn their reputation at other places, and the competition would decide the person that would become the goddess in the end. Once a candidate had earned the support of the whole world, she would not be far from being respected and loved by the world, like establishing a new faith as a religion. That being said, the candidates had merely earned the support of the people. Their trust in the candidates was not deep-rooted yet. Xinxia was basically a nobody in the Hall of the Goddess, but somehow, she had suddenly received support from a few places, including those that had fought the war against the undead in Egypt, and those that were involved in the plague in Croatia. She had turned out to be the key person in resolving both incidents, and now, her identity as a candidate had been made public, too. Both the people of Egypt and Croatia immediately supported the decision of making Xinxia the 9th candidate. Even though the support was nothing compared to the influence that the other candidates had, Xinxia was starting to establish her own influence. I believe everyone now agrees with my decision of making her a candidate, the Hall Mother asked as she looked at the members in the hall. Her contributions are still far from enough to make her a candidate. The 2 countries are only supporting her by blindly following the crowd. Great Muse Melora immediately disagreed. It's fairly difficult for a servant that has recently been promoted to let the people remember her name and earn more respect for our Parthenon Temple. Xinxia looked at the Hall Mother. Somehow, she had a strange feeling. Despite her outstanding performance of achieving something that many servants would never be able to achieve, the Hall Mother was still going overboard with how impressed she was. Wasn't the Hall Mother supposed to focus more on the candidates and the muses? What she did was actually not as impressive compared to some other achievements that the candidates had. Xinxia was not really passionate about climbing the ranks in the Parthenon Temple, unlike the other servants. However, the Hall Mother kept on showing her intention to promote Xinxia. In addition to her astonishment, Xinxia was also feeling uncomfortable. First, Xinxia did not know the Hall Mother's true intentions. Second, Xinxia was a psychic mage, thus she could easily sense the hostility from the gazes of the members in the Hall of the Goddess. Venice, the city of canals. After returning to the city, Mo Fan realized that the crowd on the streets had grown bigger. Some of the narrower streets and canals were fully jammed. It felt like water transportation in Venice would suffer a breakdown if more people came to Venice. Brother Fan, can you really run around like that when you're representing the country in a tournament? Zhong Xiaohu was utterly impressed by Mo Fan. The other national representatives were nervously preparing themselves for the upcoming matches, and were afraid to go anywhere else, worried they would not be able to perform well in the tournament. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was insane enough to simply pay a visit to Croatia. Of course I'll be here when there's an important match, Mo Fan said. I believe our country is competing this afternoon, let me see who our opponent is. Zhong Xiaohu took his phone out. Lingling replied straight away, it's Spain. Spain? For some reason, Mo Fan was having a bad feeling. Is there any problem? Are they a strong opponent? Zhong Xiaohu asked. That goes without saying. I think they were ranked 13th in the last tournament, Lingling said. Mo Fan turned and looked at Lingling with her little ponytail and asked, how old were you when the last tournament took place? How did you even remember a detail like that? Lingling suddenly fell silent, as if she had remembered something unpleasant. Mo Fan had no idea what he said wrong, thus he was not too bothered by it. He told Lingling and Zhong Xiaohu, I'll bring you two to the resting zone, and you can watch the match from there. You won't be able to get a good spot if you try to buy a ticket now. Coming back to Venice, they were running short on time, and it was quite a nuisance trying to get to their destination due to the traffic congestion. Zhong Xiaohu was subconsciously worried that Mo Fan might be late to the match. Besides, old man Feng Li even called and asked what the asshole Mo Fan was up to, since he had still not shown up at the match. There was no way Mo Fan would say he had paid a visit to Croatia for a few days. He simply told the team that he was cultivating in seclusion, thus they should not call him unless it was an emergency. Brother Fan, why do I feel like it's quite empty here? Is the match between China and Spain really not that popular? Zhong Xiaohu asked as they arrived at the place. Lingling too lifted her gaze. She remained silent looking at the empty place. Mo Fan was confused too. Did everyone already go inside the stadium? Even so, there should be lots of people outside still. The World College Tournament was one of the remaining official tournaments in the world, and most people would only be able to watch a magic battle during the World College Tournament. Mo Fan, why aren't you here yet? We are starting soon. Zhao Manyang called and demanded in a panic. I've arrived at the entrance of Toronto Stadium. Something isn't right, why don't I hear any noise from it? Mo Fan said. The other end fell silent for a few seconds. Did the water of the rivers in Venice fill up your F*** king brain? The match today is at the Dragon Fangs Dueling ground. Zhao Manyang roared into the phone. Mo Fan could even feel his saliva spitting out from his phone. Holy crap, no one told me about it. Mo Fan was astounded. Feng Li is most likely going to kick you off the team. Send me your location, I'll fly to you now. Zhao Manyang said. Oh, I'm heading in your direction, we'll meet between the two places. Mo Fan answered. Mo Fan briefly told Lingling and Zhong Xiaohu about it and sprinted along the canals using the Dark Noble mantle without carrying about the rules in Venice. Both Lingling and Zhong Xiaohu watched Mo Fan hurriedly disappearing into the distance like they were looking at an idiot. I feel sorry for the national team for recruiting Brother Fan. In the end, we still have to buy our own tickets, Lingling complained in displeasure. The Dragon Fangs Dueling ground was one of the oldest magic stadiums in Venice. It was not a temporary establishment, but made of stone formations that standing as firmly as dragon fangs. The slopes varied in height, some were only a few meters tall, like a bunch of fake hills scattering across the place like a maze. Some were incredibly tall, 30 to 40 meters in height, as tall as the towering buildings in Venice. The venue of the match was right here where the mountains of Dragon Fangs stood in lines. From the resting zone for the participants, Jiang Yu exclaimed while staring at the mountains. It seems like Earth Mags are going to have an advantage this time. Not really, don't you notice the whole place is actually sunken? Instructor Bai Dongwei pointed out. The instructor of the training hall was here, together with a few members of the National Hall. Since they were substitutes, they were seated quite a distance behind the official representatives. Mo Fan would have been familiar with a few of them. Mu Nujiao was clearly one of them, and in addition to her, Dong Fanglai and Yu Tangxin were here too. Even though they were substitutes, they had no chance of participating in a match. There were already 10 official representatives for the national team. They would only take part if everyone on the national team was involved in some kind of accident. As such, they were only there to learn from watching the match. If he's not here, I'll go. My secondary element is earth, and the layout is quite complicated with the jagged rocks across the place. It's quite an ideal match for me, said Guan Yu, who was eager to show off his talents. Be patient, the match hasn't started yet. Feng Li glared at him. If he still hasn't arrived when the match starts, we won't be able to replace him. Unyielding said. The national team could decide on their representatives before a match, but when the match was about to start, they had to hand in the list of names, and would no longer be able to modify it. The person that was absent would be disqualified. Don't tell me the guy already went hiding. He's such a coward. We never had a coward like him who did not dare to face his enemy among the Spanish mags. Prince Benny said. He blatantly expressed his disdain for Mo Fan. However, when he realized Mu Ningxue was right beside him, Prince Benny immediately explained politely, Miss Mu Ningxue, I wasn't referring to you and your team. I was only referring to the man who fled after disrespecting me. I would like to settle the dispute with him today, yet he ran away without caring about the team's glory. Prince Benny jabbered on, but Mu Ningxue simply treated him like air. Mu Ningxue was too familiar with how Mo Fan was. He would continue to sleep and eat according to his own schedule even if he had beaten a king up, let alone a little prince. Chapter 1062. Throwing money away recklessly. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was not Benny's first time coming to annoy them. He even abused his noble status to grant himself access to the Chinese team's resting area. There were times when Mu Ningxue really had the urge to toss the man into the canals again in annoyance, just like Mo Fan had. Prince Benny, I believe it's time for you to go back to your place. It's meaningless for you to provoke us here. Jiang Xiaoshu snapped. I am not taking part in the match. Besides, I've already asked your superior, and he has granted his permission, Prince Benny replied firmly. My teacher did not reject your request out of politeness, and yet you're shameless enough to barge your way in. You are clearly siding with the Spanish team, and yet you've come to our spot. Are you trying to eavesdrop when we are discussing our strategy? Jiang Yu said suspiciously. Jiang Yu already considered Mo Fan his friend, and this Benny had come to flirt with Mu Ningxue. Jiang Yu would not allow anyone to take advantage of his friend's woman. Although there were no royal families in China, in terms of social status, the representatives on the Chinese team were not inferior to the royal family of Spain. As such, apart from Mu Tingjing, who might actually treat Prince Benny seriously, the others completely disregarded his existence. The truth was, after listening to him blabbering non-stop, Jiang Yu realized that Mo Fan had done the right thing by tossing this self-important jerk into the canals. Friend, what did you mean by that? Do you think it is necessary for the Great Spain to eavesdrop on your strategy and formation? Don't forget, we placed 13th in the last World College tournament, and your team was disqualified right at the beginning. Benny was not happy with the accusation, and mercilessly riposted. Damn it, don't even mention the last World College tournament. Your team would have run back home with their tail between their legs if they encountered the American team like we did. Jiang Yu said furiously. Jiang Yu, what's up with you? Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Where are your manners? Pang Lai glared at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu immediately lost his spirit. He did not dare oppose his teacher. Prince Benny laughed gloatingly when he saw Pang Lai scolding Jiang Yu. The prince from Spain seemed to have been spoiled growing up. He did not bother concealing his emotions, as if there was no need for him to mind others due to his status. Prince Benny, aren't you supposed to go back? The match is about to begin, Pang Lai said. I'm waiting for that coward. I already told you, it was that guy who treated me impolitely first. The media is full of the news of me being tossed into the canals, and he damaged my reputation. I must settle the dispute with him once and for all. Prince Benny said. So how are you going to settle it? Mo Fan's voice rang out. Prince Benny chuckled as soon as he saw Mo Fan. He said with a provoking look, "You've finally shown yourself. It turns out that you still have some courage left. I, however, don't mind telling you that I've asked the Spanish team to give you some special treatment. You will pay if you dare participate in the match." Prince Benny, are you threatening my student? Pang Lai frowned and said discontentedly. I was just saying. If you think I was threatening him, that's up to you. Prince Benny replied haughtily, disregarding Pang Lai's question. So you think your team is very strong, and you're surely going to beat us? Asked Feng Li. His bad temper could no longer stand it. We aren't that strong, but I believe we have quite a good chance to best your team, Benny said. In Benny's eyes, Spain was obviously going to be stronger than China, either because of their ranking during the last World College Tournament, or their global influence. Very well, you're pretty confident. Feng Li was starting to lose his calm because of the Spanish fop. Initially, Feng Li had decided not to let Mo Fan take part in the match, as he was late and clearly lacked discipline. He wanted to teach Mo Fan a lesson, just so he would behave well next time. However, after hearing Prince Benny's comment, Feng Li believed it was necessary to release the Mad Hound. Mo Fan, since Prince Benny has specifically asked to settle the dispute with you, you will be facing the so-called students of their royal family then, Advisor Feng Li declared. Mo Fan grinned. This Prince Benny seriously thought he was afraid. Don't worry, I'll do my best. I will make sure our team won't lose too horribly, Mo Fan said mockingly. Oh, yeah, just do your best. We won't blame you if you lose. Feng Li instinctively chimed up in concert with Mo Fan when he saw Mo Fan putting up an act. Hey, I would really like to motivate myself. Aren't they setting up a bet out there? Help me bet 200 million on our team winning the match, Mo Fan yelled in Zhao Manyan's direction indifferently. 200 million? Do you have that much? Oh, that's indeed a brilliant way to motivate yourself. If you lose, the 200 million will be gone just like that, but that's the spirit. All right, I'll bet 200 million for you, Zhao Manyang said. Prince Benny, I heard your royal family is in charge of most of the trade happening between the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, meaning that you must be pretty rich, too. Why don't you place a bet to cheer for your team? Mo Fan challenged him. 200 million, that's a bit. How about this? I'll bet 100 million. I don't really have so much cash on me. Cough cough. Prince Benny twisted his lips with an unwilling expression. As a matter of fact, 100 million was quite a crazy amount of money. Even among advanced mags, it was rare to see anyone daring enough to bet 100 million on a match. However, if Prince Benny withdrew after being provoked by Mo Fan like that, it meant he was simply bullshitting. He could only afford to bet half the amount. The truth was, Prince Benny was totally unaware of Mo Fan's background, but he knew who Zhao Manyang was. The financial status of the Zhao family from China was comparable to the royal family of Spain. Betting 100 million was fairly shocking, yet it did not mean he could not get it back. It was legal to bet for the matches of the World College Tournament, and the odds were calculated based on the stakes placed on both teams. Prince Benny remembered that the odds were currently 3-1, meaning that if Spain won, the stake placed on the Chinese team would be split among those that bet on the Spanish team. Betting 100 million would win him around 30 million. However, if the Chinese team won, those who bet on the Chinese team would earn triple the stake they placed. It was similar to sports betting. The World College Tournament had always been a pool of gold for many, as betting was legal in the tournament. The odds were adjusted based on the stakes placed on both teams. It was fair, since if the dark horse won, those who bet on it would earn a great deal, while those that followed the trend and bet on the expected winner would lose. The truth was, Mo Fan was basically broke at the moment. The 800 million he tried his best to save up was all taken away by Asheruya. He was only fooling around when he yelled at Zhao Manyang. The man was quite smart too, and did not call him out on the spot. He immediately played his role to trick Prince Benny into betting 100 million too. Unfortunately, despite how arrogant Prince Benny was, he was not stupid enough to bet 200 million. But making him lose 100 million was fine, too. Fine, 100 million it is. It turns out that the confidence you have in your team is nothing but talk. Enough provoking. What are you waiting for here? Just go back to your place. Stop being an eyesore here, Mo Fan scoffed. Prince Benny had a grim face. As a matter of fact, he could not really afford to lose 100 million in a bet. Being a member of the royal family did not mean he had picked all his money up off the ground. Mo Fan was amused when he saw Benny leave with his tail between his legs. This prince was actually quite stupid to believe that he had actually bet 200 million on his team to win. He actually sent someone to place the bet for him. Mo Fan, aren't you too reckless? Money doesn't come easily, how can you bet so much on the match? Dean Song, he said. I was only fooling around with him. How could I possibly have that much money? Mo Fan said. Oh, so you weren't being serious, but why did I see Zhao Manyang going away to place the bet? Song, he said. Mo Fan was stunned for a moment. He immediately turned around and discovered that Zhao Manyang had actually gone missing. F***K me. Shit's going down. Participants, in your position, the judge declared as Mo Fan was about to go and stop Zhao Manyang from placing the bet. Once the judge made the announcement, the participants were required to show up on the stage immediately. Mo Fan was initially planning to chase after Zhao Manyang, yet he was dragged onto the stage by Feng Li forcibly. Jiang Yu, go stop that idiot, I don't have any money on me. Mo Fan cried. F***K me, why didn't you say it earlier? I thought you were crazy, betting so much money on the match. Enough talk, go. I think we're too late, look at the odds, the number on our side dropped by a decimal point, Jiang Yu said. Mo Fan looked up at the screen and discovered that the odds had indeed changed. Although the bet was open to the whole world, meaning that the stake would be fairly huge, a bet of 200 million was not small, either, and it was more than enough to change the odds by a decimal point. However, the little drop of a decimal point was enough to make Mo Fan's heart explode. Is he a pig? Is Zhao Manyang a pig? Mo Fan had been setting up other people for his whole life, yet it turned out that he had been set up by the pig this time. The man had actually bet 200 million on the match. If the Chinese team lost, Mo Fan would be done for. Chapter 1063. Giant Whirlpool Under the Water. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Listen up, you only need to beat the crap out of that guy, don't cross the line. Otherwise, someone might make a huge fuss about it and put the blame on me, Prince Benny said to Frank, a representative of the Spanish team, in a soft voice. Although Frank had grown up with the royal family of Spain, he did not inherit the bloodline of the royal family. He was only adopted by the family, and although Prince Benny and Frank were like brothers on the surface, many people knew that Frank was Prince Benny's subordinate and was usually responsible for doing inhumane acts on behalf of Prince Benny. Don't worry, I won't go easy on someone like him, Frank said seriously. The representatives stood in their positions, waiting for the judge to declare the start of the match. The spectator seats surrounding the stage were rather special. Most of them were a platform supported by a pillar, scattered across the Dragon Fangs dueling ground at varied heights. As a result, the cheers of the crowd sounded like a wave. Initially, everyone thought the Earthmags would have an advantage in the match because of how the stage was set up. It was obvious that the mound scattered across the place would be useful for those with the Earth element. However, just as the match was about to begin, the officials did something to make the dueling ground even more stunning. 10 water mags stood at the boundary of the Dragon Fangs dueling ground. They cast rolling waves simultaneously, pouring water into the dueling ground. Within an instant, it was like 10 waterfalls poured into the dueling ground from the boundary. The crowd was left in awe at the spectacular view. The water gradually rose, and a few of the shorter mounds were totally covered by it. The water continued to rise, and not long after, the Dragon Fangs dueling ground that initially consisted of jagged, rocky mounds had turned into a lake. The participants had no place to set their feet down, apart from the pointy, mountain peaks. This is bad. Mo Fan scowled. If it was just an ordinary stage, Mo Fan was fairly confident that he could defeat the Spanish team, as it was unlikely they would send out all their best members knowing that they had more strong opponents to face later in the tournament. But to his surprise, the stage had suddenly turned into a lake. Fortunately, there was still limited ground for him to move around. If the whole stage was covered in water, a non-swimmer like Mo Fan would simply be done for. It has suddenly turned into a marine battlefield. Mo Fan isn't good at fighting underwater. The situation isn't in our favor, right from the start, Jiang Yu said. Not only is the environment unfavorable to him, even his teammates are unfavorable to him. You're right, both Zhu Jiming and Nanrong Ni have conflicts with Mo Fan. It's up to Nanyu on how she's going to convince them to focus on the match. Don't forget there's Zhao Manyang too. Even though he isn't participating in the match, he already gave Mo Fan a huge blow right to the head. The main judge signaled the participants to enter the stage. The matches in Venice were all team battles, with the standard 5 versus 5 format. The representatives of the Chinese team were Mo Fan, Nanyu, Jiang Xiaoshu, Nanrong Ni, and Zhu Jiming. From what the team could tell, it was basically a formation of 4 supports and 1 carry. Mo Fan was utterly clueless about what Old Feng Li was thinking. Both Nanyu and Jiang Xiaoshu were mags without outstanding offensive abilities, and together with Zhu Jiming and Nanrong Ni, he basically was the only damage output on their team. As for the Spanish team, for some reason Mo Fan had a feeling that the environment of the stage was in their favor, as he could see faint grins on their faces while the Dragon Fangs dueling ground was turning into a lake. Spain is a maritime country, so many of their mags are likely to be experts of the water element. Even those without the water element will know how to utilize the environment to their favor, so it doesn't really look good for us, Nanyu observed. Let's just try our best, Jiang Xiaoshu said. Mo Fan, did you see the person with curly blue hair? Nanyu said. Yeah, why? Mo Fan replied. He's Frank, one of the strongest members of the Spanish team. He takes orders from Prince Benny, so you should look out for him. Got it. After the main judge's declaration, the magic battle between China and Spain officially began. The Spanish team was clearly more experienced at fighting in water, as they thought. At least 3 of their opponents had the water element, and with the readily available supply of water around, they totally felt at home casting water spells. The spiked mounds were Mo Fan's only relief. However, the Spanish team was quite cunning. They seemed to assume that most members of the Chinese team did not have the water element. As soon as the match started, they immediately summoned fierce tides, trying to destroy as many of the mountains as possible. Nanyu began to panic when she saw the mountains where they could set their feet on starting to sink and submerge into the lake. Mo Fan was the core of their team. If a non-swimmer like him had nowhere to stand, they would basically lose the match. We can't let them destroy the Dragon Fangs, stop them. Nanyu said. How can we possibly stop them? It's not like they are attacking us, they are aiming for the rocks, as if we can stop that, Zhu Jiming said. A bunch of assholes, if that's what they want, I won't go easy on them. Mo Fan was infuriated too. He was currently carrying a debt of 200 million. Apart from the fury burning in his chest, the thought of the debt served as a great motivation to him. Seeing the Spanish team trying to pull a dirty trick on them, he immediately connected the star orbits into star patterns, which eventually combined into a star constellation. If they were so interested in hitting the rocks, he would simply blast them to death. Skyflame Funeral. Mo Fan was the kind that would go all out even with the slightest disagreement. The fiery clouds rose high up in the air, before flames started pouring down rapidly where the Spanish team was. The flames set the surface of the lake aflame, turning it into a blazing red sea of flames. The Spanish team was no longer in the mood to destroy the Dragon Fangs when their lives were being threatened by the raging flames. They quickly summoned rolling tides and rain to put out Mo Fan's flames. It seems like a person of their team has gone missing, Jiang Xiaoshu said. Mo Fan quickly cast a glance at them. One of the members of the Spanish team had indeed disappeared after the first wave of attacks. It was obvious that the person who had disappeared must be an expert underwater. They must be sneaking up to the team from underwater. Nanyu moved her ear closer to the water and focused. She blurted out suddenly, her face startled, "There's an undercurrent coming from below us, brace yourselves." Not long after Nanyu's warning, the water under them started to flow in a strange manner. The water deep under the surface started to spin, dragging the water above it. Not long after, a whirlpool gradually took shape. It was like a giant beast in the lake, with its giant mouth located right under the 5 of them. The water started to spin quicker, smashing some of the weaker dragon fangs nearby into pieces. Mo Fan glanced downward and saw a vague figure at the center of the whirlpool, waving his hands around and controlling the water. Clearly, the attack was not as simple as a giant whirlpool. The man was trying to drown them. The opening gap was slowly rising, aiming to devour them all. They are trying to separate us, we can't let them get their way, Jiang Xiaoshu said. You guys will have to come up with a plan, my magic isn't useful in this situation, Zhu Jiming said. Nanyu had already closed her eyes. Her short hair was disheveled in the strong wind and the watery mist. A vigorous sonic wave penetrated the spinning wave, and as it crashed into the rapid current, the whirlpool started to twist in a strange manner. Following that, the formidable whirlpool collapsed, water rising high up into the sky, reaching over a few dozen meters high. The sonic wave not only shattered the current, but it reached all the way to where the Spanish mage was, producing a loud buzz that made his ears ring and his head shake. The water mage did not stand a chance against Nanyu's sound element. He immediately fled toward his team, not daring to stir up any trouble further underwater. Nanyu did not plan to let him go. She flicked her finger and fired a sonic wave through the water. It shot deep into the water, like a long string. The sonic wave lashed forward like a whip in the water. Nanyu flicked her fingers continuously, firing more strings into the water. It looked like the lake was about to split in half by the strings. The water splashed wildly as the strings whipped the water mage continuously. The Spanish member did not expect to find an expert of the sound element on the enemy team. The water had no chance of stopping her sound spells, which landed on him mercilessly. When the Spanish member was finally out of the range of Nanyu's spells, his armor was already damaged beyond recognition. A sound mage. Frank squinted as he stared at Nanyu in the distance. It was rare to find a sound mage in Europe. As a matter of fact, a sound mage was incredibly rare in any country in the world. If Prince Benny had not ordered Frank to deal with someone specifically, he was quite interested in dueling the rare sound mage. Just hide underwater and don't attack so recklessly again. Wait for us to create a great opening for you, Frank said to the water mage. I won't dare stay underwater if we don't take care of that sound mage first, the water mage said helplessly. Don't worry, she won't be staying in this match for long. Frank grinned. Those who were familiar with him knew that it meant he was starting to make his move. Chapter 1064. Fire Against Fire, Obvious Winner. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sapphire blue wings spread open, the noble feathers soared into the air after a slight quivering. The thin feathers did not fall to the ground, but were tied together by some force, like dust particles revolving around a star. They formed a circle of feathers, setting off the elegance of the sapphire blue feathered wings. The wings beat heavily, firing Frank into the air like an arrow. He came to a stop after reaching 100 meters. The spectators had to raise their heads in order to see him. On the screens, Frank was gliding in the air, the sapphire blue wings on his back were glimmering under the sunlight. Together with his handsome face and heroic air, the young girls among the spectators immediately screamed out cheers for him, setting passionate eyes on him. Frank glanced down like an eagle searching for its prey. He immediately locked onto Nanyu as she was casting her sound spells. As he dove from the sky, the air around his body spiraled rapidly, like a screw. He quickly erupted in blue flames as his body rubbed against the air, and dove rapidly, like a glamorous blue meteorite. A fire mage! Mo Fan was quite surprised when he raised his head and looked at Frank. The meteorite was getting closer. It looked ordinary when it was high up in the sky, but as it gradually approached the stage, everyone finally realized how enormous the meteorite was and its suffocating pressure. I'll go. Knowing that the man was the toughest opponent in the match, Mo Fan decided to face him directly instead. Flame! Mo Fan yelled. A fiery aura burst out of his body, followed by the eruption of the blazing red rose flame and the brown-red calamity fire, which intertwined and soared up in the form of fire pillars. Aren't you bold trying to face me head-on? Mo Fan harumphed coldly. He stomped the ground, unleashing a circle of burning curtains consisting of the calamity fire. The curtains turned into countless fiery feathers that fell onto him gently, forming a pair of stunning wings spitting flames on Mo Fan's back. Rocket wings! Strictly speaking, Mo Fan's wings did not really beat, but simply propelled Mo Fan into the sky by detonating some of the feathers. And yet, the force was strong enough to thrust Mo Fan into the sky like a rocket. It was totally different than someone soaring into the sky with wings. Mo Fan's entire body was engulfed in fierce flames as well. The blazing red fire and the blue meteorite gradually approached one another and crashed into one another around 30 meters up. The red energy was from Mo Fan, the combination of the rose flame and calamity fire. Even though he had summoned them later, its aura was comparable to Frank's blue meteorite. The two flames of different colors collided, sprouts of flames sprinkled in the sky, with fire tongues surging wildly. Mo Fan was throwing a meteorite fist, while Frank had simply engulfed himself in fire. The two flames of different colors simply merged together following the explosion. How violent! Among the spectators, the eyes of many old mags widened. It was rare to see mags meeting force with force directly. After all, the flesh of a mage was fairly weak, and no one would dare endure the overwhelming energy of a destructive spell with their own body. That guy would only react like that because he is extremely confident in his own strength. The two flames are totally mixed up, it's hard to tell who has the upper hand. It looks like someone is flying out from the flames. Inside the lump of blue fire, Frank could no longer endure Mo Fan's destructive power. He fell to the side and plopped into the lake. Mo Fan was also falling as he lost his momentum. However, it was obvious that he was falling at his own will. He was not as miserable as Frank appeared to be. Thousand Feathers Fiery Phoenix. Mo Fan's rocket wings meteorite fist was not done yet. As he was falling, the fiery feathers on Mo Fan's back spread widely and chased after Frank. As they reached a certain distance, they combined into a fiery phoenix, ramming into Frank with ferocious might. Frank was utterly dumbfounded. He did not dare to lower his guard when he saw the fiery phoenix charging at him. He quickly summoned his shield equipment. The fiery feathers exploded, and the overwhelming energy immediately evaporated a portion of the lake. Frank was initially planning to land on one of the dragon fangs, yet he soon found himself being swept away by the boiling wave the explosion had stirred up. Luckily, the magic shield he summoned was nothing ordinary, managing to block most of the damage for him. Otherwise, it was quite possible that Frank would have been knocked out in just the first round. Such an imperious fire mage. Panglai's eyes flickered with excitement. Not only did Mo Fan secure the upper hand, despite having less time to prepare himself for the attack, he was able to follow up with another attack. It was obvious which fire mage was stronger of the two. It was Panglai's first time watching Mo Fan fight, and even he was dazzled by the strength Mo Fan displayed. He had no idea there was such a talented fire mage on the national team. A battle between two fire mags solely depended on who had the fiercer flames. Both Mo Fan and Frank had crashed into one another like two burning meteorites, but the one that was crushed was Frank. Among the supporters of the Spanish team, the expressions of those that supported Frank immediately sank. Isn't Frank supposed to be one of the most talented students with the fire element in the Spanish royal family? Why was he knocked into the water so easily? Was the royal family bluffing all along? Someone could not help but doubt. The sapphire blue wings, the stunning circle of feathers, and the blue meteorite had earned a great cheer from the crowd. Frank had managed to stir up the emotions of the crowd, yet in the end, it was merely pleasant to the eye. Not only did the Chinese representative knock him flying, he was also blasted into a miserable state. The young women that cheered for him felt extremely bad, like some lustful women who were suddenly told they had to stop after they were feeling it after the foreplay. A faintly colored spirit butterfly circled above the water. As Frank came out of the water, it immediately landed on his burns to treat his injuries. Frank glanced at Palais, who was standing a fair distance away. He immediately looked awkward. Palais was the girl that Frank liked, and was also the healer on their team. Frank initially wanted to show off in front of her, yet he ended up in such a miserable state. Frank, Don't underestimate your opponent, pal, I said, staying rather calm. Frank nodded, before glaring at Mo-Fan. Apart from feeling agitated, he was actually quite confused, too. His blue flame was from a soul-grade fire seed, and even though it did not have a domain, its power was still multiple times greater than a spirit-grade seed. It was obvious that his opponent's flame was only from a spirit-grade seed, so how did he end up getting the upper hand in a direct confrontation? Was it really possible to disguise a person's flame? Little did Frank know, the real power of Mo-Fan's flame did not come from the Rose Flame, but Little Flame Bell's imperious Calamity Fire. The Calamity Fire was hidden within the Rose Flame, and even though it was easy to observe the two different colors of the combined flames, anyone would have a hard time learning the secret of Mo-Fan's fire without inspecting it closely. Prince Benny, you've truly found us a tough opponent, Conti calmly said. It's only the first round. Frank isn't as weak as you think, Miss Conti. Frank hasn't even shown us his true strength. Prince Benny seemed very calm too. Benny was extremely familiar with Frank's strength. The fire element was not Frank's strongest element. That idiot called Mo-Fan would soon learn his lesson. I've been quite interested in the representatives of other countries lately, and I just received the information of the representative on the Chinese team. Apparently, he has quite a formidable innate talent, Conti said with a smile. He's not the only person with an innate talent, our Frank also has a strong innate talent, a young girl beside Benny pouted. The girl was Benny's sister. Like brother, like sister, they had the same proud look on their faces. Miss Conti, Prince Benny was about to speak when an uproar took place among the crowd. Benny initially thought it was Frank using his innate talent, yet it turned out that the crowd was cheering for the man with flames bursting out of him instead of Frank. Currently, the Chinese representative did not just turn into a fiery demon. He was also surrounded by a blazing red circle of flames. Its power was so overwhelming that the water under him continued to evaporate, and the water level was dropping significantly. He owns an incredibly rare fire spirit, so even though he only has a spirit-grade fire seed, he still has a great advantage over Frank. The knowledgeable Conti immediately noticed the secret of Mo-Fan's fire with her exceptional insight. Humph, there's no way he's going to win the match. Prince Benny snapped coldly. Mo-Fan no longer concealed his strength. The other members of the Spanish team were still focusing on destroying the dragon Fangs. At this rate, his movement would be greatly limited. He had to strike while he still had the upper hand. It would be quite tricky to win the match with only advanced spells, so he immediately had Little Flame Bell possess him, granting him the formidable Calamity Fire. The true strength of the Calamity Fire immediately stunned the crowd as soon as it spread across the dueling ground. A fire spirit was a fairly rare existence, let alone a creature like the Flame Bell that was blessed by the heavens with the ability to possess someone. Many fire mags immediately felt jealous of Mo-Fan when he displayed his strongest stance. However, engulfing oneself in fire and controlling the flames at will like Mo-Fan was doing was quite demanding. Flame Bell was the only one of her kind left in the world, and even if there was some other creature like the Flame Bell, the Fire Mage would also need to possess the summoning element and be able to perfectly synchronize with the creature. Otherwise, the Mage soul would be burned to ashes if they were possessed by the creature for too long. Only a few people in the world were able to match Mo-Fan's control over the Flame Bell's power, so Mo-Fan's transformation immediately stirred a great uproar from the crowd. Chapter 1065. Reign of Burning Fists. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Frank extended his sapphire blue wings once again and swiftly flew to the top of the highest dragon Fang. Mo-Fan did not allow himself to be outdone, either. He leapt between the dragon Fangs and gradually approached the tallest dragon Fang, trying to go head-to-head with Frank. Didn't Prince Benny specifically tell you to teach me a lesson and humiliate me in front of the few 100 million people watching the match? Why are you cowering now? Mo-Fan taunted him. Frank's eyes flickered coldly. He pointed at Mo-Fan and said, "Just wait and see, even if you have some strange ability, it's nothing before my innate talent." "Oh, what kind of innate talent do you have? Feel free to use it." It's been a while since I last fought a guy that could last more than 10 rounds against me. I hope you won't let me down, since you were specifically sent here to deal with me. Mo-Fan grinned. Don't be too full of yourself. Frank snapped furiously. So what? I'll beat the crap out of you as my way of paying respect to your shitty prince. The flames engulfing Mo-Fan grew even stronger as his fist erupted in flames while he threw a punch. The fiery fist flew right at the tallest dragon fang Frank was standing on. Frank suddenly emitted a strange glow, and as a blue flame gathered on his fist, the strange glow surprisingly merged with his fist, too. Even though the two of them were casting the same spell, the blue flame spreading in the shape of a fan seemed to be a lot stronger than Mo-Fan's fire. It immediately devoured Mo-Fan's flames. As the blue burning fist came in, Mo-Fan agilely leapt to another dragon fang. He turned around and looked at the dragon fang that was smashed into pieces behind him in astonishment. Weren't you confident just then? I dare you to attack me head on again. The strange glow appeared once again as Frank was casting the Skyflame Funeral. Frank did not shove the Skyflame Funeral into the sky, but gathered it on his right wrist instead. Mo-Fan did not try to run away even when he saw the man placing the Skyflame Funeral on his fist. He gathered all the flames around him into his wrist, too. Rain of burning fists! Frank yelled as the strange glow merged with the blue flame. A fiery fist sprang forward, yet it further split into countless fiery fists, like the raindrops of a great downpour, surging in Mo-Fan's direction. The fists poured down like rain as the flames spread like a curtain. The combination of Skyflame Funeral and fiery fist that Frank had just cast immediately stunned the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the fiery fists pouring down in a spectacular, destructive display. Mo-Fan raised his head and realized that he was surrounded by the fiery fists. He could no longer dodge the approaching fiery fists. Is his innate talent the ability to merge different spells? Mo-Fan was astounded too. It was unlikely that an ordinary fire mage could combine the Skyflame Funeral and the fiery fist into a single spell. After all, a star pattern was different than a star constellation. The levels between different spells were strictly defined, and even a fire mage with an outstanding level of control was unable to merge two spells into one. Mo-Fan had to admit that the Rain of Burning Fists was a lot more imperious than the Skyflame Funeral, since tiny raindrops could mostly patter on the ground, but a rain of fists would simply leave countless holes in the ground. Each fiery fist contained some destructive force, and when fiery fists started pouring down like rain, the damage it would deal was absolutely insane. The fiery fists descended rapidly. He was devoured by the flames of the fiery fists before he could make his move. The water continued to evaporate under the scorching heat, while the dragon fangs were smashed into pieces. The flames spread wildly across the arena. Frank's attack had totally shocked the crowd, leaving everyone with their eyes and mouths wide open. I bet it didn't feel great, Prince Benny chuckled in joy after getting his revenge. Conti was lost in thought, too. She was still wondering how it was possible to combine different spells into one. Miss Conti, do you still think Frank is no match for that guy? Prince Benny said proudly. The owner of a fire spirit usually has outstanding fire resistance. I don't think he will be defeated so easily, Conti said. What difference would that make? Even a few water curtains are nowhere enough to defend against an attack of this scale. Benny declared indifferently. Conti was about to speak when she caught a glimpse of a figure standing firmly on top of an undamaged dragon fang amid the rain of burning fists. Water vapor was rising continuously in his surroundings. He was still engulfed in the same combination of brown-red and blazing red flames. After taking a closer look, Conti discovered that the man was not as miserable as she thought, apart from a few burns. The rain of burning fists was strong enough to defeat a whole team, let alone defeat a single representative of a national team. However, the man simply stood there and took it, and it turned out that he had only suffered some minor injuries. His fire resistance, Conti's face was filled with astonishment. He was barely injured even after receiving such a strong attack. Oh my! He hasn't even used his defensive equipment. Was that guy's body forged with fire? How did he even survive that? The proud smile on Prince Benny and Frank's faces totally vanished, especially Frank, who was extremely familiar with how powerful his rain of burning fists was. It was basically his strongest attack, and even those wearing expensive magic armor would be blasted beyond recognition, yet how was the guy totally fine after receiving it head-on? Is that all you have? Mo Fan's gaze sharpened. The fiery aura that had been put out not long ago rose again, and it seemed to be slightly stronger than before. Mo Fan's body was sturdier than any ordinary person's. After all, the demon element was one of the elements that Mo Fan had awakened, and it had granted Mo Fan the ability to endure many attacks without danger. Leaving the demon element aside, being possessed by Flame Bell did not just grant him a stunning appearance. Using the fire element in front of the creature who was blessed with the calamity fire was like displaying one's insignificant skill before an expert. The Flame Bell's fire resistance was absolutely ridiculous, and an advanced fire spell was only going to scratch the outside of her boot. Little Flame Bell had absorbed most of the damage, and Mo Fan was simply too lazy to dodge the rest of it, since it was easily within the limits that his demon flesh could endure. "I've tasted your fire, it's time for you to taste mine," Mo Fan grunted. The energy that Mo Fan had long accumulated in his right fist sprang forward like an army of galloping horses as soon as he threw a punch forward. The blazing flames immediately set half the stage on fire. A stunning fiery dragon lunged forward with a blasting roar. The fiery dragon sprang forward and knocked Frank into the air. Frank felt like he had been bitten by a red dragon, and if it was not for the expensive armor protecting him, his flesh would have been burned into ashes in an instant. The outer layer of his armor was set aflame, and the heat was burning him despite the armor in between. Frank did have a certain fire resistance, since he wielded the fire element, yet it was nothing compared to Mo Fan's, since he was not possessed by a fire spirit. The fire dragon soared into the air and exploded at a height of 100 meters. Flames sprouted and danced wildly. The explosion had blasted Frank's armor into pieces, falling to the ground. "Save him, or he's going to be knocked out," the water mage hiding underwater immediately yelled. Palais was aware of how grim the situation was. She started drawing the star constellation of the healing element. Several faint glimmers appeared around Frank. The light was synchronized with the glow emitted by the star constellation taking shape close to Palais. It was the advanced healing spell, the flickering motes forming an Aquarius sign that would encapsulate the target to protect them while healing the person's injuries. Normally, any serious injuries would take a longer time and more energy to heal, including damage dealt to a person's bones, organs, and veins. A healing spirit would have a hard time mending them, but the Aquarius star sign could, and it could even heal damage dealt to organs within a short period. "Don't give her a chance to heal him," Nunyu blurted out. Mo Fan had finally secured an advantage for the team in the duel against Frank, yet they would soon lose the advantage if they allowed the opponent healer to treat Frank with the Aquarius star sign. "Leave it to me." Jiang Xiaoxiu immediately focused and locked her gaze on the Spanish healer, Palais. Her spiritual force sprang forward at the speed of lightning, targeting the mind of the healer. She had drawn 2/3 of the star constellation, so Jiang Xiaoxiu had struck at the perfect time. Not only would she disrupt the spell, the target would also waste the energy needed to cast an advanced spell. Spirit Wall. As Jiang Xiaoxiu was seconds away from disrupting the channeling, another man on the Spanish team reacted quickly and immediately set up a spirit wall right in front of Palais, preventing Jiang Xiaoxiu's spiritual force from going any further. Crap, they also have a psychic mage. Jiang Xiaoxiu was startled. The Aquarius star sign was about to take shape. The blue glow formed its sacred protection, gradually encapsulating Frank within it. Mo Fan harumphed coldly when he saw the blue light. His eyes emitted a silver light. "Still trying to heal him? Come over here." Mo Fan grabbed out with his hand. His illusionary claw grabbed at Frank firmly from over 100 meters away as he was about to land on the ground. The moment the Aquarius star sign was completed, Mo Fan pulled his hand back fiercely, tossing Frank heavily onto a dragon fang further into the distance. The Aquarius star sign had a limited range, and once its target was out of range, it could no longer protect them. Mo Fan's sister was an expert with the healing element, so he was utterly familiar with the limitations of the advanced healing spell. The Aquarius star sign reached the maximum range from its caster, but it had no chance of reaching the injured Frank. Chapter 1066. Catastrophe Wave. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was so cunning with his move that even the healer Palais was stunned for a moment. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan had long been prepared for it. When Palais cast the healing spirit the first time, Mo Fan had realized he had to keep an eye out for her. All the damage he inflicted would be in vain if he let her use her healing spells. Frank was severely injured by Mo Fan's fiery fist, and then tossed around by Mo Fan's space element. He was starting to lose consciousness. His body floated on the water, and he would not be able to get up for some time. The judges hesitated upon seeing this. "Don't touch him, he's fine, he can still fight," Prince Benny yelled. The reason why international Magic tournaments were not common was because of the risks involved in a match. The lives of participants would be endangered if there were any mishaps. The World College Tournament was very strict with keeping the participants safe, having strong mags on standby along the boundary of the stage. They would interrupt immediately if any participant's life was endangered. However, once the judges intervened, it would also mean the person had been disqualified. Even if the judges made the wrong call, the person would still have to leave the match. Similarly, if the judges believed that a person had lost their ability to fight any further, and any healer on their team was struggling to heal them, the judges would also disqualify the person. As such, Prince Benny could not help but yell out. He did not want a mage of the royal family disqualified so easily, as it would mean the arrogance and pride he had displayed in the Chinese team's resting area would turn into heavy slaps, leaving his face with a burning sensation. "Mo Fan, the water mage is moving toward Frank, he's trying to take him away." Nanyu's voice came to him. Mo Fan switched his gaze toward the water, and after taking a closer look, he did see some strange movement under it. It was likely where the water mage was. "Still trying to save him?" Mo Fan chuckled. He immediately used telekinesis to lift the semi-conscious Frank up from the water. The water mage was only inches away from reaching Frank. If he managed to secure Frank and brought him back to the team, he would recover in no time. To the fellow's surprise, the Chinese were able to react so quickly. "Judge, here you go." Mo Fan did not cross the line. He did not have any personal grudges against Frank. He believed he had done enough to embarrass Prince Benny. The judges could no longer stand and watch. If Mo Fan exerted even slightly greater force on Frank, the man's life would be in danger. 2 assistant judges quickly showed up and carried Frank down from the stage. As the first participant was disqualified, different uproars took place among the spectators. The Royal Mage of Spain, Frank, was fairly reputable in Europe. It was reasonable if he was knocked out by multiple mags during a team battle, yet many people found it hard to believe that he had lost in a one-on-one duel, especially the supporters of the Spanish team. Whether they were watching the match at the arena or through the live broadcast, their hearts were broken. "You should have prepared more before the match." According to my information, the representative called Mo Fan is one of the strongest members of the Chinese team, Conti sighed. She kept feeling that Prince Benny had been too careless with his approach. Him? That impolite savage. Prince Benny was stunned, yet the truth was right before him. Even Frank was not worthy to take him on. Speaking of which, isn't the Chinese team a bit too strong in this tournament? That imperious space mage, the ice mage that destroyed the whole Japanese team, and now, this fire mage. Each of them has overwhelming strength, an observant member of the royal family spoke up. "Why are you all feeling so down? It's true that we've lost Frank, but it doesn't necessarily mean we've lost the match. Don't forget that we have a great advantage at this stage. Didn't you all notice how quiet Pinoli has been? I believe Frank has bought him enough time." The advisor of the Spanish team was perfectly calm. A strange vibration began to take place in the Dragon Fangs dueling ground. The surface of the lake shook vigorously, as if a strong earthquake had taken place under it. Even the mounds resembling dragon fangs began to tremble. Catastrophe wave! On the Spanish team, the man that was so quiet that everyone had almost forgotten about him suddenly uttered a great roar, followed by a shocking tide rising from the lake. It continued to rise high up into the sky. The crowd seated in the direction that the tide was approaching panicked and fled for their lives, yet they were relieved when they saw the tide come to a stop after hitting the magic barrier. Even the people outside the barrier were in a panic seeing how enormous the tide was, let alone those that were within the dragon Fangs dueling ground. Catastrophe wave, my heavens, isn't that a super spell? Zhu Jiming screeched like a pig about to be slaughtered. How could the Spanish team possibly have a super mage? It's over. The water of the catastrophe wave had risen high up into the sky, like an enormous, blue mountain emerging from the ground. Mo Fan felt like his heart was about to burst under the enormous pressure. Mo Fan stood on top of a dragon fang. He was drenched wet as the wave rapidly approached him. His entire vision was filled up by the raging tide, yet he was still having trouble seeing the entire thing. Impossible, that guy can't be a super mage. Despite the astonishment Mo Fan was feeling, he strongly believed in himself. Mo Fan had witnessed a real catastrophe wave at the ancient capital. The tide that devoured thousands of undead within an instant greatly differed from the current one he was seeing in the dragon Fangs dueling ground, yet in terms of appearance, it was truly a super spell. Its damage! Facing the enormous tide, Mo Fan finally discovered what the difference was amid the pressure. If the spell actually possessed the strength of a super spell, even at his current distance, all his bones would have broken into pieces by now, yet he was still perfectly fine. Either way, Mo Fan would never believe he was going up against a super level in the World College Tournament. There must be a reason why the person was able to cast a spell that was similar to a super spell. The catastrophe wave was absolutely deafening as it crushed the weaker dragon fangs to pieces. It continued to roll forward in an unstoppable manner. The tide had devoured half of the stage, including the 5 representatives of the Chinese team. The fierce tide rolled forward, and did not seem to stop even after it splashed at the boundary of the magic barrier. There was only water left on the stage. It was so crazy, like the water of an ocean had been poured into the stage. The people had no idea where the members of the Chinese team were. They could not even see their tiny figures. Some time later, the catastrophe wave gradually calmed down. The stage was in a great mess, as all the dragon fangs were destroyed, while the water level had risen by more than 10 meters. How is this possible? Zhao Manyang was totally at a loss for words. A super mage, the Spanish team had a super mage. In the past World College tournaments, the advanced level was the highest level among the participants. There had never been a super mage. As a matter of fact, no participant had ever mastered the 2nd or 3rd tier of their advanced spells. So, why would there suddenly be a super mage out of nowhere? That guy isn't a super mage, even though the spell he cast looks extremely similar to one. A real super spell would have destroyed the entire Dragon Fangs dueling ground and the magic barrier, too. Its damage is a lot weaker than a super spell, Feng Li said confidently. But even if it isn't as strong as a real super spell, how was he able to cast it? The others were dumbfounded. It was unbelievable that an advanced mage was able to cast a super spell. On top of that, almost everyone had placed their attention on Frank. To their surprise, Pinoli, who had been quiet until now, had almost wiped out the entire Chinese team with a single move. Was he the true ace of the Spanish team? I believe it has something to do with his innate talent. After casting the spell, he's no longer able to stand properly, and his face is extremely pale. It seems like he has paid a great price too, Feng Li said with a sharp gaze. But still, whoever has his innate talent is pretty much unbeatable. Up on the stage, the Chinese team was nowhere to be seen. It was likely that they had been knocked deeper into the water by the fierce tide. Jiang Xiaoxiu of the Chinese team is disqualified. Zhu Jiming of the Chinese team is disqualified. 2 assistant judges declared simultaneously as Jiang Xiaoxiu and Zhu Jiming were retrieved from the water, and were being treated outside the stage. The two of them had fainted after being struck by the Catastrophe wave. "This is bad, 2 of our members have been knocked out. How about the others, are they fine?" In the Chinese team's resting area, everyone totally panicked as they did not expect anything like this to happen. Regardless if the Catastrophe wave was actually a super spell, it still placed their team in a bad spot. A figure leapt out of the fierce current. A broken rock strangely surfaced on the water and floated on it. The man that jumped out from the water landed on the rock and stabilized himself. A strong heat burst out of his body and instantly turned the water covering him into white steam. The water was thoroughly evaporated by the heat. Mo Fan was able to dry himself easily, yet his ribs, elbows, and hip were damaged. He was only able to stand because of the sturdiness granted him by the demon element. Chapter 1067. Slashing the enemy with the flame sword. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was right. It was not the real Catastrophe wave, as its damage simply differed by too much. Even so, the damage was beyond what advanced mags like them could endure. Even if it only had 10 to 20% of the Catastrophe wave's damage, it could still inflict serious damage to them. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan felt a sharp pain coming from his bones. In his current state, he could no longer move around agilely, and the pain might even be a problem when he tried to draw a complicated star constellation. It turned out that they could not afford to underestimate any member of a national team. Even though not everyone was particularly outstanding, they would still stumble into a few that were remarkable. "Mo Fan, how are you doing?" Nanyu's voice came from around 50 meters away. Mo Fan turned around and saw Nanyu and Nanrong Ni standing together. The two of them had most likely worked together to set up a defense, and barely survived the impact. On the other hand, Jiang Xiaoshu and Zhu Jiming were not particularly good at defense, so they were knocked out of the stage by the wave before they could even stand their ground. Nothing could be done to help them. "Lots of my bones are broken," Mo Fan grinned. Nanrong Ni had already completed a healing star constellation. The ocean blue Aquarius star sign elegantly appeared around Mo Fan. Under the healing effects of the spell, Mo Fan could feel the broken bones in his body being mended. Even though he felt tremendous pain for a brief moment, he felt nothing after the process was done. Despite the conflict between them, they were currently representing their country in the World College Tournament. As a healer, Nanrong Ni had no excuse not to heal Mo Fan. After all, they both shared the goal of winning the match. Mo Fan had recovered from his injuries. Even the soreness and fatigue after the fierce tide hit him were gone. He could not help but admit how fascinating the advanced healing spell was. "Only 3 of us left, we'll have to give it our best," Nanyu said. Nanyu was hoping that Mo Fan could cast aside his personal grudges and focus on winning the match against Spain. If they were to lose so early in the tournament with so many people back home watching, how could they possibly justify the hard work they had put in over the past year? "Give me some strengthening." "Humph, I'll knock them off the stage one by one." Mo Fan's eyes erupted in flames as he unleashed a powerful aura. Nanrong Ni did not dare slack off. She quickly murmured the chants of the blessing element. "Holy blessing, strengthen." The sacred runes floated toward Mo Fan and formed an imprint on him. Whatever element Mo Fan was using, the unique imprint of the blessing element would change its color accordingly, strengthening the spells. "Little flame bell, it's show time." Mo Fan could feel his blood boiling as he was surrounded by countless burning feathers. The feathers spread ahead of his feet like a fiery bird extending its wings, preparing to soar into the sky. Stepping on the fiery bird's head, Mo Fan charged imperiously toward the Spanish team. As the long tail of the fiery bird spread apart, it further set off the overwhelming aura that the flame-shrouded, demonic Mo Fan was displaying. Telekinesis, falling rocks. While burning Mo Fan was flying forward, he unleashed a silver light that wrapped around the rocks that were smashed to pieces previously. The rocks sprang out from the water and floated around Mo Fan, and following him as he charged at the Spanish team. The rocks whipped out at the members of the Spanish team wildly. The healer Palace quickly cast Water Curtain in front of the team to protect the remaining 4 members. The rocks were stopped by the Water Curtain, but it no longer mattered, as Mo Fan was only using the rocks to clear the path. The true killing blow lay with him. Have a taste of my fire. Mo Fan had swallowed mouthfuls of water as he was swept around by the fierce tide, and finally had the chance to vent his anger. He lunged at the group of 4 like a savage beast and stepped on a floating rock he was controlling with telekinesis. Volcanoes! Mo Fan roared furiously. The strong flames surrounding him formed a few volcanoes around him, promptly erupting and spitting out pillars of flames in a spectacular manner. Fire sprouted in the air and rolled forward. The volcanic ash lingered in the air. The flames instantly took over the water-filled stage. In terms of damage, there was no chance Mo Fan would lose to someone else. As the volcanoes erupted madly, the Spanish team was on the verge of losing their formation. As the flames were surging across the place, Mo Fan purposely kept an eye on the mage that had cast the Catastrophe wave. He realized that the mage was relying on his teammates to protect him, and it seemed like he was even struggling to move around. It seems like casting the Catastrophe wave cost all his energy. It must be some kind of innate talent that allows him to accumulate his energy to cast a higher level spell. Mo Fan speculated. The water mage, Pinoli, had clearly expended all his energy. Energy loss was not something that a healing spell could recover. In other words, he would be unfit for battle after casting his powerful spell, and would need to rest up for some time before he could recover his energy. The truth was, Mo Fan was quite scared of the water mage. If he was able to cast the Catastrophe wave again, it would surely wipe out the rest of the team. Mo Fan was not confident enough to overcome the spell a second time. I'll need to take him out first. I can't let him recover. Mo Fan locked his gaze on the feeble water mage Pinoli. The problem was, there were still 4 members left on the enemy team. It would be tricky for him to focus on his target. Mo Fan, you can do a feint by targeting their healer, before switching your focus to the water mage. Nanyu's voice appeared in Mo Fan's ears. Mo Fan was astounded. Could a sound mage read his mind, too? On second thought, it was very likely that Nanyu had the same thought as him. They could not afford to let Pinoli recover. Even if he was not able to cast the Catastrophe wave again, it would still be a hassle to take him out. Nanyu had already laid the groundwork for Mo Fan. As soon as Mo Fan's volcanoes started calming down, Nanyu immediately followed up with a powerful sound spell. The Spanish team felt like their heads were about to explode as the sharp, piercing pain of the sonic projectiles penetrated deep into their souls. The sonic projectiles were aimed at the healer on the enemy team. It was quite obvious that Palace was the core of their team, as she was the person giving out commands. It was extremely difficult to defend against sonic attacks. Even the spirit wall could at most weaken the spell slightly. As the terrifying sonic booms struck their ears, the members of the Spanish team felt their ears buzzing and their heads turning dizzy. Palace, in particular, was injured the most, as fresh blood started to flow out of her ears. We must take out their healer first. Mo Fan suddenly roared. He used telekinesis to control the rocks and hurled them in Palace's direction. The number of rocks was rather shocking, and the volcanic ash that had yet to clear up completely was blocking everyone's vision, too. The healer of the enemy team was normally a priority target, as a healer could easily nullify the advantage that a foe had secured by healing an injured teammate. As such, it was necessary to take out the enemy healer in a match. The Spanish team immediately stacked up their defensive spells on Palace when they heard the enemy was trying to take her out. Don't worry about me, I still can use my magic equipment, go protect Pinoli. Palace yelled. Unfortunately, the team was lacking in synergy. They had cast their defensive spells on Palace without hesitation. Strengthen. From the distance, Nunrong Ni cast a blessing spell on Mo Fan to strengthen his spells again. The flames on Mo Fan immediately grew stronger as it came into effect. Mo Fan's damage was already ridiculous, yet with Nunrong Ni's blessing spell, his damage had at least tripled. Following a decisive fleeing shadow, Mo Fan vanished from the Spanish team's vision as they began to panic, and eerily appeared right in front of Pinoli. Pinoli was indeed one of the strongest members of the Spanish team, as he was clearly aware of Mo Fan's intentions. He immediately summoned his magic armor, wrapping himself up tightly. Mo Fan could see a scornful look through the helmet on Pinoli's head. "Not a bad strategy, but I won't let you take me out so easily." Pinoli burst out laughing. "You can say that again after you managed to survive my attack." Flame Sword. Mo Fan lifted his hands. The flames swiftly formed a giant, burning sword in his hands. It was around 15 meters long, and covered by the imprint of the blessing spell, granting it a sacred aura. Fire Slash. Mo Fan flung the enormous sword with all his might. The sword unleashed a scorching wave ahead of it. Pinoli's eyes widened. He had never seen a fire spell like that. He could not believe that the man had such outstanding control that he could form an enormous sword with his flames. Pinoli knew for sure that his defensive equipment was nowhere enough to protect him. The flame sword was Mo Fan's strongest single-target attack. It was also further strengthened by the blessing element, so not many people could stand a chance against it. The flames burst forth and swallowed Pinoli in fire. The man rolled on the ground and cried out in agony. Well done." Nanu yelled out in excitement when she saw Mo Fan taking out the water mage with a single move. Apart from the healer that was the trickiest to deal with on the Spanish team, Pinoli was definitely their priority target. Now that Pinoli and Frank were knocked out and Palais was injured, they had basically taken out two important Fangs of the Spanish team, meaning that they had a great chance of winning the match. Chapter 1068. He still has two elements that he hasn't used. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Palais had a dark expression. The offensive mags of their team, one water and one fire, had been knocked out. The only members left on their team were a healer, a psychic mage, and an ice mage. Their combination was not the main problem. The problem was that they were going up against an extremely violent fire mage, who was totally unpredictable. Not only was his fire incredibly powerful, he had a variety of moves, and his spells had lots of different forms too. They would have trouble winning the match if they could not think of a way to take him out. "We have to take out their carry," Palais said to the other two members. "He's pretty tough, the chance of me casting my mind control on him is extremely low," the psychic mage said. The mage that had tried to ambush the Chinese team by diving underwater was actually an ice mage. Unfortunately, his ice spells were totally useless against his opponent's fierce flames. Even though the man did not have a domain, his fire was as strong as someone with a domain. "We'll attack at the same time," Palais said. Their team was supposed to clinch the victory with the Catastrophe wave. They did not expect their team to be placed in a pinch like this. Their biggest mistake was failing to recognize that the Fire Mage was actually one of the core members of the Chinese team. If they did not try their best to keep the Fire Mage at bay, he could totally fight a few of their members simultaneously. It was a relief that they had a Psychic Mage on their team. Otherwise, they would never be able to endure the continuous blasts from the Fire Mage. "Nunrong Ni, heal me, I'll face them head on," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan knew the woman was mindful of what the crowd thought of her. If they were not in the middle of a match, she would be merciful enough if she did not feed him poison milk, let alone cast a healing spell on him. Nunrong Ni was indeed cognizant of the situation she was in. She began to cast the advanced healing spell. A new ocean blue acquiring a star sign started to wrap around Mo Fan. As soon as Mo Fan saw the protection, he immediately rushed toward the enemy team like a madman. As he landed, he immediately summoned a ring of flames. Even though Mo Fan did not have any defensive spells protecting him, the three members of the Spanish team felt like none of their attacks were able to inflict serious damage on him. They finally left a few scratches on him, but after a single glow emitted by the Aquarius star sign, the man immediately recovered from his injuries. The faces of the trio began to contort. Wasn't this guy a bit too reckless, taking on the three of them on his own? Even though they were not offensive mags, their advanced spells could still inflict serious damage to him. Wasn't he worried that he would be taken out by the three of them? Palice bit her lips. They decided to flank Mofan, yet before they could carry it out, the man had simply rushed forward so they could surround him. He was utterly fearless. Despite that, the trio seriously could not do anything to the man. Both the secondary lightning element and primary ice element of the Ice Mage were completely ineffective when they landed on the fire engulfing the man's body. It was reasonable that the ice element was unable to inflict any serious damage to the man, since the damage of the ice spells were bound to be weakened against the overwhelming energy of his fire element. The icebound coffin was smashed into pieces by a single fiery fist before it could even land on the ground. But what about the lightning element? The Psychic Mage secondary lightning element was totally ineffective against the man too, even though it was known to be one of the elements with the highest damage. The man was afraid of neither ice nor lightning, and the plants trying to entrap him were burned into ashes in an instant. Even though the remaining members of the Spanish team were not offensive mags, they all broke down mentally when they realized they could not even take out a single person. That guy is an absolute monster. Even with the effects of the Aquarius star sign, it doesn't simply mean he can just charge forward and take on the three of them, a supporter of the Spanish team said sullenly. Is the Chinese team about to rise this year? Why is every member of their team so strong? Yeah, the guy with the space element, the Ice Maga, and this Fire Mage, while the remaining members on their team aren't weak, either. For example, that Sound Maga is very good at controlling the match. Mofan the monster charged around violently between the three members of the Spanish team. The Psychic Mage's continued attempt to disrupt his channeling was in vain too, as Mofan did not even need to draw star patterns and star constellations when casting his spells. Most of the abilities were from Little Flame Bell's outstanding control of the Calamity Fire, so he could easily cast the spells with a single thought. In addition to that, Mofan's speed when casting Fiery Fists was absolutely insane, and the damage of his Fiery Fists was higher than the Skyflame Funeral at times. The Psychic Mage might have a chance of interrupting his advanced spell, yet there was no way she could disrupt Mofan's Fiery Fists. Mofan, focus on the Psychic Mage. Nanyu suddenly directed him. Mofan looked at the Psychic Mage and saw she was being targeted by sonic waves. She was struggling to keep a clear mind. The sound element was very effective against the psychic element. Nanyu had made her move now just so they could take out the Psychic Mage once and for all. The Psychic Mage was very cunning, too. She had been keeping her distance from Mofan. The ground was submerged in water, but it was not enough to stop Mofan from carrying out his attack. He lifted up the broken dragon fangs with telekinesis and lined them up in a row to build a bridge over 10 meters long for him. Mofan agilely leapt between the floating rocks, making his way toward the Psychic Mage. The other two members of the Spanish team were taken by surprise. They tried to lend a hand, yet they found themselves being trapped by Nunrong Ni's plants, and missed out on the chance to save their teammate. Down you go! Mofan hurled his fist forward. 9 fiery dragons sprang forward in a storm, sending the Psychic Mage to the edge of the magic barrier. Flames surged fiercely. The assistant judges realized that the flames might burn the Psychic Mage into a pile of bones, and quickly intervened to save her life. Another member of the Spanish team was knocked out. The members of the Chinese team in the resting area seemed relieved. Mofan is being Mofan after all. If we hadn't sent that mad hound up there, we might actually have lost the match, someone exclaimed. The advisors were relieved, too. Just like the person had mentioned, if it wasn't for Mofan's ability to fight 3 people on his own, it would be hard to tell who was going to win the match after Pinoli was taken out. After all, both Jiang Xiaoshu and Zhu Jiming were knocked out by the Catastrophe wave before they could even contribute to the match. That did not necessarily mean they were weak, but the Catastrophe wave was simply too powerful for them. Any other team would share the same fate as them if they had fought the Spanish team. Mofan is getting even stronger. Dongfang Lai, currently a substitute, had a helpless look. They were once the great talents of Pearl Institute, yet in just a year, Mofan was already ahead by so much. He felt like crying every time he thought about it. Meanwhile, Mu Nujiao also had her eyes on Mo Fan. She was the person that was the most familiar with Mo Fan of this group watching, yet the pace of his growth was just too shocking, just as Dong Fanglai had mentioned. Most terrifyingly, Mo Fan had yet to use two of his elements in the match against the Spanish team. Mu Nujiao clearly knew the elements that Mo Fan possessed. It wasn't just his fierce fire element, his lightning element was also considered his primary element, and yet he had not cast a single lightning spell in the match against the Spanish team. In addition to that, Mu Nujiao clearly remembered that Mo Fan's shadow element was quite impressive too, and similarly, he did not cast a single offensive shadow spell in the match. He cast Fleeing Shadow a few times to dodge some of the attacks, but most people assumed it to be the power of his magic boots. Mo Fan had defeated the Spanish team while still managing to keep two of his elements a secret. His strength was beyond terrifying. How could this be? How did it end up like this? Prince Benny was absolutely enraged. He even flipped the tray of fruits to the ground when he realized that the outcome had been decided. Miss Conti frowned slightly and said in a calm voice, "Prince Benny, please contain yourself, as you're still in a public venue. I suggest you research more about your opponents before you decide to compete against them. The person that tossed you into the canals is very, very strong." "Ah? Brother, so it was true that someone tossed you into the canals?" "I thought that was something that the reporters made up," the young girl exclaimed with wide eyes. Prince Benny's expression darkened. He glared at his sister, whose voice was extremely loud. "Prince, we've lost the money," Prince Benny's servant said in a low voice. Prince Benny's lips twisted. Did this stupid servant have to mention it now? Couldn't he mention it later? "Prince, 100 million has just been deducted from our account. Can you please not act so recklessly next time? If you're a fan, betting a few million, or 10, 20 million is enough." "How could you bet 100 million on it?" the purser said, obviously displeased. He had only just learned that Prince Benny had placed 100 million on the match. Was 100 million a small sum? Of course not. No matter how spoiled the prince was, it was unacceptable for him to waste such a huge amount of money. "Shut up, all of you, that's enough. How did you teach the students? How could we possibly lose to the Chinese team? Have you forgotten the pride of the Spanish?" Prince Benny immediately put the blame on the advisor. The advisor of the Spanish team was well aware of the prince's temper and simply disregarded the accusation. Spain was no longer under a monarchy, and the preservation of the royal family was a mere symbol. The prince could act arrogantly as he pleased, and the people could fawn over him as they wanted. Prince Benny completely lost it when the advisor ignored him, yet he could not find any better way to vent his anger. Such a spoiled brat, Miss Conti shook her head and sighed. The Chinese team eventually won the match. Without the psychic mage's disturbance, no one could possibly stop Mo Fan's attacks. Even Palais was left with no choice, since her healing magic was unable to make any difference after her teammates were knocked out. Chapter 1069. Blessing of the God Seal. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The winner is the Chinese team. Following the declaration from the main judge, the spectators in the seventh platform burst into an uproar. The spectators in the seventh platform were all Chinese, and most of them had specifically flown to Venice just to support the Chinese team. After winning a few matches in a row, the team might actually end up with an impressive rank in the tournament. The World College Tournament was too important of a factor in many aspects. The reputation that a country earned through it was extremely beneficial to many factions, not to mention the resources allocated in the pool that would be distributed to each country based on their ranking. It was the main reason why the national team was generous with their resources prior to the World College Tournament. After defeating Spain, even if the Chinese team lost all the upcoming matches, they would still be placed in the top 16. It was much better than being disqualified not long after the start of the tournament a few years ago. "Ha ha ha, I knew you would win." Zhao Manyang walked up to Mo Fan and patted him heavily on his shoulder. He initially thought Mo Fan would burst out laughing, but to his bewilderment, he could see an urge to kill in Mo Fan's eyes. Did he do something wrong? He did not recall doing anything wrong. Look, the money will be transferred to the account in just a minute, you just made bank. Zhao Manyang took out his phone and showed it to Mo Fan. Mo Fan's expression changed immediately as soon as he saw the number. 500 million. Mo Fan had a blank face. Of course, you have no idea how insane the odds were for the Chinese team. Everyone thought the Spanish team was going to win. You might be unaware, but the moment the catastrophe wave appeared, those who bet on the Spanish team immediately screamed in glee at the top of their lungs. But you managed to turn the tables, and they all lost the bet. On the other hand, those that bet on our team almost burst into tears. They are already lining up to acknowledge you as their father. Zhao Manyang smiled. There were all kinds of people in this world, including those that spent for years analyzing the strength of each country, searching for information on each of the members of each national team, just so they could earn money through betting. Some even spent all their savings on the bets. There were rules stating that any bet over 100,000 had to be verified according to the financial status of the person placing the bet, to confirm that the amount the person was betting was less than 30% of their possession. Despite that, many people still managed to find some tricks to betting all their money, even if it meant taking out a huge loan. As such, the outcome of a match was not as simple as boosting the morale of the people of a country. In Mo Fan's example, the 200 million he bet had won more than double of the initial amount. Even after paying the taxes, there were still more than 500 million left, earning him a great profit just like that. Mo Fan was a lot calmer after seeing the money he had won. Only someone like Zhao Manyang could afford to bet 200 million on a match. Any other Fueudai would have been kicked out from the arena, as not everyone was allowed to place a bet of that amount. The money taken out to make it 500 million is more than enough to support a supermodel. Why don't you give the extra to me since I helped you win the money? Zhao Manyang said pervertedly. Piss off, you idiot. Despite being brothers for so many years, you couldn't even tell that I was only bluffing. Didn't you see how close that match was? We were almost wiped out by the catastrophe wave. Mo Fan's heart was still racing even though he had won a lot from the bet. It was a team battle, after all, and if something went wrong, Mo Fan would be owing 200 million instead. By then, Mo Fan would have to risk his life many times just to earn the money back, since it was unlikely he could find jobs with rewards that high. Zhao Manyang felt extremely wronged, as he ended up being scolded even though he had helped Mo Fan win a huge amount of money. Even with his identity, he had to take the risk of being scolded by his family when he threw so much money into the pool. Mo Fan transferred the money to his account after giving Zhao Manyang 200 million back. Seeing that he had earned quite a huge sum, he also gave Zhao Manyang the extra as a token of appreciation. As for Zhao Manyang's suggestion to split the profit, no way he was going to accept it. If he ended up losing the match, Mo Fan strongly believed that Zhao Manyang would demand he repay the 200 million. As such, Mo Fan took the rest of the money without mercy, to compensate for the shock he had to go through. Mo Fan was rich once again after netting 300 million. His mood gradually improved too, especially when he saw the contorted face of Prince Benny. He started humming pleasantly, with an utterly scornful look. From today on, many countries will think of our team as a tough opponent, Feng Li warned them sternly. Despite the team winning the match, the man showed no sign of joy on his face. He was a strange man indeed, as if there was nothing that could make him satisfied in the world. That's true. After winning a few matches in a row, we'll be facing stronger opponents from here on. Since we've exposed many of our elements and abilities, we must be extremely cautious in the upcoming matches. Even a single mistake could cost us the match, Song He agreed. Our next opponent hasn't been decided yet, you may rest for now, Pang Lai said. By the way, did they not reveal the prizes for this year yet? Normally, they would have revealed it during the opening ceremony, why haven't they revealed it yet? Han Ji asked as he remembered something. We have a rough idea of what the first place is going to get. The students will receive the blessing of the God Seal. The Parthenon Temple will be responsible for the ceremony, and it will be held on the sacred mountain of Athens, Pang Lai said. Blessing of the God Seal? It doesn't sound any useful to me. Can't they give us something more practical? Like giving us $1 billion or $2 billion? Mo Fan huffed. The blessing of the God Seal sounded like some sacred ceremony, but Mo Fan was a realistic man. He believed money was the best prize he could possibly get, since he needed lots of it to become stronger. He still had many elements waiting to be improved. What, did I say something wrong? Mo Fan discovered that everyone was looking at him strangely. You should really read more books, Mu Ningxue said in the same otherworldly manner. The blessing of the God Seal isn't something you can buy with money. The expression that Zhao Manyang was wearing was even more exaggerated, as if he was more excited than seeing a naked goddess. The blessing of the God Seal is a miraculous spell of the blessing element, and the person that receives the blessing will be strengthened permanently. What does that even mean? Mo Fan was still confused. You should know that the journey of every mage starts when we first awaken an element. Apart from the strengthening from innate talents and soul seeds, all spells are the same. When we first awaken our element, we can think of our base damage as 1, and assuming we don't have an innate soul seed, our damage multiplier is 1, 2. As such, the strength of our spell solely depends on the levels and tiers of the magic. However, when we have a spirit grade seed or a soul grade seed, the damage of the spells will then be amplified. A spirit grade seed amplifies the spells by 2 to 3 times, while a soul grade seed amplifies the spells by 4 to 6 times. Han Ji knew how uneducated Mo Fan was, and explained patiently. I'm aware of that, Mo Fan said. The blessing of the God Seal can also increase the strength of a mage, yet unlike the spirit grade seeds and soul grade seeds that a mage equip, it directly improves the base stat of a mage, turning the base damage from 1 to 1.5, Han Ji informed him. Mo Fan opened his mouth wide. There was a reason he had not read many magic books, yet it did not necessarily mean he was stupid. His face was filled with astonishment as soon as he heard Han Ji's explanation. Some mags with innate talents have a base damage higher than 1. It might be around 1.2 or 1.3, and even when the person doesn't have a soul seed, his spells will still be a little stronger. However, once they acquire a spirit grade or soul grade seed, the amplification applied to their spells simply escalates. However, it's incredibly rare for anyone to have an innate talent like that. Meanwhile, the base damage of a mage doesn't change as they grow stronger. If it's 1 when a person first awakened their element, it will stay at 1. Apart from the rare innate talents, the only way to modify it is the sacred art of the Parthenon Temple, the blessing of the God Seal. Han Ji said. An innate talent that strengthened the person's spells. Mo Fan vaguely remembered that he had fought against someone with an innate talent like that before, but if the person was unable to grow stronger, or acquire a strong spirit grade seed or soul grade seed, the innate talent would still be inferior to Mo Fan's double innate elements. However, since Mo Fan already an innate talent, if he could raise his base damage from 1 to 1.5, it would mean the damage of his spells would be absolutely terrifying. With a base damage of 1.5, and a soul grade seed like the Lightning Tyrant that could amplify the damage of his lightning spells by 6 times, it meant his lightning spells would be 9 times stronger than the spell cast by an ordinary mage. 9 times! A commander-level creature was struggling to resist his lightning spells after their damage was amplified by 6 times. If the total multiplier was 9, wouldn't that mean he could eliminate commander-level creatures with ease, and a random intermediate spell would be as strong as an advanced spell? It went without saying that Mo Fan would continue to improve his basic and intermediate spells, since he had many soul essences he could expend. Once the spells reached the 4th or 5th tier and the base damage was raised to 1.5, his intermediate spells could easily outmatch someone's advanced spell. So what do you think, the blessing of the God Seal or money, which one is better? Zhao Manyang asked after Mo Fan had finally learned the secret. Are you serious now? Damn it, the blessing of the God Seal is mine for sure. Wouldn't I be unbeatable if I could receive 8 or 10 blessings of the God Seal? Mo Fan said. In your dreams. The blessing of the God Seal is extremely precious, and only the team in first place can receive it once. Speaking of which, I thought the Parthenon Temple has yet to elect their new goddess. How are they going to carry out the ritual? Han Ji asked as the thought crossed his mind. The tournament will be going on for quite a while, and once the new goddess is elected, the team that wins first place will be invited to attend the ceremony, and will receive the blessing of the god seal on the sacred mountain of Athens. If the goddess is still not elected after the tournament, the winner will have to wait until they can receive the prize. Otherwise, the Hall Mother can also dispense the blessing of the god seal, but the blessing of the god seal granted by the Hall Mother is not as impressive as that given by the real successor of the goddess, Panglai said. Chapter 1070. Treasure Hunt. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The prizes for the second and third places were revealed, too. The team placed second would be given a chance to cultivate in the Altar of the Void at the Sacred Victorious Altar. Australia's Magic Association, the Sacred Victorious Altar, was publicly known by the world as the best place to cultivate at. No one knew how many times their cultivation speed would be multiplied when cultivating at the Sacred Victorious Altar, but it was said that any advanced mage that trained there would break through easily. Many advanced mags who found themselves at their bottleneck desperately sought a chance to visit the Altar of the Void so they could break through the barricade and achieve the super level. Statistics had shown that your odds of achieving the super level were by far the highest at the Altar of the Void in Australia. A chance to cultivate in the Altar of the Void at the Sacred Victorious Altar was not something that money could buy either, and it was apparently the prize for second place. The country that won second place would most likely end up with lots of talents who could eventually achieve the super level. The prize for third place was full sets of magical equipment. Most magical equipment was forged from different materials, and it was very difficult to collect a set of magical equipment made of the same material. However, when boots, shields, armor, Deathstrike magic equipment, and wings combined into a set, the pieces of magic equipment were able to link up like star orbits and star patterns to construct a magic formation. Words were not needed to describe how powerful a magic formation was. Therefore, if anyone could collect a full set of magic equipment, it would grant the mage a powerful ability. Collecting a full set of magic equipment required lots of time, effort, and money, and only the big magic associations were able to make them. It was obvious that the World Magic Association was sponsoring the prize, and it was again something that money alone could not buy. By the way, if only the top 3 teams are going to receive the prizes, what about the rest of the teams? Mo Fan asked. It was extremely difficult to get into the top 3. Mo Fan was not that naive to believe that he was the only maniac in this world. For example, if the Spanish mage that could cast the Catastrophe wave had focused the spell on him, he could not guarantee that he would be able to take it on. The pain from having all his bones broken was not something he would forget so easily. There are no fixed prizes for the rest of the teams, but the resource pool will be open to everyone when the teams are competing, Panglai said. Resource pool? What's that? Mo Fan asked. Oh right, you weren't here for quite some days, so I almost forgot to tell you about it. Do you remember how we've been giving you resources during your training? Those resources are actually taken out from the resource pool, to reward the teams showing outstanding training performances. The truth is, the resource pool for the World College Tournament is incredibly huge, and the resources given to you before are only the extras. After the first knockout round, the second round is a treasure hunt, and the treasure will be resources from the enormous pool. It's all up to the participants to see how many resources they can secure for the team. Feng Li explained to Mo Fan. Mo Fan's eyes widened. He quickly looked at the others, but it seemed like they already knew about it. He was the only one that was in shock. The main purpose of the knockout round is to disqualify the teams that made it to the World College Tournament by luck. Therefore, the treasure hunt is where things are about to get serious in the World College Tournament. You have no idea how many good things you can find in the resource pool. They can easily stack up into a mountain. The rewards we received during our training are like a joke compared to it. Zhao Manyang informed him. Mo Fan started counting, and realized that the total value of the resources he had received throughout his training was roughly around 200 million. If that was only a little appetizer, wouldn't that mean the treasure hunt was going to be full of gold? No wonder everyone is trying so hard just to make it to Venice. I didn't know there was such an exhilarating part to the tournament. Mo Fan realized. The world had gathered all the resources into the treasure hunt, aiming to distribute them in a competitive way. Every country had sent their young mags to take part in the tournament, and they would have to compete for the resources. It was easily the most suitable way to distribute them. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan was not really that excited about the World College Tournament, but after learning the prizes for the top 3 teams and the treasure hunt in the second round, he could feel his blood pumping hard. Was there anyone that needed resources as badly as he did, so badly that he basically spent all his money on them? Miss Tang Yu had told Mo Fan a long time ago that even though his double innate elements was quite an impressive innate talent, it would only shine brightly with the support of ample resources. The resources available in the second round's treasure hunt were basically unlimited, but they would have to compete with the other participants. It could actually provide Mo Fan with the resources he desperately needed to improve the rest of his elements. Who was the genius that had designed the World College Tournament? Could it be something that the person had specifically designed for someone with the double innate elements like him, considering the insane amount of resources he needed? The treasure hunt of every World College Tournament is different. I wonder what interesting rules it might have this time. Han Ji smiled. He could tell how excited Mo Fan was. I must remind you that the treasure hunt doesn't just consist of the competition between participants. Some of you might find yourselves in extremely dangerous places, and even though the judges will try their best to look after you, accidents did happen in the past, so I hope you will be more careful and put your safety first. Don't be too greedy. Fomli had to pour a bucket of cold water onto the students as they were discussing the loot they might get. Got it. Sigh. There were accidents in the past, but they weren't that scary. The stage of the treasure hunt is different every time, just be careful. I wonder where the stage the Hunter Union will choose is. The Chinese team had won all their matches during the knockout round, thus they were qualified to proceed to the next round, the treasure hunt. Knowing that the treasure hunt was going to be exhilarating and thrilling, Mo Fan, who now had 300 million in the bank, believed it was time for an upgrade. This time, Mo Fan placed his attention on the summoning element. The Swift Star Wolf had been stuck at the advanced warrior level for 1,000 years. If he did not break through soon, Mo Fan would have to hide him away, and could only use him as a mount. He had known the Swift Star Wolf for years, and the creature was very eager to become stronger. Mo Fan was planning to spend his ill-gotten money on the Swift Star Wolf. Due to the limitations of the Swift Star Wolf's bloodline, it was fairly difficult for the creature to evolve further without external assistance. Luckily, Venice happened to be full of resources, so Mo Fan was planning to lend the Swift Star Wolf a hand. There were 3 essential ingredients for strengthening a summoned beast: soul, bone dust, and lineage. The Swift Star Wolf's flesh had reached his limit, so Mo Fan would need to purchase some high-level bone dust, allowing his flesh to exceed its limit. When a creature's body was no longer able to hold more strength, they would have a strong desire to evolve. It was the only way for most demon creatures to become stronger. Bone dust was not particularly expensive, and was not difficult to find, either. Mo Fan simply told Zhao Manyang what he was looking for, and his friend immediately got him lots of high-quality bone dust. The tricky part was to find the lineage and soul. He could settle the lineage with money, since the wolf species was quite common. With some help, buying a high-quality demon wolf lineage was only a matter of cash. Getting a suitable soul was the hardest part. People normally used some special soul essence as the ingredient for soul. Mo Fan was well aware of how expensive a commander-level soul essence was, and that was just the normal kind. If it was a special soul essence, Mo Fan was most likely going to go bankrupt. In addition to that, the criteria for finding a suitable soul were fairly strict, too. The soul could not be too strong nor too weak, and it was best if he could find the soul of a wolf. Otherwise, he would have to find the soul of some other creature similar to wolves. Since the Swift Star Wolf was of the wind element, the soul had to have the wind element, too. Mo Fan, I think you should consult Jiang Yu, or even better, Pang Lai. He's the strongest summoner in China. Evolving isn't a child's play, it's even riskier than betting in a match. If you're careless, all your efforts might be in vain. Zhao Manyang reminded Mo Fan after handing him the lineage and the bone dust. Mo Fan agreed with Zhao Manyang. He purposely paid Jiang Yu a visit. Luckily, Pang Lai was also there to give his beloved student some special attention. Mo Fan, shameless as always, did not hesitate to barge in. Mo Fan, why are you here? I thought you would be cultivating in seclusion now. Jiang Yu sat in front of a coffee table, holding his noble cat, the Night Rakshasa, in his arms. The little creature was fast asleep. Opposite him sat Pang Lai. Normally, it was difficult for anyone to meet Pang Lai in private. Mo Fan, who happened to be quite close to Jiang Yu, made use of the opportunity to consult him. Mo Fan proceeded to explain why he had come. Pang Lai was a close acquaintance of Han Ji, and he also had a good impression of Mo Fan, so he did not mind giving a bit of advice or two. First, does your summoning element now have a galaxy? Pang Lai was about to give his advice when he remembered something and asked beforehand. Mo Fan shook his head. If you only have a nebula for the summoning element, and it's still in the intermediate stage, you're most likely going to fail. Without the support of the advanced level summoning element, there's no way you can help your warrior level creature achieve the commander level, Pang Lai said firmly. No way. I'm so fortunate that I came and asked you first. Otherwise, all my money would have been wasted. Mo Fan pulled a long face. Pang Lai rubbed the side of his head. It was actually just common knowledge about the summoning element. If Mo Fan was clueless about it, he would actually need to spend some time explaining the details to the young man. Bone dust and lineage, you can give them to the summoned beast anytime you want. You should be strengthening the creature's bones and changing his blood occasionally, giving your summoned beast more time to prepare himself, while his lineage will slowly improve too. I can see that your wolf's flesh is quite strong now, so that's fine, but you must remember to strengthen his bones, too, Pang Lai said. Oh, all right. The treasure hunt is just around the corner, Master Pang Lai. Do I still have enough time? Mo Fan was definitely going to keep this advice in mind. You're really impatient, aren't you? You can only make steady progress incrementally, but you didn't even. Sigh. Forget it, just remember to do it in the future. Actually, after taking both you and your wolf's cultivation into consideration, I think it might just work, Pang Lai said. Chapter 1071. Scramble over the treasure. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. You should go and buy a galaxy vein and improve your summoning element to the advanced level. With your current cultivation, 1 galaxy vein should be enough, Pang Lai said. Oh, sure. Mo Fan just needed to follow the instructions of the master. Once your summoning element reaches the next level, remember to feed all its energy to the Swift Star Wolf. The energy that is produced when the nebula expands into a galaxy is the purest and strongest. The energy will be very useful when the Swift Star Wolf is attempting to evolve, Pang Lai added. Pang Lai taught Mo Fan the procedures patiently, and was even more serious when he explained the process of selecting the right soul for the summoned beast. It was the most important part of the process. When Jiang Yu noticed Mo Fan's blank face when some unfamiliar terms were mentioned, he said to Pang Lai, Master, why don't you just go with Mo Fan to the marketplace? No one has eyes as sharp as yours. Even if you told us what to do, it's very likely that we would make a mistake. Please help him, he has been taking care of me during our training. Pang Lai was the Royal Guard's chief, meaning that it was a great honor for anyone to listen to his teaching. However, even a councilman would have trouble asking Pang Lai to go to a marketplace and let him choose a suitable soul on their behalf. Pang Lai hesitated for a while. It was obvious that he cared a lot for Jiang Yu, as if Jiang Yu was his own son. After hearing Jiang Yu's plea, Pang Lai could not help but let out a sigh and say, You seriously know how to order me about. Fine, Mo Fan, come with me, I'll pick the soul for you. Mo Fan was overjoyed. He knew how much of a blessing this was. He immediately expressed his gratitude to Pang Lai and Jiang Yu. Don't worry about it. The World College Tournament means a lot to our country's pride, and it also decides the distribution of some rare materials between the countries. As long as you try your best in the tournament, it's reasonable for me to lend you a hand, too, Panglai said. Mo Fan followed Panglai to the marketplace. He could not help but ask in confusion, "Chief, why aren't we going to the auction? Aren't there things better there?" The marketplace was quite big, with lots of things on the shelves. As long as you had the time, you could basically buy anything you needed. However, the sources of the goods were too unorganized. It was quite common for the sellers to put up low-quality goods and sell them at a higher price. Even though the average price was lower at a marketplace than at an auction, those unable to tell the quality of the goods would suffer. "Are you rich?" Panglai turned around and asked in return. "I'm very poor," Mo Fan answered honestly. "Exactly. The items being sold at an auction are nice, but there are many rich people bidding for them too, and usually, the items will be sold at some unreasonable price. The marketplace also has a lot of good stuff, but it depends on how sharp your eyes are." Panglai walked in front of Mo Fan and Jiang Yu, his hands behind him while he explained the truth of the marketplace. Panglai seemed to be very experienced when shopping at a marketplace. He snorted disdainfully at seeing some of the seemingly high-quality goods. Jiang Yu whispered to Mo Fan, "My master spent lots of time at the marketplace when he's young, and even earned a fortune there. Everyone used to call him the Golden Eyes." "I see," Mo Fan exclaimed in delight. Mo Fan rarely came to the marketplace. As a matter of fact, if he was experienced enough, it would surely have saved him a fair amount of money. Unfortunately, Mo Fan was basically blind when evaluating the goods being sold at the marketplace. "This one, pay the money," Panglai pointed at something floating on a table and said to Mo Fan. "Is this a galaxy vein?" Mo Fan looked at the thing on the table with astonishment. Normally, for something like a galaxy vein, Mo Fan seriously did not dare to buy one from the marketplace. Good things did not come at a cheap price. When he was actually improving his element to the advanced level, he would find it incredibly infuriating if he bought a fake galaxy vein. "Yes, buy it, it's only 70 million, it isn't expensive," Panglai said. Mo Fan was stunned. Jiang Yu quickly nudged Mo Fan, signaling him to pay the money. Mo Fan was a complete amateur, so there was nothing he could say. He immediately handed his card over. The seller did not waste any time, either. He was so quiet that he did not bother greeting them as he proceeded to withdraw a huge sum from Mo Fan's card. After receiving the money, the seller handed the galaxy vein to Mo Fan. He did not even bother thanking him, he simply continued doing the task he was busy with before. Putting the galaxy vein away, Mo Fan followed Panglai to the area where soul essences, magic equipment, and battle souls were being sold. After walking around the place, Panglai seemed to have trouble finding a soul that could satisfy him. Even when the vendors were boasting how valuable their goods were, Panglai did not even bother casting an extra glance at them, and kept moving. The quality of the souls in Venice is less than impressive, it can't even compete with the quality of the souls in our capital's marketplace. I guess we have no choice but to buy a lower quality soul if we really can't find a suitable one, Panglai remarked. Sorry about that, Mo Fan said helplessly. That thing, Panglai suddenly noticed something. He came to a stop in front of an ordinary-looking shop and glanced into it through the entrance. At the entrance of the marketplace, a man with long orange-yellow hair was quickening his pace. He even bumped into a few people, yet he did not show any intention of apologizing to them. Advisor, I wasn't able to make the call, which is why I've asked you to inspect it for me. The price isn't low either, so I didn't dare buy it right away, the man said. Judging from your description, that thing shouldn't be too bad. Actually, you shouldn't hesitate in the first place. There are people with sharp eyes in the marketplace too, and they are most likely going to buy it, an old woman beside the man replied. The woman's hair had grayed, but her face still looked like someone in their 40s. She had done a great job preserving the condition of her skin. Her appearance clearly hinted at her noble background, but she seemed pretty disdainful, like it was very hard for anyone to get along well with her. Don't worry, the shop is pretty deep in the marketplace, and it's unlikely that anyone will notice it. Besides, I wasn't away for long, the man with orange-yellow hair said. They finally arrived at the shop after some time. However, as soon as the man entered the shop and was about to greet the owner, he was shocked to see 3 Asians inside it. Seeing someone in the shop was not a big deal, but Jack's expression sank when he realized that the 3 people seemed to be interested in the thing he had come back for. "Pay the money, we'll take it," Panglai said confidently. "Sure, but I don't have that much on me right now. Can you pay the rest for me first?" Mo Fan did not hesitate to make up his mind, but the price of the item did exceed his budget. The thing that caught Panglai's attention was the soul of a commander-level creature, and it had a price of 300 million. Mo Fan had spent around 80 million on the bone dust and the lineage, and he had also spent 70 million on the galaxy vein not long ago. He only had 150 million left. "See how poor you are? You should really learn how to distinguish between good and bad goods," Panglai said. After learning that Mo Fan had basically bought everything from the auction, Panglai had been criticizing Mo Fan a lot. He kept telling Mo Fan that if he knew how to distinguish the goods himself, everything that he had bought from the auctions would be 20% cheaper. Mo Fan could only smile wryly. He did not even understand the basics, so he might even lose his pants after being scammed by the vendors in the marketplace. "If you don't have the money, we'll be taking it." "Here, 300 million, I'll pay the money right away." Jack immediately walked up and placed a resplendent, golden card in front of the owner of the shop. "It's you again," the owner smiled. "Yeah, it's me, and we already had our eyes on it first. I only went to get the money from my elder, I'm sorry about that," Jack replied in inspiration, apologizing in advance. The owner was stunned after hearing Jack's statement. However, Panglai had spent lots of time making a living in the marketplace too when he was young. He immediately knew the young man did not reserve the item when he saw the owner's reaction. "Who told you that we didn't have the money? How could I possibly let the young man pay for it? We already decided to take it when you came, you should mind your manners." Panglai took out his card, too. The shop owner, Hubert, was lost in thoughts when he saw the 2 cards in front of him. However, he still chose Panglai's card in the end. After all, they had already reached a deal. The young man said he did not have enough money, but he never said he was going to buy it. "Mister, my student has already settled on it first. Isn't it inappropriate for you to take that man's card? My student will be participating in the treasure hunt in a few days. The soul is very important to him. Oh, here is my name card." The old woman beside Jack handed over a crystalline card. The shop owner took the card and gasped. "So you're Giselle, the Vice Elder of the Sacred Hall of Liberty. Pleased to meet you." Hubert quickly handed the card back. He did not dare accept it. "Hold on to it, just let me know if you need any help. The thing is, my student did come to your shop and show his interest in the item. Can you please explain the situation to your customers?" Giselle said in a demanding tone. As Giselle was speaking, she cast a glance at the item. It was indeed very valuable, and was definitely worth more than 300 million. It was most likely the treasure of the shop. She did hear from Jack that the owner had inherited the shop from his father, and had no choice but to sell this treasure, as business had been bad recently. The man was not willing to pay the fees for selling it at an auction, so he gave it a price he had roughly estimated. Chapter 1072. Breaking Through the Barricade of the Summoning Element. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. At first, the shop owner was planning to sell the soul for 500 million. However, many experts told him that the thing was not worth that much money. Lately, there had been many customers since many people had come to Venice, but to his surprise, many people had left after taking a few glances at it. None of them showed the slightest interest in it. Therefore, he was forced to lower the price further, and it was now at 300 million. Even so, no one was interested in it still, until the American came in the afternoon. He initially thought he finally had a chance of selling it, but to his surprise, the American left saying that he had to discuss it with his advisor. Hubert thought the man would not return. Not long after, the 3 Asians came and agreed to buy it right away. The 2 groups of people ended up crashing into one another. The shop owner struggled to make a decision. It was true that the three Asians had agreed to buy it, and were already planning to pay for it, but he could not afford to offend the Vice Elder of the Sacred Hall of Liberty either. The mags of the Sacred Hall of Liberty were highly respected throughout the world. Any city would quake vigorously if they were to stomp their foot on the ground, let alone someone with the rank of Vice Elder. If you say so, I will. Hubert reached out his hand, having decided to take Jack's card. Humph! Pang Lai harumphed heavily, interrupting Hubert's action. He said with a hint of disdain in his eyes, who would have thought a Vice Elder of the Sacred Hall of Liberty would be using her identity to threaten a shop owner. You're a disgrace to the name of the Sacred Hall of Liberty. Old man, what did you say? The furious Jake immediately rebuked. Pang Lai's gaze sharpened. His eyes immediately turned into a ferocious, pitch-black demon leopard lunging at the young mage, even though it was a mere illusion. Jack was taken by surprise. He subconsciously took a few steps back. His face turned pale as cold sweat started pouring down on it. Kid, watch your tone, Pang Lai snapped coldly. Jack was struggling to breathe. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Vice Elder Giselle was startled when she noticed something. She observed Pang Lai carefully. May I know who you are? The little kid might be insensible, but was that really necessary? The Vice Elder, Giselle, sounded cautious, yet she had no intention of backing off. I'm not the kind of person that will threaten someone with my identity. We have already decided to buy the item, so please don't intervene further. Pang Lai declared. How are we intervening? We saw it first. But have you paid for it? Did the shop owner say that the thing is yours? You said that you had reached a deal with the owner, yet he was trying to sell it to us. It's obvious that your student is only interested in it, yet he didn't say he was going to buy it. Mister, don't you change your mind now just because she is a Vice Elder. If you aren't doing business the way you should, I won't go easy on you, either. Pang Lai said. Both Giselle and Hubert were stunned by Pang Lai's words. First of all, Giselle was utterly dumbfounded, as she had always gotten her way whenever she revealed her identity as the Vice Elder of the Sacred Hall of Liberty. It was rare to stumble into anyone that dared to challenge her, and she had gotten used to it, yet the old man totally disregarded her status. Hubert was even more lost in thoughts. The old man's reaction implied that his status was no lower than the Vice Elder of the Sacred Hall of Liberty. Why would two people with formidable backgrounds come to his shop at the same time? What was he supposed to do? Mister, I'll let you decide, Giselle harumphed coldly. Hubert looked back and forth between the two. He finally decided to do business fairly and accepted Pang Lai's card. Since he could not afford to offend either side, he was obliged to do it the normal way. The Asians did express their willingness to buy the item, and the Americans had interrupted halfway. Aren't you going to tell us your name? Giselle asked in an unfriendly voice. The item was quite a valuable find, yet someone else had taken it away from them. It clearly had put Giselle in a bad mood. She did not believe that the old man was actually an authoritative figure. Pang Lai responded, displeased. Pang Lai made the payment and received the goods. He immediately left with Mo Fan and Jiang Yu without paying any further attention to Giselle and Jack. Giselle was stunned for a moment. It took her a while just to collect her thoughts. Some time after Pang Lai left, Jack recovered from his fear and blurted out, Advisor, why did you let them leave just like that? Who do they think they are, acting so arrogantly in Venice? How dare they not show any respect to the Sacred Hall of Liberty? You better watch yourself around that old man. It's not like you have to respect him or anything, but his status is rather special. You're full of youthful vigor, yet you have to be careful not to step on his tail, Giselle said. Who is he? The chief of the Chinese Royal Guards, someone ranked on the Tian ranking, one of the top 3 summoners in the world. Giselle informed him. Jack gaped. He was starting to feel a wave of terror rising when he was distracted by some noise behind him. Jack and Giselle turned around and realized the shop owner had smashed some rare magic ores on the table in a panic. Hubert quickly tidied up the mess, just so other people would not see how dispirited he was. After he was done, he drew a cross on his chest. Oh Lord, luckily he had made a wise decision. Otherwise, he would have found himself in great trouble. After leaving the marketplace, Jiang Yu caught up to Panglai and smiled. Teacher, you were so cool there. You managed to overwhelm them without using your identity, and you only told them your name right at the end. You didn't even bother abusing your reputation. The people of the Sacred Hall of Liberty have always been full of themselves. I always find them annoying, and I happened to stumble into one today. The fact that I didn't teach the Vice Elder a lesson is because my temper has improved a lot due to my age. Panglai seemed like a righteous Taoist, yet he also had a wild temper. Mo Fan enjoyed watching it too. The old woman had really walked right into the line of fire, thinking that she could secure the item because of her position. Who was Panglai? Even though the royal guards of China was not as reputable as the Parthenon Temple, those who were familiar with it knew it consisted of a bunch of extremely powerful mags who had devoted their whole lives to becoming stronger, and who rarely pursued fame or gain. If the royal guards and the Sacred Hall of Liberty ended up in a fight, the odds were fairly even. On the other hand, Giselle was just a vice elder, but Panglai was the chief of the royal guards. Even the president of the Sacred Hall of Liberty would have to receive Panglai personally whenever he went to America. Their ranks were 3 levels apart. It was even worse in terms of strength. Panglai could easily defeat Giselle with his tertiary or quaternary elements. Advisor Panglai, thank you for your help and generosity. Mo Fan was sweet whenever he needed to be. It was necessary to be slick and sly at times. After all, Panglai had done him a huge favor. It has nothing to do with generosity, I only said that I was paying for it just to make that old woman mad. You clearly owe me the money, since I don't make a living from robbing, either. You can transfer all the money you have. As for the remaining amount, you can settle the debt by giving me some of the rare finds you get from the treasure hunt. Panglai did not follow the script at all. His image of a righteous Taoist totally crumbled in just a few sentences. Mo Fan sighed. Didn't the powerful old men in dramas and novels always give huge gifts to the main protagonist when they were totally impressed by the protagonist's talents? Why was it totally different in his case? The old man was so fussy about it, even when it was only 300 million. Mo Fan did not dare say that he was not going to pay the money. He transferred the 150 million he had to Panglai, and promised that he would pay the rest after the treasure hunt. You now have everything you need. Just follow my instructions, and it should work. Speaking of which, the soul I stole for you is insanely good. I would have bought it for Jiang Yu if it was useful for him. Consider yourself lucky. Panglai said. Teacher, we bought it, we didn't steal it. Jiang Yu said speechlessly. Right, they were trying to steal it from us. Panglai nodded, quickly reassuming his demeanor of a righteous Taoist. Following Panglai's instructions, Mo Fan first improved his summoning element. Holding the galaxy vein he had bought for 70 million, Mo Fan could feel his heart pounding heavily. He was really worried that the galaxy vein would deflate like a balloon just as he was at the crucial step of breaking through the barrier, and he would waste the attempt. He would then have to waste a huge sum buying another galaxy vein. It did not help to be nervous. Mo Fan focused and began to meditate, as he needed to accumulate the energy needed to break through the walls surrounding the nebula. The galaxy vein continued to support Mo Fan in his attempt. Mo Fan could feel himself riding a fierce tide, aiming to break through the dam in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan clearly remembered the great pressure he was under in his past attempts breaking through to the advanced level. However, even though he could feel the same resistance this time, the energy he had accumulated was quite unstoppable. It had directly broken through the barricade, allowing the nebula to expand into a galaxy with abundant energy instantly. The lunar-white galaxy looked mysterious yet elegant, with 2 star orbits connected to his 2 summoned creatures like umbilical cords. Both the swift star wolf and little flame bell cried out to congratulate Mo Fan. They could tell that their master had successfully broken through the barrier, and the world of the summoning element had further expanded, which meant they would be able to receive more energy in the future. Here, Swift Star Wolf, the first mouthful of milk is for you. Mo Fan followed Pang Lai's instructions and gave the Swift Star Wolf all the energy the galaxy had. Following that, Mo Fan immediately plopped down the ground to stabilize his cultivation. When the galaxy reached a stable state, Mo Fan's eyes sprang open, his eyes shining with a brilliant, lunar-white light. Jiang Yu's teacher is very impressive. Mo Fan could not help but exclaim. Mo Fan initially thought the galaxy vein he had bought with only 70 million was defective with insufficient energy, since most galaxy veins were sold for 100 million, and some even had a price of 120 million. It was difficult to tell the quality of a galaxy vein being sold at such a low price, but to his surprise, not only was the galaxy vein not a defective product, the energy it contained was more abundant, and better than the galaxy veins he had acquired from the auctions. Old Pang Lai was sure impressive with his sharp eyes, able to pick out a great galaxy vein with lightning speed. Chapter 1073. Soul of the Highest Quality. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. The process of improving his summoning element to the advanced level was an utter success, and so smooth that it totally took Mo Fan by surprise. Mo Fan was hesitant to improve his elements to the advanced level, even though he had the money, because he was afraid of failing the attempts. He felt that the nebula of his summoning element was not full enough, and even if it was ready, there was still a chance that he would fail to improve it. He could not imagine losing 100 million if he failed the attempt. Mo Fan had completed strengthening the bones and changing the bloodline of the Swift Star Wolf. The creature was feeling pain everywhere, like a patient who had just gone through surgery. Mo Fan could see him clenching his teeth. Evolving was an utterly painful process. After all, the creature was basically forfeiting their original body. Just the first 2 steps were equivalent to having all their bones broken and their blood sucked dry, but the last step of forging the soul was even worse. It involved shattering the soul and reforging it again. The pain inflicted on the soul was unbearable. It required the summoned beast to have a strong will. Mo Fan believed that the Swift Star Wolf had always had a strong will to improve. The fact that he was from the summoned beast plane was a clear indication that he was no weakling waiting to be dominated by some other creature. Not long after he was born, he had to do his best to survive in the wilderness through endless fights. Compared to Little Flame Belle, who had her own contracted space, the Swift Star Wolf's life was a lot tougher. But there was nothing Mo Fan could do. If Mo Fan had a way to raise the Swift Star Wolf in a space where the Swift Star Wolf could have his own home, there was no reason he would have the Swift Star Wolf continue to stay in the wilds in the summoned beast plane. However, the summoning element had its own rules, strictly forbidding a summoned beast from dimensional summoning from entering the contracted space, unless the mage was strong enough to provide energy for the summoned beast to stay forever in their current dimension. Otherwise, once the energy ran out, the Swift Star Wolf would be called back to the wilds of the summoned beast plane. The ancient desolate continent. Mo Fan had heard the name from Pang Lai. It was said that the summoned beast plane consisted of 9 continents, each with different species of creatures residing on them. These creatures were basically no different than demon creatures, the only difference being that they were able to establish spiritual connections with humans, allowing summoners to summon them, and to fight at their side. The Swift Star Wolf was from the ancient desolate continent, where beast-type creatures were from. It was a barbarous land that obeyed the law of the jungle, and apparently, battles between species and their hordes were fairly common there, as if the creatures were always at war. Mo Fan remembered, back when he first cast the dimensional summoning, that the Swift Star Wolf was still a spirit wolf. As Mo Fan's spirit was traveling over the ancient desolate continent of the summoned beast plane, he recalled seeing the whole place covered in the remains of creatures. Now that he thought about it, the Swift Star Wolf was most likely an orphan of some tribe, and it might be one of the main reasons why he was so eager to become stronger amid the never-ending battles in the ancient desolated continent. "Hey Wolf, are you ready for it?" Mo Fan patted the Swift Star Wolf's head. Tilda the Swift Star Wolf raised his head and uttered a typical howl of a wolf, displaying his firm and unyielding spirit. Hahu Little Flame Belle was trying her best to mimic the howl too. "What are you up to now?" Mo Fan asked Little Flame Belle. Little Flame Belle no longer had short limbs like she used to. She now had a waist, a pair of slim legs, and the two sprouts of flames on her head were like two little pigtails of a young teenaged girl. Mo Fan had the urge to put some clothes on her and walk down the street while holding her hand. He strongly believed that she would catch everyone's attention easily. Hahoo! Little Flame Belle was already holding two fiery pom-poms in her hands, wiggling her little waist and dancing around sincerely, as if she wanted to lend a hand to her Uncle Wolf. All right, I guess you can be the cheerleader. Mo Fan placed Little Flame Belle to the side, allowing the little creature to enjoy herself. Little Flame was doing her very best, as if her Uncle Wolf would surely going to succeed the harder she danced. The only thing she lacked was a banner displaying, "I will be waiting for you at the commander level." Wolf, let's begin. Are you ready for the unbearable pain? If you really can't endure it, don't force yourself. We will have lots of chances still in the future. Once I become rich, I'll buy many souls for you for your snacks. Mo Fan said. The Swift Star Wolf nodded. His energetic eyes began to focus, a stern look in them. All right, here we go. Mo Fan's thoughts were synchronized with the Swift Star Wolf's. He slowly directed the soul he had brought toward the Swift Star Wolf. A body could only hold one soul. When another soul entered a body, the original soul of the body would start to repel it, and the two souls would break out in a fight when the new soul was trying to take over the body. In terms of the levels of the souls, the Swift Star Wolf's soul was only at the warrior level, but the soul being placed inside his body was commander level. It was obvious which soul was stronger. If Mo Fan was unable to assert control over the soul, the Swift Star Wolf's soul would be torn into pieces at any second. The process of the soul forging was as follows: think of the Swift Star Wolf as a little puppy, and the only way for it to grow is to beat a fierce hound. In a fair fight, the outcome is very obvious: the little puppy is going to be torn into pieces by the hound. Currently, the role that Mo Fan was playing is the person keeping the hound under control with a chain. He needed to know how tight he had to hold the chain. If he loosens it by too much, the hound would simply lunge forward, and the little puppy was dead for sure. However, if he grabbed the chain too tightly, the little puppy wouldn't learn as much from the fight. As such, the process was also a test of the mage's cultivation and control, since his ability to control the process would directly determine the outcome. Failing to do so would endanger the life of his summoned beast. Luckily, Mo Fan's cultivation was fairly outstanding, not because of how vast the galaxy of his summoning element was, but because his spiritual world now had 6 elements. Leaving the demon element aside, he still had 5 elements. Normally, only a forbidden mage would have the same number. The number of elements Mo Fan possessed meant his mental state was much stronger than ordinary people, and the strength of his mental state was proportional to his will and his control over those elements. If a mage with only a single element in the advanced level was doing this, they would never be able to keep the fierce hound under control, resulting in a terrible loss. Mo Fan had basically bought the best materials he could possibly find, and he was also an experienced summoner. It solely depended on the Swift Star Wolf's resilience. Speaking of which, what exactly is this soul I got, that even the Vice Elder of the Sacred Hall of Liberty was so eager to get her hands on it? Why am I struggling to tell how outstanding it is? Mo Fan was curious as he asserted his control over the soul. The soul did not seem too different from any other commander-level creature. On top of that, it was not even the soul of a creature of the wolf species, meaning that the two souls might have trouble merging later in the process. However, if Panglai told him that the soul was something remarkable, and was willing to pay 300 million in advance to secure it, it must be something incredible. The Swift Star Wolf suddenly let out a cry, and was filled with fear and the urge to give up. Mo Fan was startled. Why did the Swift Star Wolf want to surrender so quickly? He was quite confident that he had controlled the soul. Well, not long after, Mo Fan realized the soul was the reason. He took a closer look at the silhouette of the creature inside it. After a glance, even Mo Fan subconsciously took a deep breath. The soul was nothing like one that had died. It was a vivid and enormous beast, with tails flying wildly and eyes erupting in ghastly flames. It even had white bones covering it like armor, and a pair of slightly curved horns. Even its feet would leave a ghastly trail of flame. Mo Fan had no idea what the beast was, yet it was totally different than its harmless appearance at the start. It had turned into a ferocious beast out of nowhere. It made a lot of sense why the Swift Star Wolf was utterly terrified of the creature, since it was clearly not an ordinary commander-level creature. Quite the opposite, Mo Fan somehow felt that the creature had a stronger aura than the pseudo-dragon he had once fought against. How did Pang Lai even notice such a high-quality soul? Mo Fan exclaimed. Mo Fan finally understood why the Vice Elder and Jack were so eager to get their hands on the soul. It was nothing like the ordinary souls they could find in the market. If the Swift Star Wolf could refine it and reforge his soul, he would surely evolve into an imperious commander-level creature. Swift Star Wolf, don't panic, it's the perfect soul to help you achieve the commander level, and even give you the potential to improve further. It's already dead, but you're still alive. You won't just stop at the commander level, you'll even achieve the ruler level in the future, so don't let this dead creature stop you from growing stronger. Fight it, and beat the crap out of it. I'm here protecting you, you can surely use it as a stepping stone to evolve into a commander level wolf. Mo Fan was excited. Now. The creature's presence was fairly intimidating, but the scarier it was, the better the outcome would be if the Swift Star Wolf managed to overcome it. It was a great challenge for the Swift Star Wolf. If he could overcome it, he would no longer have to live a tough life in the ancient desolate continent, as he would be able to claim his own territory. A commander-level creature was worthy enough to claim a territory, and the Swift Star Wolf was eager to grow stronger mainly because he wanted to have his own territory in the wilderness. Once he overcame this challenge, he would be able to establish his own horde. The Swift Star Wolf's fear was natural due to the difference between their levels. The presence of a commander-level creature could easily shatter the fighting spirit of a warrior-level creature. However, the Swift Star Wolf was very experienced in taking on strong foes. Mo Fan was very strong, and so was Little Flame Bell, yet the wolf was still stuck at the warrior level. In order to survive in the ancient desolate continent, he had to grow stronger. He let out a defiant roar, trying to overcome the fear toward a higher-level creature he was experiencing from his lineage and his soul. Go. Just do it. So what if it's a commander-level creature? Go and tear it into pieces. Mo Fan encouraged him. Ahoo! Little Flame Bell danced even more vigorously, her face serious, as if she was fighting the battle herself. Chapter 1074. Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. Venice, the Yunnan Chinese Mage Clubhouse. Jiang Yu still did not understand what the soul that his teacher was interested in was. Even the Vice Elder of the Sacred Hall of Liberty was willing to intervene just to get her hands on it. He could not help but ask, Master, the soul that you bought for Mo Fan, what exactly is it? Is it really that impressive? To be honest with you, I was quite surprised to see something like that in the marketplace in Venice, too. There's nothing special about that soul, and even people with sharp eyes normally don't pay 300 million for it. Even if it's auctioned, it will most likely be sold around the price of 200 million. Pang Lai tried taking a sip of the Italian coffee, yet as soon as he took a sip, he spat it out. Master, I think tea suits you better. Jiang Yu immediately went to brew a pot of tea and served it to Pang Lai, before asking, so why did you spend 300 million on it? Were you seriously just trying to squabble with the old lady? Squabble with her? Pang Lai raised his brows and harumphed, let me tell you, if I didn't promise to get a soul for Mo Fan and the fact that he has helped our country plenty of times, I would have bought it for myself, and given it to you as your graduation gift. Unfortunately, your first summoned beast is of the earth element, and the other is a demon spirit, so the soul of a beast isn't of any use to you. Was it really that impressive? But didn't you mention that it was only an ordinary commander-level creature? Jiang Yu asked. It's only ordinary in the eyes of the others, but it's totally different in the eyes of someone as knowledgeable as your master. If I hadn't been to the extreme South Ice realm, I might have missed it, too. Pang Lai took a sip of the tea to cleanse his tongue of the strong coffee aroma, before drinking it. Chinese tea was still the best, and the drinks in foreign countries all tasted like mud. TL note, but I like to drink coffee, equals. The extreme South Ice Realm, at the South Pole. Jiangyu was astounded. Yeah, it's truly a forbidden place for humans. The land is vast and extremely cold, and the demon creatures there, he sighed heavily. The word strong is far from enough to describe them. We only went around 100 meters deep into the place, yet our group was almost wiped out. Everyone in the group was a super mage, and even though I wasn't as strong as I am now, there's no chance I'm going back to the South Pole again. As Panglai recalled the situation, he suddenly could not feel the cup of hot tea in his hand, as if he was lost in the land of the snow, where he could feel no heat. There are places where even Master doesn't dare to go. Jiangyu was even more shocked. There was not much information about the land at the South Pole. It was not like not many powerful mags had visited it, but it was nothing but a black zone. Other kingdoms of demon creatures were usually crawling with demon creatures, but at the South Pole, it was pretty hard to find one. The whole place was deadly quiet. However, if you ended up stumbling into one or two when your luck ran out, it was very likely that you would not be able to come back alive. Panglai was once full of youthful vigor, back when he used to be a bright talent among the super mags. He was bold enough to follow a bunch of ambitious mags on an expedition to the South Pole. After that time, Panglai had decided to join the Royal Guards and spent most of his time cultivating or training his disciples. He no longer dared to go on adventures. Even with his current strength, his face always turned pale at the mention of the extreme South Ice Realm. Let's not talk about the past. Don't you want to know why I'm so fascinated by the soul? Panglai went back to the topic. Could it be that the soul is from the extreme South Ice Realm? Exactly. I could immediately tell that the creature was from the extreme South Ice Realm when I felt the strong presence of the ice element while holding it. Only the creatures there could possess a soul with such a strong presence of the ice element. If I'm not mistaken, it's most likely the soul of a flying creek snow beast. Its strength is similar to that of an ordinary commander-level creature, but its ice soul is going to grant it immeasurable strength when fighting in an ice domain. Panglai explained. So it's basically gained the power of the ice element. Panglai sighed. It's hard to explain it to you with words. Once Mo Fan's wolf evolves successfully, you'll realize how strong the ice soul is during the treasure hunt. I guess so. It's surely something special if it comes from that place. In a private training ground. The whole place shook, following a blasting roar. Even the boats in the nearby canals were shaking hard. The people nearby stared at the training ground with terrified looks when they heard the roar. Luckily, the roar had come from the training ground. If it was from any other building, the city guards of Venice would have immediately surrounded the place. Ha ha ha, it worked. Old man Panglai is really impressive. Mo Fan's laughter echoed throughout the training ground. Mo Fan had managed to help the Swift Star Wolf evolve just by following Panglai's instructions. Mo Fan had withdrawn his control. He was staring at the Swift Star Wolf, watching its remarkable transformation. The Swift Star Wolf had fully extended his limbs, as if his bones and bodies were being pulled apart forcibly. His previously elegant muscles had expanded too, making him more muscular, and granting him a more savage appearance. His fur was drifting in the wind, and the color had started to change too, from dark blue to white. It looked rather chilly, with an icy blue gleam to it. Mo Fan initially thought he would feel an icy aura bursting out from the creature, yet all he felt was the cold, yet restrained savagery of the Swift Star Wolf. However, he could sense a suffocating sense of danger just looking at the icy flames in the creature's eyes. Mo Fan knew the thing burning inside the creature's eyes was not fire, but a kind of frost that was swaying like a flame. The same frost was swaying on the wolf's shoulders, elbows, and tail. In addition to that, his fur was covering him from his shoulder to his hip, then to his rear legs, and on top of that was a layer of glittering, icy armor attached to the Swift Star Wolf's sturdy muscles, showing off the inviolable nobility of a commander-level creature. Is he now an ice-type creature? Mo Fan was astounded after witnessing the Swift Star Wolf's transformation. The change to the wolf's element was a piece of good news. After all, the wind element that the Swift Star Wolf had before was fairly weak. He mainly relied on his physical strength in fights. However, even though the Swift Star Wolf had turned into an ice-type creature, the icy aura from the icy armor covering him did not feel that strong, and the temperature nearby did not even drop by much. Even a basic ice spread was similar to turning on an air conditioner, yet the aura of the Swift Star Wolf was nowhere close to that. Don't tell me he has only inherited the appearance of the soul, but he did not inherit its power. Such a pity, Mo Fan murmured. Ning-Little Flame Bell was naive. She immediately lifted her fiery pom-poms when she saw that the Swift Star Wolf had successfully evolved. She leapt up and danced joyfully. Forget it, it doesn't really matter, it's cool enough that you've evolved into a commander-level creature. Ha ha ha, Wolf, I'll have to call you White Wolf from now onward. Mo Fan was the optimistic kind. He had only spent around 450 million to help the Swift Star Wolf evolve into a commander-level creature. It was quite a bargain. After all, the strength of a commander-level creature was comparable to the combined strength of about 7 advanced mags, and it took more than 100 million to train an advanced mage. Either way, the Swift Star Wolf's transformation was not as impressive as Mo Fan anticipated, yet it did not let Mo Fan down, either. The Swift Star Wolf had officially achieved the commander level, meaning that he could easily eliminate a national team with just his summoning element alone. That being said, he looks really cool, like a king of the wolves. You can finally claim your own territory in the summoned beast plane. Mo Fan patted the Swift Star Wolf's head and smiled. The Swift Star Wolf was incredibly excited, too. He let go a few howls, and the boats and people in the canals nearby suffered greatly. We can finally enjoy ourselves during the treasure hunt. We'll have to earn all the money we've spent lately back. Mo Fan said ambitiously. Awoo! Ha-hoo! The White Wolf retained his savagery as a wolf. He was a great fan of plundering, and since he had just achieved the commander level, it was finally his turn to show off his remarkable prowess. Little Flame Bell cried out in excitement too, her voice was as pleasant as the chime of a bell. She could finally follow her daddy and Uncle Wolf on their evil deeds of plundering and setting places on fire. She was radiating great joy. Mo Fan told Jiang Yu about his success. Jiang Yu also mentioned the origin of the soul to Mo Fan briefly. However, Jiang Yu was not able to understand the whole story from his teacher. He had no idea how strong the Ice Soul was, he only told Mo Fan what he had heard. Flying Creek Snow Beast, alright, I guess I'll call you Flying Creek Snow Wolf then. Mo Fan gave the Swift Star Wolf a new name. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf, it sounded like a handsome wolf leaping and running along the walls and jumping between the cliffs of a snowy creek. It did suit his current appearance. Have you tried out his strength yet? My master said the creature is very strong, Jiang Yu asked. Not yet. I let him go back to the summoned beast plane to claim his territory. I think he's the same as other commander-level creatures, Mo Fan said. Oh, I'll leave it to you to explore, then. My master wouldn't lie to you, if he said it's strong, he must have some outstanding ability, Jiang Yu said. It's fine, I'm satisfied that he's now a commander-level creature. True, your summoning element isn't any weaker than mine, and it's supposed to be your tertiary element, Jiang Yu sighed. Chapter 1075. Huge Teleporting Portal. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan purposely paid Pang Lai a visit to express his gratitude. Jiang Yu knocked on the door to explain their purpose of visit, yet Pang Lai told Jiang Yu to leave in a demanding tone. Forget it, Master is probably dealing with something urgent. Let's wait in the garden, I can tell you more about the treasure hunt, too. Jiang Yu asked someone to get them some drinks. Mo Fan glanced at the door that was tightly shut. He was intrigued by Pang Lai's tone. Even if he was busy with something, it did not explain why he sounded so serious. Mo Fan did not overthink it. He proceeded to discuss the treasure hunt with Jiang Yu. It was very important to Mo Fan, and it was also an opportunity for the members of the national team to grow stronger, too. There were times when an ordinary student turned into the brightest stars in the tournament with the loot they found during the treasure hunt. No one could possibly tell what was going to happen during the treasure hunt. In the locked room, Panglai sat on a cushion and looked at the old man with a scarred face sitting opposite to him with a stern expression. "Old friend, please help me. I'm only here because I'm left with no choice," the old man with a scar pleaded. "How do you expect me to help? Look at the things you did, and the solid proof that the Holy Judgment Court has found you're seriously out of your mind. You already had a great reputation, and your power and fame were unmatched. Why would you do such a thing? You've really let your old friends down." Panglai snapped coldly. "They have yet to deliver the evidence to the Holy Judgment Court. You have to help me," the old man said. "Are you insane? Essendale, how did you end up like this? You didn't even show the slightest hint of remorse. Do you know how remorseful Yinkan was for the rest of his life after the stupid decision he made? Look at the consequences of his mistake. The calamity of Bow City, the calamity of the ancient capital. There's no way Salon will forgive you. Just surrender yourself, for the sake of your clan and your descendants. It's the only favor that the rest of us can do for you. Save some dignity for yourself, and think about your descendants. There's no escape for you," Panglai said to Essendale sternly. "It's a matter of viewpoint. It's not like I've done anything wrong. I admitted that I picked the wrong candidate, and I've done inhumane things on her behalf, but wasn't that how it always is? The election might look sacred and noble on the surface, but it's as filthy as a river of blood." Essendale protested. "Do you really think the things you did are just inhumane? Old friend, you've really crossed the line. I can't stand watching you any longer. If you aren't willing to surrender yourself, I guess I'll have to deliver you to the Holy Judgment Court myself." Panglai's eyes flickered sharply. Essendale immediately rose to his feet. A dark aura immediately burst out of his body and filled the room. Panglai did not think that Essendale was already on guard. It was impossible to detain the man once he got the upper hand. "Do you really just think about only yourself? I don't want to die, and I don't want to be locked in the underworld prison like when Tai." The dark aura emitted by Essendale grew stronger. Panglai was unable to move. The dark aura was locking him down like countless chains of black dragons. Panglai was suppressed before he could cast a single spell. Panglai let out a sigh, looking at Essendale. "There must be a way, there must be. I don't want you to continue down the wrong path." Out in the garden, Mo Fan, who was chatting with Jiang Yu when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming presence of darkness coming from the room. For an instant, Mo Fan thought the ruler of the dark had descended upon the place. He could feel his skin crawling. Mo Fan turned around and stared at the room. At the same time, the door was shoved open. An old man with a scarred face walked out. He glanced at Mo Fan and Jiang Yu briefly before leaving the place. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. He immediately rose to his feet when he saw the room was filled with an overwhelming dark energy and quickly hurried over. Mo Fan glanced into the room too. He saw Panglai sitting in the darkness like a statue, unable to move. Mo Fan turned after the old man, but he had already disappeared. He did not just disappear because he had turned a corner, but he had already vanished a fair distance away. It was the fleeing shadow, but the man's fleeing shadow was crazier than Blink. Mo Fan could not detect a single trace of him. Master, are you all right?" Jiang Yu hurriedly went up to Panglai. The energy restraining Panglai soon dissipated. The old man covered in the dark energy started coughing with a helpless face. Mo Fan glanced at Panglai. It was obvious that Panglai had lost in the short confrontation with the old man. Mo Fan was utterly shaken. Who was that old man that even Panglai was not his worthy opponent? Panglai let out a long sigh. He simply ignored Jiang Yu's question and sat there, thinking. Mo Fan had no clue what had happened, and it was obvious that Panglai was not in the mood to talk. On the day of the treasure hunt, the whole world was shaken by a piece of news. A world-famous shadow mage named Essendale was pronounced guilty, and the Holy Judgment Court had placed a bounty on his head, dead or alive. Mo Fan heard everyone discussing it when he arrived at the venue. Everyone was left in awe by the news. Essendale, a mage that was ranked higher than Panglai, the true master of the shadow element. To Mo Fan's great surprise, it was Essendale that had generously donated the Dark Noble mantle as a reward to be given to the national teams. Mo Fan had heard his name a couple of times. A mage of his level was on par with the leaders of his country. It was hard to imagine that such a person had suddenly become a serious criminal. It said that the Holy Judgment Court has conclusive evidence. They won't allow Essendale to rebut the accusation, Jiang Yu said. No wonder your master looked so down, he had already guessed the outcome. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had only learned that the person able to trap Panglai the other day was the master of the shadow element, Essendale, when the news broke out. However, he had no clue what they were talking about. Speaking of which, considering how strong Essendale is, and if even your master was no match for him, will the Holy Judgment Court really be able to catch him if he's serious about running away? The master of the shadow element. I doubt if anyone in this world can really catch him, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan also possessed the shadow element, so he clearly knew how outstanding the element was when it was used to run away. There was no chance that they could catch someone like Essendale without the help of forbidden mags. Who knows, but it's hard to imagine that someone like him would do something so unforgiving. I heard that it has something to do with a candidate. I wonder who it could be. Will the treasure hunt be postponed because of it? It's hard to say, it's just too great a bit of news for now. The incident was expected to affect the World College Tournament to a certain degree. The treasure hunt was postponed for 2 days, just so it did not take place on the same day that Essendale was pronounced guilty. People would soon be distracted by other news, and would forget about something that happened before. However, Essendale's influence was greater than everyone thought. The news remained a headline across the world even after 2 days, and apparently, the candidate that was related to the incident had gone missing, too. Mo Fan did not really care much about the things that happened in the rest of the world. He only cared about the treasure hunt for now. The treasure hunt took place as scheduled. 16 countries were disqualified in the first round, so only the 16 countries that were left would participate in the treasure hunt. The participants were told to gather at the same stadium where the opening ceremony was held, but unlike before, it was filled with magic oars, all with a silver gleam to them. The silver oars were arranged in a formation. Mo Fan could clearly sense the energy of the space element lingering in the air. A space magic formation, it seems like they're going to teleport us to the actual venue. Ari Jiangtu observed professionally. Such a huge space magic formation, I wonder where it's going to teleport us to. Don't tell me it's the edge of the world. Zhao Manyan's eyes were wide. The magic formation was insanely huge. None of them knew where it was going to teleport them. There were 2 kinds of space magic formations. The first kind would teleport anyone that stepped into it to a random place. When Mo Fan and Asheruya went to pay the Black Dragon Emperor a visit, Asheruya was forced to set up such a space portal without a precise destination. The other kind was a designated space portal that would teleport anyone that stepped through it to a certain place. Many space mags had suggested setting up teleportation portals in the main cities across the world, just so the people could travel back and forth in a matter of seconds. However, realistically, it was not practical at all, as a portal with the ability to teleport someone across a long distance needed a vast amount of energy. In this world where humans and demon creatures never stopped competing for the scarce energy that was available, the energy it took to teleport a traveler was enough to train an outstanding battle mage. As such, only a grand occasion like the World College Tournament would be allowed to teleport students to the actual venue with a space magic formation. I'll now explain the rules. The main judge stepped forward and announced in English. 16 countries, 160 students will be teleported to random spots in the space set up for the treasure hunt. You will each end up in a different place, and as usual, you'll encounter all kinds of dangers and demon creatures, so you should be extremely careful while searching for the treasure. Even though we have assistant judges watching you inside, and will try our best to guarantee your safety with the help of the eagle eye scattered across the place, there are chances that accidents will happen, so I hope you can stay calm and ask for help immediately. Don't lose your life because of your greed. Finally, this here is a scroll of space. When you realize that your life is danger, fill the scroll with energy. It will activate in around 4 seconds and teleport you back here with a space vortex. Again, safety first, don't do anything stupid. Creators thought. So, transporting them via this thing one way is enough to train 160 outstanding battle mages, given 10 people on the team. Out and back, plus the observers. Nope, no waste in these games, nope. Oh, a new magic item, crush the scrolls to trigger a spell. Chapter 1076. Essence Crystal of the Black Tree. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. Space Scrolls, TSK, the tournament is pretty generous, huh? I bet not many students have such life-preserving stuff, Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Are they like really expensive? Mo Fan had to ask. It's not a problem of how much they cost, but how many of them are produced. There aren't many space mags that can produce them, and even fewer are under the command of private organizations, Zhao Manyang said. Since everyone is forced to split up, let's try our best to regroup once we are in there. Otherwise, we won't even have a chance even if we find something precious, Jiang Yu spoke up. Every member of the national team was taking part in the treasure hunt, since each team was allowed to have 10 representatives. Thus, there were 160 participants in total, representing 16 countries. After the rules were clarified, the students made their way into the space magic formation. Since the members of every team were going to split up, they were asked to enter the formation at different times, too. Interestingly, Mo Fan was somehow drawn out very early among the students, and he was the first member of the Chinese team to enter the formation. Mo Fan was fairly curious about where the formation would bring him. Was it a confined space, or was it a special place that Italy had prepared for the tournament? However, since the Hunter Union was in charge of the second round, they would be putting the participants' ability to survive in the wild to the test. It was important for a mage to learn how to survive in the wild, since demon creatures were the biggest enemy of mankind. The competition between students did not really matter much. Only those who won against demon creatures, and survived under terrible conditions in the wild, would truly emerge as the true experts of the world. As soon as Mo Fan stepped into the formation, he immediately sensed the space around him spinning and twisting. Fortunately, it was not Mo Fan's first time traveling through space. He calmly closed his eyes, just so he would not get sick from the turbulence of the flow. With a shudder, Mo Fan vanished from right in front of everyone between some space ripples within the blink of an eye. The chaotic flow of space struck him. However, since Mo Fan was a space mage himself, he knew how to handle the situation, and could stop himself from losing too much of his energy. The process did not last long. When Mo Fan opened his eyes, the stadium had already disappeared. He could no longer see Venice's sky, or the crowd of spectators. The muddy, grey sky was twisting in a weird way, like a giant painting looming over his head. It felt surreal. The ground was uneven, with jagged rocks and steep mountains. He also saw a black forest, a river with its water flowing in the wrong direction, and a valley with some eerie cries. Mo Fan looked around him and had an indescribably strange feeling. Even though he could see mountains, water, and the sky in his surroundings, it felt like something that an illogical painter had put together indifferently. It felt nothing like nature. It must be some kind of a unique space. Mo Fan was not unfamiliar with strange spaces. The world he had ended up in under the dark abyss was oddly uncomfortable, too. To his relief, there was only a slight disharmony in the sky. It was not made of corpses like the one in the dark abyss. Curtains of corpses in the sky. Whenever Mo Fan recalled the sight in the dark abyss, he still had lingering fears. Every confined space would have its boundary. If he could find a tall spot, he might be able to see the end of the space. It was unlikely that the organizer would pick a vast, boundless space as the venue, since not only would they have to struggle to look after every participant, they would have trouble controlling what was happening inside the space, too. Mo Fan heard the cries of eagles above him. He lifted his gaze and saw an eagle circling around 100 meters up in the sky. So those are the unmanned drones with surveillance cameras. Mo Fan gave the eagle a wide smile. The observer eagles were a kind of tool that the military often used. Similar to the Wicked Eye copper mirror, these observer eagles were able to transmit everything they saw to a device via light magic. Since the whole world was watching the tournament, it did not make sense if the treasure hunt only involved the students running around in a confined space. The observer eagles were the best tools to broadcast what was happening in the space, allowing the people outside to watch the splendid performances of the students. The observer eagles had been waiting in their positions for a long time. They were tailing every student to capture everything that happened, while looking after their safety. When Mo Fan saw a number of observer eagles flying in the sky, he could not help but have a thought: shouldn't the treasure hunt be given a name, like Running Mage? TL note, a reference to a popular variety show from Korea, Running Man, not the Schwarzenegger movie. However, it was a tournament after all, and even though the environment did resemble wilderness, it went without saying that the organizer had basically set up everything artificially. The only question was how many demon creatures were residing in the space, since they were most likely the only threat to the participants. Mo Fan looked around him, but he could not tell where he was supposed to go. The advisors specifically told them to regroup with the others as soon as possible, to increase their odds of finding and securing treasure. It did not make sense for the organizer to drop the loot right in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately, Mo Fan had no idea where his teammates were. He had no choice but to roam aimlessly. "Little Roach, it's your show time. Help Daddy see if there's anything good around here," Mo Fan murmured to the pendant on his chest. The Little Loach pendant did not glow, implying that there was nothing that had caught its attention nearby. Ever since Little Loach had devoured the eternal Wicked Lotus, it had yet to react to anything that Mo Fan stumbled into. Mo Fan realized he was expecting too much from Little Loach. He had no choice but to search for the loot himself. Before Mo Fan knew it, he had entered a forest with distorted black trees. Glancing at the ghastly trees, Mo Fan asked Little Flame Bell again, "Are you sure that your little mummy is inside?" Little Flame Bell nodded. Little Flame Bell had acknowledged Xinxia as her mummy first, meaning that Mu Ningxue had somehow become the little mummy. However, Little Flame Bell was not really fond of Mu Ningxue's icy aura, so she rarely went close to Mu Ningxue. That being said, she was still extremely sensitive to it, and was able to sense it from far away. If Little Flame Bell said that Mu Ningxue was inside the forest, she was most likely right. Once Mo Fan found Mu Ningxue, he would be more relaxed wandering around. Strange, the forest doesn't seem to be huge, but why do I feel like I won't be able to leave it after coming in here? Mo Fan had been moving forward for some time, yet he realized that he was still in the Black Forest. He was surrounded by the wilted, twisting trees with empty branches. There was a strong evil presence, too. AAs. Mo Fan was confident that he was not trapped in some kind of a maze, as he could easily tell such a thing with his shadow element. If the forest was not a maze, the only possibility left was the Black Forest was a compressed zone. It did not seem to cover a great area from the distance, but it was actually quite huge once he stepped into it. It was unlikely that he would reach the end in a short period. A cold wind with some frost came from the distance. Even without Little Flame Bell's help, Mo Fan could easily recognize Mu Ningxue's aura. She was right ahead. Mo Fan turned into a shadow and wove through the trees rapidly. He finally saw Mu Ningxue, who was wearing a long robe, at a place where the trees seemed much thicker. "Xue, why are you trapped between the trees?" Mo Fan stood on an old trunk and asked with a confused look. Mu Ningxue was surrounded by frozen trees circling her like a prison, entrapping her in the middle. "Look out, the trees can move," Mu Ningxue warned him sharply. Before Mo Fan realized what was happening, he saw two sharp branches stabbing at him. It turned out that the tree he was standing on was attacking him. Mo Fan immediately jumped into the air, but before he could adjust his stance, he saw a huge branch swiping at him, knocking him flying. Mo Fan rolled a few times on the ground. His bones were hurting from the impact. Luckily, his body was rather sturdy. Any other mage would have a few broken bones by now. "Damn it!" Mo Fan turned around and saw the trees that had attacked him had already uprooted themselves from the ground. They moved with their wriggling roots, their branches were their weapons. Some were thin and long, like claws, while some were as sharp as spears. "I'll burn them all with fire," Mo Fan snapped furiously. "There are just too many of them." "Don't panic, you're only going to attract more of these black tree spirits," Mu Ningxue advised HM. "What shall I do then?" "I can't just let them smack me around like table tennis," Mo Fan protested. "There's a commander-level black tree spirit, and it's carrying an essence crystal in its tree hole. The organizer must have placed it there," Mu Ningxue said. "TL note, used to be fundamental crystal, but I think essence crystal sounds better." "Essence crystal? That's some good stuff." Mo Fan's eyes glittered. Mo Fan happened to find an essence crystal in the canyon filled with the forbidden moon rock demons. It was worth 200 to 300 million. Mo Fan did not expect that Mu Ningxue had already found such valuable loot when he came looking for her. "Do you need my help? Or you can deal with it yourself?" Mo Fan asked. "Let's do it together and get it done, the others might have found other treasures, too," Mu Ningxue replied. "Your ice is better at dealing with the underlings, I'll handle the boss." Mo Fan split the tasks with Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue's ice element had wide coverage, so she could handle the enormous number of black tree spirits better. Besides, if they did not get rid of the army of black tree spirits, they had no hope of reaching their commander. Creators thought. "I found it funny that only space mags under private organizations would make the scrolls, turning advanced super-level awesome space mags into production machines for cash. Remember the cash is 7:1. Chapter 1077. This is an empty chapter. Chapter 1077. This is an empty chapter. Chapter 1077. This is an empty chapter. Restore scroll position. Chapter 1077. This is an empty chapter. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translator's note: yes, this is an entire chapter. As per title, this chapter doesn't contain any text in original novel. It is posted just to keep numbering consistent with original novel. Chapter 1077. This is an empty chapter. Chapter 1078. The Worm and Tree Symbiosis. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Ningxue continued to unleash her frost. It was very effective against plant-type demon creatures. The ice element was effective against the plant element was basic knowledge that every student had to learn in their 9 years of study about magic. That being said, the fire element was even more effective against the plant element. After passing through the black tree spirits that Mu Ningxue had frozen, Mo Fan saw the commander-level black tree spirit that Mu Ningxue had mentioned. The tree spirit commander was rather strange. It was residing in the lake, and the whole black lake had huge bubbles on its surface. It looked rather disgusting. The mid-trunk of the tree spirit commander had a strange mouth like a human, but it was a lot wider. Its eerie branches were like the arms and claws of a mountain monster. When Mo Fan walked forward, he realized that the tree was grabbing an enormous, grey bear. The bear was around 6 meters tall, with grey flames covering its body. One could tell that the bear was no ordinary servant-class beast, but the tree spirit commander had stabbed the bear countless times, leaving bloody holes all over it with blood pouring out like a fountain into the lake. The blood immediately turned black after falling into the lake. Mo Fan subconsciously took a deep breath. The lake was not made of water, but decaying blood. How many creatures had the tree spirit commander killed to form such a huge lake of blood? The tree spirit commander was on alert. It soon noticed Mo Fan's presence, even though he was hiding at the lakeside. It let out a furious cry as it faced him. Even though the tree had no eyes or face, Mo Fan could clearly sense its hunger and cruelty, as if anything alive was considered its food. The fresh and tender meat, the cries of agony from its prey, and the blood that flowed into the pool. "Are you trying to summon your men?" Mo Fan grinned when he saw the tree spirit commander continuing to shriek. The tree spirit commander was unable to see, as he thought. It had no clue that all its underlings had been turned into ice statues by Mooningshua. The tree spirit commander had no choice but to get rid of the intruder itself, since none of its underlings had responded to its summons. It extended its branches and snapped them at Mo Fan like whips. As a mere tree, you have butchered so many creatures that their blood has formed such a huge lake. Aren't you a disappointment to your mum and dad? Mo Fan agilely dodged the branches. Mo Fan suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving a shadow behind that the tree spirit commander focused on with its branches. He sneakily moved in another direction. Mo Fan stomped the ground, and a huge shadow loomed over the place. The dim sky immediately turned pitch black, and darkness crawled across the place. It had been a while since Mo Fan last cast the NYX regime. The strong presence of dark energy in the space significantly strengthened Mo Fan's shadow spells. The tree spirit commander did not have eyes, meaning that it did not rely on sight to sense where its enemy was. However, in the domain of the NYX regime, Mo Fan's movements were as unpredictable as a phantom. Even though the tree spirit commander knew where Mo Fan was, its branches were having a hard time tracking him down. Giant shadow, hang on, there's no need for that. Mo Fan was just about to cast the spell, but he immediately slapped himself on the head. The tree spirit commander was unable to move, after all, so it was unnecessary to suppress its movement. Sky Lightning Claw. Mo Fan did not waste further time with the tree spirit commander. He immediately cast his strongest lightning spell. Dark lightning struck down from the pitch-black sky, shocking and brilliant. The fierce lightning split into several arcs and formed the claw of a demon swiping at the tree spirit commander's upper branches. The lightning surged widely, cracking all over the place. To Mo Fan's surprise, the strong attack only left a little hole in the tree spirit commander. It did not seem to have inflicted any serious damage on the tree spirit commander. It looks like I still need to use fire. After realizing that the lightning spells were not so effective against the tree spirit commander, Mo Fan immediately turned to his fire element. Rain of Burning Fists. Mo Fan drew a fire constellation, but he forcibly turned the raindrop-sized flames into burning fists. He had learned the move from the Spanish fire tosser. However, it seemed like he needed a lot of time to master it. If the rain of burning fists of the Spanish representative used was a storm, Mo Fan's rain of burning fists was only a drizzle. Burning fists poured down from the sky, yet the fists were sparse, and the damage of the spell was not that much higher than the Skyflame Funeral. However, with enough practice, Mo Fan would certainly be able to master the advanced version of the Skyflame Funeral. Flames were indeed more effective against the tree spirit commander. The lake of blood was set on fire, and the burning fists landed on the tree spirit commander continuously, leaving huge holes on its trunk. The tree spirit commander was infuriated. The water of the lake turned restless. When Mo Fan was wondering what kind of attack the creature would dish out, he saw huge, thick roots rising out of the water like eels. The roots basically filled up the entire lake. They continued to grow and wiggle, and looked eerie and terrifying. Holy crap, what the hell are these things? Aren't they afraid of fire? Mo Fan burst out screaming. The giant eel-like roots crawled over the flames, but the fire failed to burn any of them. They reached the land and chased after Mo Fan. Mo Fan sprinted across the place with the blood tabi. To his surprise, the roots seemed to have infinite range, as they continued to stack up and chase after him. The whole lake was filled up with the roots. Mo Fan had never seen a plant with so many roots. It was like 1,000 eels were chasing after him. Mo Fan could feel that they were gradually getting closer, so he kept throwing fiery fists at the roots while running. The fiery dragons lunged at the roots, but they were simply too weak, and were soon devoured by roots covered in thick blood. One of the roots was way ahead of the others. It was only inches away from reaching Mo Fan's ankle. Mo Fan was about to alter his direction with the fleeing shadow, yet before he could disappear into the shadow, the root was smart enough to wrap around Mo Fan's right foot and drag him out. The rest of the roots pounced at Mo Fan as soon as he was dragged out of the shadow. Mo Fan could already imagine his horrible death after he was covered by the roots. "Little Flame Bell, save your daddy!" Mo Fan yelled. Little Flame Belle appeared in the nick of time. She quickly set Mo Fan aflame with the Calamity Fire. A great explosion took place, followed by a little mushroom cloud rising in the air. The shockwave blew the roots into pieces, but even when the roots were separated, they were still wiggling on the ground, as if each of the roots was a different organism. Mo Fan took a closer look and was astounded. These were no roots, they were some vampiric, blood-drinking worms. No wonder the roots were able to chase after him like they had eyes, even when Mo Fan was able to conceal his presence easily with the NYX regime. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? It looks like a tree above the water, but its roots are all worms. Mo Fan had never heard of anything like it. If he knew how tricky it was to fight, he would rather have dealt with the little black tree spirits, and let Mu Ningxue deal with the monster. Take this! Mo Fan was infuriated too. He immediately summoned the flame sword. Mo Fan did not attack with the flame sword immediately. He held the sword in his hand with the outstanding control that Little Flame Belle had granted him. With a forward slash, waves of flame surged forward and sliced the worms into several sections. After waving the flame sword wildly for some time, the roots were severed into little pieces. Little Flame Belle's Calamity Fire was indeed a lot stronger. Mo Fan stood no chance against a commander-level creature with only his rose flame. Blurb blurb blurb, some movement was visible under the lake of blood again. The roots of the tree spirit commander rose up again, their number no fewer than the roots that had appeared before, as if there was no end to them. Mo Fan immediately realized that slicing the worms was utterly meaningless. He had to find a way to defeat the tree spirit. Rocket wings! Mo Fan turned the flames around him into feathers, quickly forming two spectacular wings on his back. The feathers exploded, propelling Mo Fan forward. Mo Fan was now able to control his movement freely despite the overwhelming propulsion. He raised the flame sword and slashed at the tree spirit commander as he left a bright after trail of burning flames across the lake of blood. Die! The flame sword enlarged, growing to a length of 16 meters. Mo Fan raised it above his head before swinging it down ferociously. The Calamity Fire was deadly against the strange tree. The flames instantly penetrated the tree spirit's thick trunk and sliced it in half from the treetop to its roots. The imperious Calamity Fire spread wildly and devoured the entire tree. The brown flames rose fiercely, and even the lake of blood was dyed red by the flames. The worms that served as the roots of the tree surfaced on the lake. There were so many of them that they began to stack up on the surface of the lake. The vampiric worms rolled over like detached windpipes when their host died, and also died in a matter of seconds. Their remains filled up the entire lake of blood. Mu Ningxue happened to arrive to witness the scene. She was disgusted at the sight. If such a terrifying creature existed in the outside world, wouldn't it pose a great threat to mankind? The lake of blood was its source of nutrients, while the worms were living in symbiosis with the tree. They helped transfer the energy to the rest of the black tree spirits, forming the huge forest of black tree spirits. Creators thought, okay, I admit this is a very cool monster combo. Chapter 1079. Robbed. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. The world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things waiting to be discovered. The biology of the tree spirit commander was quite spooky. If hunters who often roamed in the wild stumbled into a forest like this, they would barely have any chance of survival. Many people with strong ideas of humanism always criticized the dangerous situations that the participants were placed in during the treasure hunt of the World College Tournament. They believed that the lives of the participants should not be endangered if it was only a tournament, and it was even inappropriate for the world to witness the death of participants caught in mishaps. However, the Hunter Union forcibly rejected the suggestion. Hunters had always been walking on the tip of blades, and the number of hunters that died each year was uncountable. If mags were not prepared to die to demon creatures, they would end up wasting lots of resources, as they would only be training a bunch of freeloaders. The threat that the demon creatures posed to mankind always existed. The Hunter Union did not want people to think that the world was peaceful and calm, thinking that they could live a comfortable life as long as they stayed within the cities. The cruel deaths they witnessed during the tournament were showing the reality of most hunters in the wild. There was no such thing as perfect safety for mags, so the bigger the scale of a tournament, the more important it was for the tournament to stick to reality. The space the participants were in was the territory of demon creatures, and populated by all kinds of terrifying demon creatures. These man-eating creatures were presented to the world through the broadcasts of the Observer Eagles. When Mo Fan went into the Black Forest, the Observer Eagles were struggling to keep up with his speed. An Observer Eagle finally made it in time when Mo Fan gave the Tree Spirit Commander the finishing blow. The worm soon filled up the lake of blood, but knowing that many ordinary people would have a hard time digesting such a gory scene, the organizer immediately switched the broadcast to other Observer Eagles. Mo Fan did not like being watched, either. After all, he possessed more elements than other participants, and had no intention of exposing his true strength. "Have you got the fundamental crystal?" Mu Ningxue asked. "Yeah, it's yours, since you gave me all your rewards when we resolved the drowning curse." Mo Fan handed the fundamental crystal to Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue did not hesitate to take the fundamental crystal. Similar to Mo Fan, she desperately needed resources to keep her going. She could trade for a fundamental crystal of the ice element with the fundamental crystal she had just received. The energy provided by an ice element fundamental crystal was able to sustain the ice crystal bow. Since her cultivation was still not strong enough, she had to endure unbearable pain from the ice crystal bow if she failed to find an external supply of energy. She was unable to fully control the ice crystal bow, as she had yet to achieve the super level. The energy of a fundamental crystal was able to replenish the energy of the pieces of the ice crystal bow she had collected, and by filling the pieces with energy, her cultivation would improve, too. Therefore, fundamental crystals of the ice element were extremely important to her. "Aren't you two leaving too soon?" a sneering voice came from the side. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue turned around at the same time and saw a man with brown-yellow hair approaching them, along with 4 other teammates, from between the black trees. Mu Ningxue glanced at their outfits and saw the symbols of the American and Canadian teams. "So it's you, what a coincidence!" Mo Fan smiled when he saw the man and greeted him like he was an old friend. "Can't believe you can still be so cheerful. I haven't had the chance to settle the dispute we had at the marketplace, and now you've stolen something that we set our eyes on again. Since the two of you worked so hard for it, give us half of the fundamental crystal, and we'll let you go," Jack demanded. Last time, Panglai was there to support this guy, but they were now in a confined space, and he had 4 other people on his side. Jack believed it was the perfect chance for him to teach Mo Fan a lesson for taking the valuable soul away from him. "Shue, did they really set their eyes on the loot first?" Mo Fan asked. "They just arrived," Mu Ningxue replied. "Say, Jack, why do you bother becoming a mage? I think you're better at being a bandit," Mo Fan said. Jack's lips twisted upon hearing Mo Fan's comment. He said coldly, "I've changed my mind. We'll be taking the whole fundamental crystal. I suggest you two run as far as you can." Mu Ningxue began to gather her frost, preparing for the battle. The treasure hunt did not just involve the participants searching for treasure, but the participants were meant to be fighting one another over the loot, too. The rules did not state that the participants were not allowed to target the loot that other people had found. "Be patient," Mo Fan whispered into Mu Ningxue's ear. He then turned to Jack and glanced at the 4 students behind him. "Yo, isn't that Mu Ningxue? Everyone has been talking about her lately, but why do I feel like she isn't as bright as they described?" a bitchy woman said mockingly. Mu Ningxue's performance in the first round had won her a great reputation, exceeding the rest of the female students in the tournament. As such, many were incredibly jealous of her. "Since you have the advantage of numbers, we'll give it to you. It's just a fundamental crystal, there's no need to fight until the fish dies or the net breaks for it." Mo Fan stepped forward with the fundamental crystal in his hand. "Aren't you too full of yourself? Fight until the fish dies or the net breaks. You think you're good just because you defeated that trashy Spanish team? I can wipe out their whole team on my own," Jack said disdainfully. "Yeah, sure, you're the best. Let's not waste our time, take the thing, and don't come trouble my girlfriend and I." Mo Fan reached out his arm. Jack looked at Mo Fan with a grin. So you're just a coward. Honestly, I suddenly think it's no longer necessary to pick a fight with you. It's actually very simple. Mo Fan grinned too. A dark curtain suddenly loomed over the place, with shadowy swords falling to the ground. Each sword was carrying a black seal, and the swords rapidly combined into a dark, confining sword formation. Mo Fan had already established the NYX regime during the previous battle, and before its duration ran out, he secretly set up the trap. Jack and 3 of the people behind him were caught in it, but the American representative that had mocked Mu Ningxue had yet to step into the trap. Mu Ningxue, withdraw your ice, Mo Fan said. Mu Ningxue had frozen the black tree spirits in the woods, and it was time for them to come in handy. As she withdrew the ice, rows of black tree spirits immediately surrounded the place. It felt like the entire jungle was moving. As more black tree spirits gathered, the place was crawling with black figures. When they realized that their queen had been slain, they let out furious cries, filled with a strong urge to tear the humans to pieces. Time to go, my formation won't last for long. Mo Fan put the fundamental crystal away and started running, dragging Mu Ningxue with him. Mu Ningxue had the wind element. She had long prepared her wind wings. She nimbly stepped on the trees and flew into the sky with a little boost from the breeze. Meanwhile, Mo Fan put on the dark noble mantle and dissolved into the pitch-black woods, going invisible without a trace. Stuck in the formation, Jack let out a furious cry, yet as soon as they broke free from it, the black tree spirits immediately surrounded them. The black tree spirits had remarkable defense and overwhelming numbers. Even Mu Ningxue struggled to kill them all, and was forced to freeze them with her ice element. It would surely take Jack and his crew some time to deal with the black spirit trees. On top of that, it was impossible to tell how many black tree spirits were inside the forest. They only knew that the whole forest had turned restless when the news of the death of the tree spirit commander was spread among the black tree spirits. Don't you dare run. Hannah was the only person that was not trapped by the formation. She anxiously summoned her wing magical equipment when she saw Mu Ningxue soaring into the sky. Beating her blue wings, Hannah quickly chased into the sky after Mu Ningxue. She was around 200 meters behind. Higher up in the sky, an observer eagle was circling as its camera eyes were capturing the scene. Hannah was delighted when she caught a glimpse of the observer eagle. It was a great chance for her to make a name by abusing Mu Ningxue's reputation. The woman had been a hot topic across the world, and if she managed to defeat her, everyone would surely remember her name. Silent Deadly Bolt. Hannah used her lightning spell, and a deadly bolt of lightning ran through the space above the black forest, aimed at Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue sensed the tremendous lightning energy approaching from behind. She quickly dove and dodged the deadly lightning bolt. Lightning explosion! Hannah's attack did not end there. At her command, the silent deadly bolt exploded close to Mu Ningxue, spreading widely out into shocking lightning arcs that upon the area. The lightning arcs almost reached the clouds. Mu Ningxue reacted swiftly. She withdrew her wind wings and wrapped herself inside them, protecting her like a pair of angelic wings. It was the effect of the second-tier wind wings, shelter, the ability to turn the wind wings into a shield to protect the mage from powerful attacks. With the wind wings protecting Mu Ningxue, she glided along the ground and glanced at Hannah, who was pursuing her relentlessly. Don't run, fight me! Hannah screamed furiously. Mo Fan had regrouped with Mu Ningxue on the ground. He clearly did not have a good impression of the madwoman. He simply cursed, "Hey, booches, we don't really have the time for it. Enjoy the hospitality from these black tree spirits." Mo Fan activated the Dark Noble Mantle once again. This time, Mo Fan dragged Mu Ningxue into the shadows with him. Hannah was no longer able to tell where they went. Hannah almost fell from the sky from anger. It was true that she had a bad complexion, and she hated people mentioning it the most. She almost lost her calm after receiving the critical blow from Mo Fan. She raised her head, screaming into the sky. Several lightning strikes descended fiercely and danced wildly around her. Creators thought, of course, all the Americans have to be jerks. On the flip side, more new spells. The chapter title should have been Robbers, but the author is somewhat strange. Chapter 1080. First Crime. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The American team was incredibly strong. The Madwoman with the lightning element would obviously be a tough opponent to fight. The reason they fled was not because they did not dare to fight Jack and his crew, but because there were still lots of treasures waiting to be discovered. Only idiots would waste their time on some meaningless battles. Both Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were in need of resources. Despite their urge to fight other participants, their current priority was to pillage as many resources as they could. I guess there's no need to look for the others. It's fine if we find Jiang Xiaoxiu or Jiang Yu, but the thought of finding Mu Tinjing, Li Kaifeng, Nanrong Ni, and the others disgusts me, Mo Fan told Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue nodded. It was true that the two of them would have an easier time searching the place on their own, as they could easily engage or flee from a battle as they pleased. I saw a number of people gathering at that mountain when I was flying in the air just then. Mu Ningxue pointed at a tall mountain, half shrouded by black clouds. More people means there must be something fascinating there. Mo Fan's eyes glittered instantly. So we're going there? I already saw more than 4 groups of people moving toward it, Mu Ningxue said. Don't worry, speaking of which, what Jack tried to do gave me an idea, Mo Fan said. What idea? Mu Ningxue was confused. The man was trying to rob them. What idea could he possibly give Mo Fan? The two of us are currently in deep trouble. Once the World College Tournament comes to an end, Lu Yilin's clan will be hunting me, and you will have to fight the Mu clan, too. If we aren't able to improve significantly in the World College Tournament, we are surely going to have a hard time later. Besides, you need lots of resources, and so do I. If we keep searching around like headless flies, and wasting our time with the people trying to rob us, we won't be able to secure enough resources to achieve our goals, Mo Fan said. What are you trying to say? Mu Ningxue could see a cunning look in Mo Fan's eyes, yet she was struggling to read Mo Fan's mind. Wasn't the situation obvious enough? The participants were searching for the resources scattered across the space. The treasure hunt was held to test the students' ability to observe and survive in the wild, while provoking the students to compete for the resources. Was there any other way that could possibly get them lots of resources? Mo Fan looked at Mu Ningxue and said with a serious face, robbing is faster than finding. Mu Ningxue opened her mouth wide. She was lost for words all of a sudden. Think about it. If we try searching for the loot, most of them are being guarded by demon creatures. It's obvious that the organizer has placed the treasure inside the nests or caves of demon creatures. It's tricky enough to deal with the demon creatures, and even when we finally get our hands on the treasure, someone else might be waiting for us just so they can rob us when we have done most of the hard work. If we're unlucky enough to get robbed, we're only going to lose all our loot. Instead of wasting our time, it's better if we focus on robbing the others. It's a lot easier too, we just need to find the right target, take away their loot, and run away. If we're lucky enough, we can steal their loot without fighting them. Mo Fan said with glittering eyes. Mu Ningxue was stunned for a while. It took her some time to collect her thoughts, but that doesn't sound right. But do you agree that it's a better idea? Mo Fan asked. Mu Ningxue hesitated. To be honest, she did not expect Mo Fan to come up with such a wicked idea. On second thought, he was seriously crossing the line. It was surely going to offend lots of people. I assume that you've agreed if you kept quiet. Mo Fan dragged Mu Ningxue over to his side without giving her time to think about it. It was unlikely that Mo Fan could do it on his own. The 16 teams that were left in the tournament were all worthy opponents, and each member would possess remarkable strength. It was unwise for Mo Fan to try robbing others by himself. However, it was different with Mu Ningxue on his team. Mu Ningxue was now strong enough to take on an entire team, and with his multiple elements, he could take on 4 to 5 people at once. Besides, they were not going to fight the others to death. They would flee as soon as they got their hands on the loot, and even if they failed their attempt, they could still run away. We can wear masks or change our outfits too. Although it doesn't really guarantee that the others won't know who we are, at least they won't realize our identities so easily, Mu Ningxue proposed. It was Mo Fan's turn to be left speechless. He looked at Mu Ningxue with a blank face. Mu Ningxue was slightly embarrassed when she noticed Mo Fan's gaze. She said softly, "Did I say something wrong?" "No, I just didn't expect you to come up with such a brilliant plan." Xue, you really are talented at this," Mo Fan exclaimed with a smile. Mu Ningxue simply ignored the comment. If Mu Ningxue was not in her current situation, she really did not feel like doing something that would damage her reputation. However, when she recalled her situation, bearing the shame of a close relative being a member of the Black Vatican, and how the Mu clan was picking on her, she felt like she had no choice but to follow Mo Fan in doing evil deeds. At the foothill of the Grey Python Mountain, a few students activated their boots equipment and were running rapidly toward the mountain ridge in the distance. The students were incredibly fast. They were able to travel more hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Moments later, they were already a kilometer away. "Let's split up, we'll regroup again once we escape from those French," an Italian contestant named Angelo said. The others nodded. They immediately left while providing cover for Angelo. The five split up and ran in different directions. Shortly afterwards, a few other groups showed up. They looked in the directions of the five students and were clueless about who they were supposed to go after. "Damn it, we don't know who took the Heart of Stone. That's the most valuable loot we have found. It took almost 20 people just to defeat the rock golem on the mountain, and our French team obviously contributed the most. How dare they take away the Heart of Stone?" a French student snapped furiously. "Chase after them, they won't be too far away." "We can't let them get away," a Japanese contestant said angrily. The Japanese team had contributed a lot too, and one of their members was severely injured because of it. If they could not find their healer soon, the student would be disqualified from the treasure hunt. "You guys, take that way, we'll go this way, and the few of you, go after that woman." Leon, a French mage, directed them. Not long after they arrived in the space, they had discovered a rare rock demon on the top of the mountain. The rock demon was incredibly valuable, as its heart was like an energy core of the earth element, enough to support a small city. The constructors desperately needed them for their work. Since the demon creature was quite an obvious target, more teams started to make their way toward it. In addition, the rock golem was fairly strong, so the teams had to work together to defeat it. However, even though they had reached a deal on how to distribute the resources, the Italian team simply took the Heart of Stone and fled. The others realized that there was no such thing as allies in the treasure hunt, since the team with the most resources was most likely going to win in the upcoming matches. "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of idiots, they seriously think they could lead the team and split the loot evenly like a group of hunters. We're no hunters, we're meant to be competitors." Angelo burst out laughing when he saw that he had shaken off his pursuers. They had surely earned a fortune. A Heart of Stone was usually sold for 400 million, and if its quality was higher than average, he could even sell it for 500 million. Chapter 1081. Fanshui Bandit Group. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had the space element, so he did not have a problem opening up a little space to store the loot they acquired. After putting the Heart of Stone away, Mo Fan exchanged glances with Mu Ningxue. It seemed like this was the first time that Mu Ningxue had done anything like it. Both her expression and gaze did not look natural. "It's fine, you'll get used to it eventually," Mo Fan tried to comfort her in his way. "The observer eagles must have captured what we did," Mu Ningxue said. "Don't be scared, everyone is trying to set one another up, too. The only difference is that we're like real bandits, since we aren't wasting our time searching for the treasure. Seriously, isn't it tiring trying to pretend that you're working with someone else, but end up going against your word when the loot is simply too valuable to give up? Come, it's time for us to look for our next target," Mo Fan said. Their first crime was not as easy as others thought. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue had been watching the group for quite some time. They were struggling to find an opportunity to strike. Luckily, the Italian team decided to keep the loot to themselves, allowing Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue to seize the opportunity. "What do we do next?" Mu Ningxue asked. She was no longer fussed about what they were doing. She did not really care about doing the right thing, but she had always been obedient since she was young, and had always walked the righteous path. She finally made it to the World College Tournament, yet she ended up doing some wicked things with this bad guy, Mo Fan. Her heart was still pounding heavily. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was perfectly fine. His calm face, and the way he tried to comfort Mu Ningxue, clearly implied how experienced he was when it came to robbing other people. He had long gotten used to it. Very simple, scout for our next target. Strength isn't the most important aspect of what we're trying to do. We need lots of information, and it has to be accurate, too. I believe we'll need to recruit another person for us to be better, Mo Fan said seriously. Mu Ningxue glanced at Mo Fan. She was utterly confused. Why did she feel like Mo Fan was glowing whenever he was up to something wicked? Who would that be? Mu Ningxue asked. A psychic mage. We're lacking a psychic mage. If only we could find Jiang Xiaoshu, she would surely be a great help to us. Mo Fan mused. But why? Mu Ningxue was about to ask something when she sensed some movement among the trees. She locked onto the suspicious figure behind the trees with a sharp gaze. The person did not expect Mu Ningxue to be so alert. She decided to show herself after a slight hesitation. The person was a woman with curly hair. Her outstanding, solid facial features made her look attractive and sexy, and her golden pupils were like the icing on a cake, which further set off her nobility. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to eavesdrop on you, but I didn't expect you to be the one that set the Italian team up. It's been a while, the girl smiled. It was like she actually practiced how to smile properly. She looked sincere, even without showing her teeth. Elaine, it's you. Don't tell me that a bunch of your teammates is waiting for the perfect time to flank us behind the trees. Mo Fan chuckled when he recognized the English woman. The team consisting of members from different countries I was in just disbanded, so I'm all alone. Elaine walked forward. Her eyes were fixed on Mu Ningxue. You've improved so much. You managed to notice my presence so easily, and my psychic element wasn't really working on you. You've been following us? Mu Ningxue asked. Sort of, but don't you worry, I'm not your enemy. Besides, didn't you say you want to find your teammate? I'm afraid it's going to be quite tricky. This space we're in isn't that spacious, but many of the places are spatially compressed, so they are bigger than they seem. If you're looking for a psychic mage, I'm willing to lend a hand, Elaine answered politely. Her golden eyes had a rather sincere look, too. Do you know what we are up to, little Elaine? Mo Fan chuckled again. Elaine of the English team had left Mo Fan with a strong impression at Shanghai's training hall. Besides, he even treated her to a meal of lobster. Mo Fan believed Elaine did not come to harm them. Besides, in a space where members of all 16 teams were scattered everywhere, it was necessary to find some companions, and instead of teaming up with some strangers, Mo Fan was more willing to believe Elaine, whom he had met before. Robbing the others. I think it's brilliant. The organizer actually planned to let us compete for the resources, so I believe even if this place is full of resources, it's quite easy for the participants to clash with one another. Instead of wasting our time on some relationship that will crumble within an instant, it's better for us to take the direct approach, Elaine agreed. So you're interested in joining us? Mo Fan asked. My primary element is water, and my tertiary element is psychic, but I don't get it. Why are you looking for a psychic mage? Elaine said. Well, Mo Fan looked at Mu Ningxue, asking for her opinion. Jiang Xiaoshu was easily the best candidate, since she was trustworthy. However, as Elaine had mentioned, it would be tricky for them to look for Jiang Xiaoshu, and if they spent too much time looking for her, the good resources would be taken away by the other teams. Eventually, everyone would realize that it was easier to rob the others rather than trying to search for the loot and defeat the demon creatures guarding them. By then, it would be harder for them to get their way. Mu Ningxue nodded. She believed that Elaine was not harboring any evil intentions. She was only looking for a team to join since she was all alone. Otherwise, she would have shown up with a bunch of people instead of on her own when she noticed them. All right, as the leader of the Fan Shui Bandit group, I hereby accept you as a member of our group. You must strictly obey the rule of not betraying us. In addition to it, since the two of us have come up with the idea first, and you've only joined later, in terms of the stakes, each of us will take 40% of the profit, and the remaining 20% is yours. Of course, you won't have to worry much about doing the dirty work, you can leave it to us. Mo Fan immediately set conditions. Mu Ningxue subconsciously rolled her eyes. Was Mo Fan seriously thinking of turning this into a serious business? He even came up with the name Fan Shui Bandit Group, and was very serious at explaining the conditions to Elaine. Mu Ningxue suddenly recalled the time long ago where Mo Fan, the leader among the kids, was always able to come up with new ideas to fool around, and the other kids were willing to listen to his orders and ran around the streets having a great time. Sure, it sounds reasonable. Elaine was not fussy, either. After all, she did join the team late, and she was not the greedy kind. Good, as I mentioned, to be better at what we're doing. Mo Fan patted his chest. Somehow, both Elaine and Mu Ningxue began to doubt if Mo Fan was actually a proper mage when they saw his natural way of delivering the speech and the confident look he was wearing. Why did they feel like Mo Fan was born for this? What we need the most is information. Information that can tell us what loot a person has, and when a person has strayed away from their group, where a person is, and even tell us the mental condition of a person. We aren't a big group, so mobility is our advantage. We can easily run away as we please, but we're at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. After all, most groups will be bigger than ours, and if we don't choose the right target, we're going to get robbed instead. So where are we going to get the information from? My psychic element isn't strong enough to read someone else's mind, Elaine said. And why do we need to read someone's mind? Mo Fan asked in return. How are we going to collect the information without reading someone's mind? Don't tell me we have to go on a wild goose chase until we find the right target. Elaine said. Mu Ningxue was looking at Mo Fan, too. She was eager to learn where Mo Fan was going to get the information from. To their surprise, Mo Fan raised his head and glanced at the sky. However, both Elaine and Mu Ningxue were smart. They did not believe that Mo Fan was actually looking at the sky. They soon noticed the observer eagles circling high up in the sky. You're a genius. Elaine smiled. She immediately realized how the psychic element came into the picture with a little hint from Mo Fan. Mu Ningxue's eyes lit up, too. She was fairly impressed by Mo Fan's idea. It turned out that it was easier for someone who was used to harboring evil intentions to come up with ideas that ordinary people would never think of. In terms of information, no one in the confined space would know more than the observer eagles. These creatures would follow anyone they saw and gather at places with the presence of magic. Even though the organizer would only broadcast the treasure hunt to the audience selectively, the observer eagles still had a vast amount of information. As such, if they were eager to learn which groups of people had found remarkable loot, which teams were suffering from fatigue, which groups had infighting among its members, and which teams were unstoppable, the observer eagles would know best. The only person that could acquire the information from the observer eagles was a psychic mage. Since everyone was representing their countries in the tournament with the whole world watching, no one could possibly think of abusing the observer eagles. It would be considered a violation, but the truth was, there was no rule clearly forbidding the participants from acquiring the information gathered by the observer eagles, nor was there a rule stopping the participants from attacking the observer eagles. They could easily justify themselves, even if they were accused. Mo Fan believed that the organizer could not do anything to them if they skirted the rules. After listening to Mo Fan's suggestion, both Elaine and Mu Ningxue, who rarely did any bad things, seemed to be excited. After all, if they could take advantage of the information gathered by the observer eagles, treasures would soon roll into their pockets. Chapter 1082. It's a Trap. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. In the contorted space, the brilliance of magic spells was lighting up a battlefield that seemed to be constructed by patching the scenes of different spooky fairytales together. Many students had given their all to join the World College Tournament, just so they could take part in the treasure hunt. In the past, many nameless students suddenly entered the limelight and became unstoppable after the treasure hunt, and had turned into the brightest talents in the tournaments. It had served as a motivation to students from across the world, as they were well aware of how important the resources that could guarantee them an advantage in the tournament were. As such, it was necessary for them to secure the available resources at all costs during the treasure hunt. The observer eagles were flying across the low grey sky. Their numbers were fairly impressive, as the organizer had long placed them in every corner in the space. These observer eagles were a special breed. They did not enrage other demon creatures easily, and even when they were flying over the territory of other creatures, they were rarely attacked by creatures, allowing the observer eagles to capture the battles taking place during the treasure hunt. The outstanding performances of the students was displayed, allowing the world to see the brilliance of their magic, but the treasure hunt would also expose the ugliness and selfish side of the participants, such as the conflicts when sharing the profits among a team consisting of representatives from different countries. The advisors were right when they told the students not to team up with others and try their best to regroup with their teammates. The demon creatures residing in the space were fairly strong, and although many of them were at the commander level, they did not necessarily stand a chance against the talented students. The true enemy that the students had to face was the jealousy and ambitions the others had. Unfortunately, most of them had found incredible loot close to where they spawned, and they did not really have the time to look for their teammates. The participants would have to choose between teaming up with strangers or exploring on their own. It resulted in more conflicts between the participants. However, the situation was in favor of a certain group. Where there were people, there were troubles. It was the truth in all situations. Mo Fan's group only consisted of 3 members, and both Mu Ningxue and Elaine had agreed to listen to Mo Fan's orders since it was their first time doing such wicked things. Their group might seem weak on the surface, yet their efficiency was a lot better than most teams. They ended up securing quite an impressive amount of resources. The Fanshui Bandit group had already robbed 3 different groups of people. Apart from the Heart of Stone, they also obtained the Flying Stinger Rarebone, the Chaos Crystal, and the Water Vein, each worth around 400 million. They also acquired several pieces of loot with values between 20 and 200 million, summing up to around 800 million. The total profit they had acquired so far was around 2 billion. Normally, only a huge group of participants was able to earn so much from the treasure hunt, but since a group normally consisted of around 10 people, each person would only get 200 million in the end. Meanwhile, Mo Fan's group only consisted of 3 people, and if they were to split according to the deal they reached initially, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue would each receive 800 million, and Elaine, who basically did not participate in any of the fights, would still earn 400 million. They were simply brimming with wealth. It's a valuable item again, we'll need to decide if we want to take it or not. I've looked around. The group has just gone through a tough battle, and only 3 of their members are still fit for battle. The others are either injured or running low on energy. Elaine had found the group another target. Her eyes were glittering with excitement. Elaine had gotten the hang of it after several attempts. She was much better at organizing the information. A soul grade seed. I didn't think they would have won in the treasure hunt, and a group consisting of members of the Egyptian team and Spanish team has found it. Mo Fan was excited, too. Words were not needed to describe how valuable a soul-grade seed was, and if the seed had a domain, its price would be even crazier. Elaine really knew how to find the right target. Mo Fan was already feeling the urge just after hearing what the item was. "Where are they?" Mu Ningxue asked. "Just down the river. They must be afraid of stumbling into some other teams. They are hiding at quite a remote spot," Elaine said. "Come, we can take a rest after this job. We were too wild with our attempts, and the group seemed to have noticed what we are up to. We'll need to lie low for a while," Mo Fan said. Their last few attempts were not too successful, as their targets had been extremely cautious. Using the Observer Eagle to track their targets, Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and Elaine soon arrived at the lower reaches of the river. The place was rather spacious, and the terrain was simple. It was unlikely that any group would come here, as they could easily tell that the place did not hold any extraordinary loot just by looking at it. Since the place was so empty, both Mu Ningxue and Elaine struggled to hide themselves. In the end, only Mo Fan could sneak closer to the Egyptians and Spanish with his dark noble mantle. Mo Fan silently approached the group and saw they had set up tents by the river. The tents were most likely for the injured. They had paid a great price to obtain the soul grade seed, but unfortunately, Mo Fan was soon going to steal their loot. Mo Fan's approach was that if he could steal the loot, he would steal it. If he could not steal it, he would take it with violence. Elaine told Mo Fan that the person holding onto the soul grade seed was the vice-captain of the Egyptian team, Muse. Muse was an old acquaintance of Mo Fan. He would never forget how harsh she was toward Little Flame Bell, nor would he forget how the proud woman had boasted that she would get her revenge. It was a pity that the Chinese team did not fight the Egyptian team in the first round. If not, Mo Fan would have simply sent them back to their hometown. Mo Fan was amazed that such a weak team was able to make it to the top 16. There were 4 matches in the first round. The teams that won all 4 matches were guaranteed to advance, and those that only lost a single match were able to advance too. As for those that lost 2 matches, it all came down to luck. The Egyptian team was quite in luck as they managed to advance, even after losing 2 matches. The Egyptian government had been very friendly to Mo Fan. The military was very respectful to him too, since the heroic news of him taking on the Dark Sword Master by himself had spread wildly in the country. However, his conflict with the Egyptian team had nothing to do with his relationship with Egypt. Since their conflict had happened first, there was no way Mo Fan would go easy on the Egyptian team. The Dark Noble Mantle was so outstanding that even mags with a higher cultivation than Mo Fan would have trouble noticing his presence. The master of the shadow element, Essendale, had actually done a good deed right before he was listed as a wanted criminal, giving Mo Fan such a useful piece of magic equipment. Muse, please don't doze off, Shreve reminded her. We've done all the hard work, yet we still had to split the profit evenly. I'm just having a hard time accepting it. Muse was as proud as always. We can't help it, since we already agreed to it. Besides, without that water mage Pinoli, we really don't know how long the battle was going to last. Shreve said. Muse harumphed coldly. She sat by the river and stared at the rapid current. Muse threw a pebble into the river, totally unaware that a faint silhouette of a human was approaching her from behind. The lack of light had provided him with the perfect cover, preventing anyone from noticing him. Muse was not in a rush. After confirming that Muse had lowered her guard, he tossed the giant shadow spikes and nailed Muse's limbs, throat, and head. The giant shadow spikes were able to seal off a person's movement, sound, and mind instantly. Even an advanced mage would need some time to break free from them. Muse turned around as soon as she sensed the dark energy. She immediately saw a familiar face hidden under the mantle. Her face was just filled with astonishment when she realized she could no longer move. I gladly take this. You better come up with an explanation, too. Mo Fan liberated the soul grade seed from Muse's waist. He flipped his palm, and the pouch containing the soul grade seed vanished into thin air like a magic trick. Aware of the murderous look in Muse's eyes, the wicked Mo Fan accidentally loosened the belt on Muse's pants. Her pants soon dropped to her knees. However, Mo Fan did not cross the line by removing her panties, too. So a proud woman like you likes pink, too. Mo Fan took a quick glance, before leaving with a shameless chuckle. The entire process did not last for more than a few seconds. Mo Fan silently slipped into the shadows, leaving Muse with her pants down to her knees standing by the river. Apart from the strong urge to tear Mo Fan into pieces, Muse was hoping that there was no observer eagle in the sky to capture the scene, as the whole world would know that she was wearing pink underneath. Mo Fan remained cautious as he took his leave. He slowly moved into the distance after concealing his presence. There was not much cover along the way, the place was too empty and exposed. Mo Fan quickened his pace when he was more than 100 meters away from the tents. However, he suddenly felt like he had walked right into a wall of ice. It did not hurt, as the wall was rather soft, but the question was, why would there be a wall here? Mo Fan knew he was trouble as soon as he saw the wall. He was about to move in another direction when he saw a blue light appearing, which turned out to be a huge barrier encapsulating the entire place. The barrier had a diameter of over 200 meters, in the shape of a hemisphere. Mo Fan was completely trapped inside it. He soon heard some laughter from the tents. Muse was approaching him, too. She had put her pants back on, but her twisted expression was implying that she had sworn to butcher the shameless prick today. "It's a trap, take the thing and run." Mo Fan contacted Mu Ningshui and Elaine after realizing the trouble he was in. Chapter 1083. The Six Nation Alliance. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan knew the risk of getting his shoes wet if he kept walking close to the river. As such, he had been splitting the loot evenly between the three members. It was the same reason why it was better not to put all eggs in the same basket, to prevent something like this. If he was caught, the people would mostly beat him up. They would not dare to kill him, since the treasure hunt was under the surveillance of the Observer Eagles. However, he would surely have to surrender his possessions, but he only had a third of the loot. In the end, they still made a profit. Mo Fan was not naive to think that the group that had set up the barrier just to apprehend him only consisted of a few people. As he thought, around 8 people were approaching from the distance, too. The water cage was not sturdy. Mo Fan only needed some time to break it down, but the enemy had already surrounded him at the spacious ground. Mo Fan finally realized why they had set up the tents at such a spacious spot. It was to ensure that he had nowhere to run to. "I'm going to kill this bastard." Muse was lunging at Mo Fan like a lioness. The water mage, Pinoli, stopped her. He said with a calm smile, "Mo Fan, I bet you didn't expect this to happen. We actually used a real soul-grade seed in order to lure you out. Give us the soul-grade seed, and the loot you've been plundering so far, and we might consider going easy on you." Pinoli seemed to have a gentle demeanor as a member of Spain's royal family, but the look in his narrow eyes clearly implied that he was a vengeful person. Mo Fan had almost disqualified their team during the knockout round, and Pinoli, whom the Spanish team had purposely arranged as their trump card, ended up taking the supporting role in the match against the Chinese team. As for the Egyptian team, Muse, Shreve, and Sate were old enemies of Mo Fan. Their eyes were burning with rage. "So you are the one that prepared the barrier for me. I bet it cost you quite a number of magic ores? Sorry for wasting your money." Mo Fan glanced at the barrier. He did not seem very afraid. Pinoli smiled when he saw that Mo Fan was not planning to hand his loot over. "Aren't you going to take a look around? You might find more of your old acquaintances, too." "Ha ha ha, we finally got you this time, you cunning, slippery mudfish. Don't tell me you're so naive to think that we had no idea that you and the Ice Maga were robbing us. We've all come together to set up a trap for you, yet you were really bold enough to come rob us when we have such a huge group." Jack walked closer while laughing out loud. "Humph, my teammates have left me behind after I lost the Heart of Stone. You have no idea how miserable I felt. I even took an oath that I would hunt you down, even if I won't have time to look for other treasure during the treasure hunt." Angelo of the Italian team snapped. Among the people that came with Jack and Angelo were Hannah with the lightning element, and 5 other students from Canada, England, and France. Mo Fan noted that he had robbed 2 of them. The group of people from different countries had quite a shocking strength. Jack, Hannah, Angelo, and the others did not really have a common language with the Spanish and Egyptian teams, but they had a common enemy, Mo Fan, the robber, the shameless, detestable jerk from China. Speaking of which, only a madman like Mo Fan who dared to rob any team he stumbled into could inspire such an alliance to hunt him down. In the stadium where the teleportation portal was, the authorities of each country were seated in their respective areas, their eyes fixed on the screen. The incident taking place at the lower reaches of the river was soon displayed on the main screen. It was showing how Mo Fan had been intercepted to hundreds of millions of people across the world. There were many observer eagles circling in the sky, so the spectators already knew about the Fan Shui Bandit group. The truth was, the Chinese team had suddenly become every country's enemy all of a sudden, with spectators all over the world cursing them. Meanwhile, the officials were utterly speechless. The three participants did not break any rules, so they did not really have an excuse to condemn them. As a matter of fact, the other countries were also robbing the groups that they stumbled into, but none of the groups were as blatant as that trio. Luckily, Elaine was part of the trio too, meaning that England had taken some of the attention away. The well-mannered British people felt rather awkward watching the treasure hunt. As the saying went, one would take on the color of their company. How did their Princess Elaine end up with the Chinese? Even though they were quite excited whenever they saw Princess Elaine successfully rob some other groups, it was not really morally acceptable. Meanwhile, the supporters of the Chinese team were cheering loudly. Both Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue had already had an outstanding performance in the knockout round, earning them lots of fans. Their supporters were even more impressed by their achievements during the treasure hunt, as the two were able to rob several teams successfully with their outstanding skills. The name of the Fan Shui Bandit group spread widely across China. Go and rob those foreigners. Everyone was incredibly pleased by what the two were doing. China had an overwhelming population, thus when it came to cheering for the teams, the Chinese team still had more votes than most of the teams on various social platforms. The votes cast by people from all of Europe were less than the votes from China. As a matter of fact, the team that Ari Zhengtu was leading had been outstanding too, but the spectators were already feeling bored watching the teams sticking to conventions. They liked watching Mo Fan's approach, as it was intense, exhilarating, and thrilling, like someone was having an affair behind their partner. It was quite rare for the spectators to be so excited when watching the tournament. However, Mo Fan had been caught by the alliance. The hundreds of millions of spectators in China were extremely worried, and proceeded to curse the students of the other countries for their shamelessness. I'm really impressed. How detestable is Mo Fan that the students have to team up and hunt him down like an 8-nation alliance? The Royal Guard's chief, Pang Lai, let out a sigh as he watched the screen. Feng Li, Song He, and Han Ji were seated with some great authorities of their country as they watched the tournament. The truth was, they were feeling extremely nervous, too. The Chinese national team had always been well behaved. Where did they even find someone like Mo Fan, who simply focused on robbing the other countries? Was that really something a normal person would think of? Cough cough. This Mo Fan is a self-made genius, so he might come up with some mischievous ideas at times. Please don't. Feng Li had always been confident in front of the authorities, but he had lost half his confidence because of Mo Fan. He tried to explain the situation in a soft voice. To his surprise, before he could finish his sentence, Chairman Xiao Zheng frowned and uttered something surprising. How is Mo Fan going to escape now that he's trapped? Yeah, this is bad. He should have stayed low after their last attempt. As I thought, they have fallen into a trap, sighed another. Han Ji, Pang Lai, Song He, Feng Li, and the others were left speechless. They did not expect that the authorities, including Chairman Xiao Zheng, were extremely concerned for Mo Fan's well-being, and that even they were very nervous. I hope the two girls are fine, another woman said. It's likely that Mo Fan has already warned them. Hey, look, is that the smart girl? Why have they shown themselves? Xiao Zheng poked his head forward and asked, pointing at the screen. The main screen still showed Mo Fan being surrounded by more than 10 people, but another observer eagle had found Mu Ningxue and Elaine, too. The two of them had come out of their hiding spot, and were heading in Mo Fan's direction. Impressive, they aren't willing to abandon their teammate. But that also means the group is going to be wiped out, and they're going to lose all their loot. Those people really hate Mo Fan. They are surely going to teach him a lesson. Back at the lower reaches of the river, Mo Fan saw Mu Ningxue and Elaine running at him. He was touched, but felt speechless at the same time too. All their efforts were in vain. If they had come out, the enemy was going to take all their loot. The loot was merely some worldly possessions, so he did not really care much about it. However, it was obvious that the enemy would not just let them go after getting their hands on the loot. They were surely going to vent their anger on them. Besides, it was unlikely that they would go easy on the girls, especially Hannah and Muse. They were more than willing to make a name for themselves by using Maliciously and Elaine as their stepping stones. Jack, Angelo, and the others were extremely pleased that the two women had decided to walk right into their trap. They did not stop the two women from regrouping with Mofan. They simply looked at the trio that had been met with misfortune with strange smirks on their face. How touching, I didn't know bandits could be this touching too, Hannah mocked. Elaine, why are you with them? Herbert of the English team looked at Elaine in astonishment. Herbert, we'll give you back what you lost. Can you not meddle in the matter? Elaine said. Herbert had fought against Mofan at the training hall. Herbert was extremely dissatisfied with the outcome, as they had lost to China at the training hall. In addition to that, his team had also fallen victim to Mofan's bandit group. Herbert was looking forward to getting his revenge. Elaine, I can't do that, this man is too detestable. We have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, we're going to be a disgrace to Great Britain. Herbert replied furiously. Herbert turned to the others and said, Elaine is our Duchess, I believe she was forced to collude with the shameless bandits. Please don't pick on her. I find it hard to believe that she didn't take part in the robberies, a female Canadian student, Belle immediately countered. Belle was not really known by the others, and she was one of the weakest members of the Canadian team. Meanwhile, Elaine was strong, elegant, and gentle, with a formidable background. She was the perfect woman to most people. If Belle could defeat Elaine here, she would surely enter the limelight. Even though she would be cursed by Elaine's supporters, it was better than being a nobody. She was tired of not being treated seriously by everyone. Chapter 1084. Abandoned Again. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Elaine can go, she just needs to hand over the loot, but we won't forgive those too easily. Jack made the decision as if he was the leader. He planned to do Herbert a favor, and as a way to express goodwill to Elaine, too. Herbert immediately looked grateful. He did not want anything to happen to Elaine. He was fairly confused, too. He did not understand why the well-educated Elaine, who had inherited the rank of Great Duchess, would follow a riffraff like Mofan and commit such disgraceful acts. It was surely going to bring shame to the name of Great Britain, and the people would be very disappointed in her. Little did Herbert know, Elaine's popularity had skyrocketed just because she was a member of the bandit group. Normally, the Elaine they knew was the Great Duchess of their country, spotless as a sculpture. She was like a fine piece of art that was only allowed to be viewed from a distance. However, since Elaine had joined Fan Shui bandit group, the people had witnessed how smart and slightly rebellious, in an aggressive way their Princess Elaine was. They saw the joy on her face as she successfully robbed some valuable loot, like a little girl successfully pulling a prank on someone. The emotion she displayed was utterly sincere. The people no longer felt like she was just a piece of art for display, but felt closer to her, and most importantly, the people loved her even more after seeing how she came out bravely, unwilling to abandon her teammate. Unfortunately, the simple-minded Herbert would never understand what the people felt. He only assumed that the detestable acts would only damage Elaine's reputation and her title of the Great Duchess. How about this, I'll give you everything, but you must let the girls go. I can help you get more loot, too. Aren't you all after the treasures? I can help you get them, Mofan said. Do you really think we're going to believe you? Jack laughed hollowly. Stop trying to be a hero, they won't be leaving either. Maliciously and Elaine had no intention of leaving either. They knew the women had strong hostility towards them, as they were all glaring at them. I'm really flattered by how infatuated you girls are with me, I'm so touched that I feel like crying, but it's really unnecessary, just run away, Mofan said to the girls. Would you abandon us if we were the ones that were trapped? Elaine asked in return. Mo Fan was immediately left speechless. Of course he would not sit still and watch. He would surely beat the crap out of the enemy. "Jack, I think a group is heading our way," Shreve of the Egyptian team said after sensing movement through the vibration of the ground. "Who are they?" Jack frowned. "I think they are members of the Chinese team." Pinoli recognized the leader of the group. On the spacious field, a few members of the Chinese team were approaching the alliance. They initially thought the people had found some remarkable loot considering how many people there were, yet when they came closer, they realized those people were surrounding Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and Elaine. "If you guys want to lend them a hand, just come over, we won't go easy on you," Jack said proudly, provoking the members of the Chinese team that had just shown up. A few members of the Canadian, French, and Italian teams stepped forward, too. "We didn't mean any harm, we're just here to see what's going on," Zhu Jiming let out a hollow laugh. He was absolutely shocked. Why did these strong countries form an alliance just to hunt Mo Fan down? What exactly did he do to infuriate them? However, Zhu Jiming was quite happy about it too. "Well done, they can teach Mo Fan a lesson on my behalf." "How about the others?" Jack asked again. Mu Tingying reacted instantly, "We're ashamed to collude with someone like Mo Fan. You can deal with him however you please." Nanrong Ni lifted her gaze and looked at the observer eagles in the sky. She whispered to the others, "The people are watching us. It's going to damage our reputation if we abandon them." Nanrong Ni was better at seeing the overall situation. She knew that if they had not happened to stumble into the group, no one would criticize them, but now that they had, it had suddenly become a tricky question. After all, they were on the same team representing China. It was fine if they had a personal conflict between themselves, but it was inappropriate to show it in front of the world. "Are you saying that we should fight them? Look at the countries that have joined the alliance. If we really try to help, we're only going to be wiped out too. We know the people aren't going to be happy about it, but at least we're still in the match. Besides, we're going to lose all the loot we've gained so far, and if we go out empty-handed, not only will we lose the upcoming matches, we're going to suffer too. Who cares about those idiots? We'll just say that we're trying to preserve the ranking of our team, have our clans hire people to justify our actions, and people will simply side with us," Zhu Jiming sniffed. Nanrong Ni pondered for a while to evaluate the potential gains and losses. She also agreed that it was better if they stayed out of it, since being scolded for a short period was better than losing everything. "Wait a second, did they seriously just leave like that? I thought help had finally arrived, yet they really just left like that." Pang Lai slammed the table and rose to his feet angrily. The others' faces darkened, too. It was obvious that two of their teammates were surrounded by participants from other countries, yet they did not even bother lending a hand. Regardless of what the reason was, it was still very embarrassing to their country. "That is quite disappointing," even Chairman Shaozeng spoke up. When a person like him expressed his disappointment, it was not as simple as a disappointment. The old chief of the Mu clan, Mu Gong, was seated not far away, and had an extremely dark face. Even if he did not hear the comments and see the reactions of the authorities, he clearly knew the significance of their actions. A disgrace, the girl was a disgrace to the Mu clan. It was true that the Mu clan was not really an upright clan, but they had done lots of work to preserve their image on the surface, and had earned quite a reputation. Otherwise, why would so many mags be willing to serve them? The actions of Mu Tingying and Nanrong Ni turning around was surely going to result in serious damage to their reputation. "You go find some talented public officers and tell them to resolve the matter. Tell them to focus on the point that Mu Tingying is just being considerate of the bigger picture, do you understand? Don't let our enemy use it as an opportunity to attack the Mu clan by claiming that a member of our clan has abandoned her teammates for her own sake." Mu Gong was an old cunning fox indeed. He immediately realized what was about to happen, so he immediately made the arrangements to minimize the damage. However, despite the arrangements, people were easily influenced when it came to something like a person's reputation. They had seen how Mu Tingying, Zhu Jiming, Nanrong Ni, and Li Kaifeng turning around and left after being threatened by the enemy. A huge uproar of curses immediately took place among the spectators. The spectators were able to judge the situation on their own, too. What was right, and what was wrong would stay wrong. When they compared how Mu Ningxue and Elaine had come back to stick with Mo Fan even though they had a chance to run away, and how Mu Tingjing and her crew had abandoned their teammates without hesitation, the emotions of the people were stirred up like a tide, and soon exploded both in the stadium and in their homeland. Under such a great tide, even though some rational people had stepped forward to explain that the four members had only abandoned their teammates for the sake of their team, their voice was too small to overcome the unstoppable wave that was already rolling fiercely. Despite the curses, it did not alter the fact that Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and Elaine were still surrounded by the enemy. Jack, Pinoli, Muse, Angelo, and the others were starting to lose their patience. The women were eyeing Mu Ningxue and Elaine covetously too. I wasn't too harsh on you guys when I robbed you. Well, what happened to Muse doesn't count, so regarding the conflict between us, Mo Fan did not give up on persuading the enemy. Do you think that's enough reason to convince us not to beat the crap out of you? Jack laughed. It seems like it's impossible for me to persuade you otherwise. Mo Fan's tone shifted slightly. Absolutely correct, don't worry about us, we'll try not to break the rules when we're turning you into a cripple. Jack glanced at the others and smiled. What do you say? Of course, the others agreed. Mo Fan remained silent. He did not say a single word. Jack was quite surprised when Mo Fan stopped talking all of a sudden. What's wrong? Are you scared? I'm scared of your grandmother. Mo Fan suddenly cursed and threw his right fist forward, which erupted into flames as it caught the air. When Mo Fan stopped talking, it meant he was ready for battle. The fiery fist sprang forward. The fierce flames represented the restless, unyielding spirit in Mo Fan's bones. So what if they had an advantage of numbers? If they were serious about turning him into a cripple, they must pay for it by having half of their group lying on the floor in the end. Mo Fan could guarantee that their fate would be worse than his. Asshole! Jack was infuriated. He did not expect Mo Fan would dare to fight back under the circumstances. Despite Jack's quick reaction, he was forced to activate his shield equipment when the fiery fist in the form of fiery dragons, stronger than an advanced spell, was coming at him. The flames struck the magic shield and spread wildly across the place. Jack's skin almost blistered from the scorching heat. Even though the attack did not really inflict any damage on him, he was still utterly mad still. Do you seriously want a few more wounds that will never heal on your crippled body? Jack's face turned icy cold. Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Mo Fan cast the basic spell instantly, and a lunar-white glow tore the space apart. Mo Fan was extremely quick at casting basic spells. Even though the enemy had a psychic mage, they had no chance of interrupting Mo Fan's channeling. Besides, Elaine was also a psychic mage. She had secretly set up a spirit wall, protecting the three of them so their channeling would not be interrupted easily. Mu Ningxue and Elaine were long prepared for the fight. Knowing that the enemy was ahead in numbers, Mu Ningxue did not dare preserve her strength further. She immediately unleashed her Nirvana Ice Domain, covering the 10+ people on the enemy team to suppress them. The formidable frost immediately summoned a great storm, shrouding the dim sky and the river nearby. Chapter 1085. 1 vs 6. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's a suppressive domain. Water Mage Pinoli blurted out when he sensed the iciness in their surroundings. A domain of this kind was rather powerful, as everyone under its effects was slower at casting spells, and the damage of their spells was weakened significantly, too. Normally, the domain of a soul-grade seed could at most suppress 20% of their damage, but Mu Ningxue's Nirvana Ice Domain seemed to have suppressed 30 to 40%. In terms of domain, it was likely that no one was stronger than Mu Ningxue's innate talent. Even strong mags like Jack and Pinoli could feel the strong suppression from her ice domain. I'll handle her. Hannah harumphed coldly. She summoned a lightning orb in her hand and hurled it at Mu Ningxue. The lightning orb immediately split into sharp lightning arcs when it reached Mu Ningxue's vicinity. The lightning bolts extended rapidly to a length of 20 meters, like a deadly meteor hammer covered in lightning. Mu Ningxue was shrouded by a small tornado, serving as a shield protecting her. Even though its defense was incomparable to the defense of Windwing's shelter, it was more than enough to defend her from the lightning attack. Hannah was agitated when she saw Mu Ningxue nullifying her attack with ease. She could easily tell that the potency of her magic had dropped significantly. Normally, her lightning meteor hammer would be much more effective. The woman clearly had an outstanding domain that she was extremely jealous of. "Humph, do you think you'll be fine as long as you pretend to be harmless? We're in the middle of a tournament, where participants are meant to compete with one another. Let me see what a woman who only knows how to earn someone's pity like you has." Belle had been waiting for this chance for a long time. The news, articles, and women's magazines kept mentioning the Great Duchess of England, and Belle found it extremely annoying. She had always come from an ancient noble family, yet why was this woman always in the limelight, while she was rotting away in a dark corner? Belle seemed to be nursing a strong grievance. The power of the curse element burst out from her body, the crimson-red glow forming an evil spider web looming over Great Duchess Elaine. A cursed spider on it was crawling toward Elaine slowly, its greedy eyes locked onto her spirit. "Belle, I have no idea why you hate me so much, but I'm really disappointed by how you're treating me. We had such a pleasant time when we went to Iceland together." Elaine glanced at the curse spell calmly. "Humph, the ice domain is useless against dark magic, don't you underestimate me." Belle's eyes emitted a wicked light as the sinister spider trap descended rapidly. Meanwhile, a sinister-looking demon with sharp fangs appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at the petite Elaine with its giant arms, trying to drag Elaine's spirit out of her body. Elaine was startled. Her opponent was using the sinister spider trap on the surface, but she had actually cast the demon torture secretly. The woman was quite terrifying with how scheming she was. Most importantly, Elaine did not feel like her opponent was showing any mercy to her. The curse magic was known for inflicting serious, unrecoverable damage on the target soul. Elaine could feel that the hate demon filled was not only trying to teach her a lesson, but planning to tear her spirit into pieces. Elaine's face turned cold. She had always been friendly to people, and even when she was facing someone she did not like, she would still try her best to be sensible. She believed she had never done anything wrong to Belle, yet the woman was treating her so aggressively, it was truly infuriating. Elaine would not show any mercy to someone that was so eager to make her disappear. Heart-crushing symphony. Elaine cast a psychic spell, unleashing a strong psychic impact at Belle before the demon could grab her. The advanced curse spell was fairly powerful, but Elaine was extremely familiar with dark magic and knew that the demon torture had to maintain its continuity. The mage that cast the demon torture had to continue supplying the demon with the energy of the curse element while it was carrying out the attack. Since Elaine was aware of the spell's weakness, she decisively used a psychic spell to interrupt Belle's channeling of the demon torture. Even though Belle was being very cautious, she did not expect Elaine's psychic element to be so powerful. The heart-crushing symphony was not just a single wave of attack, it was like a melody filled with grievances that remained in her mind until the symphony came to an end. During this time, her mind was greatly disturbed, preventing her from casting any spell. "Allow me to lend you a hand," a Canadian student who had long waited for a chance to fawn upon Belle said. The Canadian student was obviously an offensive mage. His magic began to surge, and even though the power of his spells had been weakened by Mu Ningxue's Nirvana Ice Domain, it still posed a great threat to Elaine. Elaine's primary element was water, and her defense was rather average, too. She could only defend herself passively. "I'll handle them, don't worry about me, and try not to go too far away so my spirit wall can protect you still," Elaine said when she saw Mu Ningxue start to lend her a hand. Mu Ningxue withdrew her attention when she realized that Elaine was still able to handle the situation calmly. After all, Mu Ningxue was in quite a pinch herself too, since 4 mags were targeting her simultaneously. Mu Ningxue's splendid performance during the opening match had placed her right in the limelight. As a result, many participants had a strong urge to defeat her. The 4 of them, led by Pinoli and Hannah, kept attacking, forcing her to back up continuously. The supply of her ice magic was unable to keep up with the rate of output. In terms of strength, both Pinoli and Hannah were incredibly strong, although they were only considered above average among the participants. The other two students were fairly average. Normally, Mu Ningxue could easily defeat them in no time, but when the four teamed up against her, it went without saying that she would be the one struggling to hold her ground. Luckily, her Nirvana Ice Domain was fairly powerful, and her cultivation was clearly stronger than anyone on the enemy team. It was the main reason why Mu Ningxue was still in the fight, but it was only a matter of time until she was defeated. However, she was not in the worst spot among the trio, as Mo Fan was taking on 6 people at once. What shocked Mu Ningxue the most was Mo Fan was actually taking the initiative to attack, even when he was up against 6 people. Mu Ningxue could not help but exclaim at how much of a freak Mo Fan was. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf had lifted a huge portion of the pressure off Mo Fan's shoulders. The frost-covered creature was chasing after Herbert. He had driven the Englishman all the way to the river, out of Mu Ningxue's Nirvana Ice Domain. Seeing that the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had chased one of his opponents away, Mo Fan let Little Flame Bell fight on her own too, and her target was none other than Muse of the Egyptian team. Little Flame Bell was vengeful, too. She would never forget how Muse had bullied her in the past. The little creature was like an erupting volcano, leaving wild calamity fire all over the place. Muse never thought the little summoned beast would grow so much stronger in just half a year. Her skin was already covered in blistering burns from the scorching heat. Both the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and Little Flame Bell had achieved the commander level. Even if each of the participants in the tournament had remarkable strength, allowing them to take on a commander-level creature on their own, a commander-level creature would still win the fight eventually. Humph, how dare you use the soul I was so fond of already, screw you. Jack was utterly resentful, especially when he saw how strong the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was. He totally regretted that he did not buy the soul immediately when he first saw it. That way, he might have had another commander-level creature fighting by his side now. You're not the only person with summoned beasts. Jack opened up the door of the contract summoning with a hollow laugh. An enormous demon creature with a beastly body and the tail of a scorpion came out from the gap. Everyone held their breaths when they sensed the formidable aura of death and savagery lunging at them. The creature stomped the ground fiercely. The ground began to crack in Mo Fan's direction. Mo Fan was just about to dodge it when he saw the scorpion-tailed demon leaping into the air while emitting a blinding glow. Its body suddenly enlarged a few times as it came crashing down like a mountain. The beast was absolutely huge, to the extent that Mo Fan was struggling to dodge the attack. He was forced to use the Dark Noble Mantle to barely escape from the shadow of the creature that was doing a sumo slam on him. The enemy had set up a barrier, meaning that Mo Fan could no longer escape with the Dark Noble Mantle. In addition to that, the Psychic Mage on the enemy team had also tagged him with a mark. Even without the Psychic element, the Light element was the Shadow element's greatest weakness. The Dark Noble Mantle would easily be exposed with a simple casting of the Brilliant Light. There was simply no way to escape, so Mo Fan had no choice but to fight. Mo Fan had just dodged the sumo slam when he heard some piercing cries under the loosened ground. Mo Fan suddenly felt like his ankle being grabbed onto by a pair of pincers. Mo Fan lowered his gaze and saw hands sticking out from the ground, grabbing onto his legs. Shreve of the Egyptian team was sneering with the presence of the undead element rising from his body as he was controlling the undead under the ground Mo Fan was standing on. "Do you really think a few zombies are enough to trap me?" A mysterious, silver glow appeared with a single thought from Mo Fan, forming a strong, compressing force directed at the ground under his feet. A rhomboid with Mo Fan at the center appeared and crushed the ground below his feet. The ground was suddenly compressed into a state sturdier than rocks, blood flowing out between the gaps. It turned out that the little undead under the ground had been crushed into minced meat. Humph, I can summon as many of those undead as I want. Shreve had not given up yet. He continued to summon undead to fight for him. He will be having a piece of this first. Angelo of the Italian team was desperately looking for a way to vent his anger. He activated a piece of magic equipment to strengthen the deadly wind formation he was about to complete. Chapter 1086. You shouldn't mess with me. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Angelo turned into a cloudy wind and was showing up in different locations around Mofan by abusing the tremendous speed of the wind. He also left faint images behind where he was to trick Mofan into believing that he was still there. The images gradually disappeared, but the wind trail turned into powerful wind blades. A few of them would not pose any threat to Mofan, but when a dozen of them were lunging at Mofan at the same time, he simply had no chance of dodging the attack. Mofan was initially planning to withdraw from the area with the fleeing shadow. However, the scorpion-tailed beast was blocking in front, while Shreve was summoning a bunch of iron zombies behind him. On his left was a trap set up with the plant element by a Canadian student. The only option he had was to run to his right, but he would have to traverse the area covered in wind blades. It was worse than standing still. Mofan had no choice but to summon the black snake armor. However, once the armor exceeded its duration, he would no longer have any way to protect himself. He could only last for as long as possible, hoping that Little Flame Bell and the Flying Creek Snow Wolf could defeat their opponents and provide him with some support. The wind blade swept past him, leaving marks and scratches on Mofan's black snake armor. The armor was godly when he was still in the intermediate level, as it was able to take as many hits as needed. However, after he reached the advanced level, he had not strengthened and refined the armor, so it was having trouble resisting the attacks of the talented mags specifically chosen to represent their countries in the World College Tournament. Damn it, I think I should really improve the space element, too. If only I was strong as Ari Drangtu, it's like his space element is omnipotent. Mofan murmured as the wind blades attacked him. Ari Jiangtu was able to attack, defend, control, and destroy with his space element. The ability to blink around unpredictably alone was insane. He could easily take on a few opponents with only a single element. Even though Mofan had lots of elements, if he did not spend more time mastering the space element, it would only end up as a supporting element in a battle. Having this thought, Mofan was even more unwilling to give away the loot they had acquired so far. Everyone had been robbing one another for their loot. Mofan didn't believe his approach was unfair, it was just that the enemy had an advantage in numbers. Did you guys realize? That guy no longer has the unstoppable flames, Angelo suddenly said. He had watched the match between the Chinese team and the Spanish team. Both Angelo and Jack had been well informed of how outstanding Mofan's strength was. They clearly remembered the calamity fire that he could control as he pleased, almost comparable to that of a super mage. However, Mofan had not used it despite the circumstances he was in. It was unlikely that the man was trying to preserve his strength, meaning that he was unable to use the fire. It's his contracted beast. His contracted beast is a rare elemental creature with the ability to attach itself to the master. His contracted beast is fighting Muse, so it makes sense that he can't transform into that fiery state. Jack exclaimed. Jack, whose primary element was the summoning element, had purposely asked his teacher, Giselle, about Mofan's ability. It was unnecessary for them to keep an eye out on Mofan's ability to engulf himself in flames right now. So that means his primary element is fire, secondary is summoning element, and tertiary is space, but why can he cast shadow spells too? Angelo wondered. He has double innate elements, so he has one extra element, Shreve said as he was controlling the iron zombies. Mofan was like a cornered beast. His enemies kept on casting spells, and even if he could still dodge and resist their attacks, he would no longer be able to turn the tables around once his armor's duration came to an end. No wonder, I kept feeling as if he has unlimited magic, both Jack and Angelo realized. It was possible to cast some spells with the help of magic equipment. As such, they initially thought Mofan was relying on magic equipment to cast his shadow spells, but everything made sense now. However, what difference would his double innate elements make? Even if he had 4 elements, like a super mage, the 6 of them had more than 10 elements in total. How could they possibly lose against a single person? His armor is almost at its limit. I have to say that his armor is quite impressive, allowing him to last for so long in the fight. I'm going to put an end to this. Angelo could not wait to get his revenge. Many teams had worked together to acquire the Heart of Stone worth around 500 million. The Italian team even took the risk of being targeted by the rest of the countries when they decided to keep it for themselves. To their surprise, the shameless Mo fan simply stole it from him. Not only was he deserted by his team, the other countries were unforgiving of him, too. He could finally get his revenge after nursing his grievance for so long. The man had lost all his defense. Angelo utilized the speed of the wind and appeared behind Mo fan as he was busy handling the iron zombies and mummies. The wind took the shape of a long cone. Angelo crept forward, concealing his presence within the cloudy winds. The shroud enveloping the mummy sprang forward and wrapped around Mo fan's legs to restrict his movements. He was barely resisting the incoming attacks with a wall he had set up with the space element. However, his space element was only average, and it could only block a few attacks at most. As Jack blasted the wall with an advanced spell, Mo fan lost his final line of defense. Cast a psychic spell on him. Jack saw that Angelo had prepared to give Mo fan the killing blow. He said in a cruel voice, "Humph, double innate elements. He's just a piece of trash." Jack was extremely cunning with his approach. Elaine was quite a distance away from Mo fan. There was no chance she could lend a hand to protect him. They had successfully broken down Mo fan's defense. Mo fan was already doomed, yet Jack went even further by asking the psychic mage to cast a psychic spell on Mo fan, guaranteeing his defeat. A mage that was under the effects of a psychic spell was no longer able to cast any spells. Their body would have no chance of surviving the damage of a destructive spell. It all depended on how strong the grudge Angelo was holding against Mo fan was. He could even kill Mo fan if he wished. The man was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Double innate elements? The ace of the Chinese team? He had still fallen at their hands. Angelo moved rapidly. He was less than half a meter away from Mo fan after a flicker of movement, grinning cruelly. "I'll let you live, but your path of magic is going to end here." Angelo swore. The force he was gathering on his palm emitted a faint blue pulse of light. Blue normally represented the soul, meaning that Angelo's spell was not just a simple wind spell, he had activated his Death Strike magic equipment, too. The attack was aimed at Mo fan's mind and soul, and was sure to inflict unrecoverable damage to Mo fan's soul. The wind cone was merely a disguise, it was not going to do much harm to Mo fan's body, but his soul. Angelo had already thought it through. In the eyes of the observer eagle circling in the sky, his attack was just a simple wind spell, but the others were surely not going to stop attacking. If an organizer was to investigate the matter, he would insist that he had only attacked with his wind spell. They would never know who was responsible for damaging Mo fan's soul in such a chaotic battle. Mo fan was struggling to react to the strong gust of wind. He turned around and noticed the wind cone and the strong hatred from the vengeful Angelo. Mo fan used his will to form a wall. The wall was extremely fragile, yet it could at least buy him some time. "I stole something from you, and you can steal it back too. It's just a tournament, yet are you sure you want to go so far and give me a deadly blow?" Mo fan's eyes were fixed on Angelo. The wall of the space magic was breaking into pieces under the strong penetrating force of the wind cone. It would collapse in the next second. "What are you talking about?" "I'm only going to teach you a lesson," Angelo replied calmly. He seemed natural, yet the look in his eyes exposed his vicious heart. When Mo fan saw the deadly light concealed by the wind cone approaching, his face, which had remained calm and collected until now, suddenly turned icy and determined. With how advanced the healing spells were now, he could still recover from any physical damage he suffered. He would at most be lying in a sickbed for months, the worst possible outcome not being able to participate further in the tournament. Mo fan thought that was as far as the participants would go, since he had only stolen their loot, while still complying with the rules that had been set. However, Mo fan subconsciously chuckled when he realized Angelo's malicious intent. It seemed like these high-sounding people were used to doing such cruel deeds. Otherwise, why would the man act so calmly, and had even thought it through? An adept covered his deadly blow with another spell. I only wanted to teach you a lesson too, but it seems like I have to do more than that. Mo Fan's voice resonated. Angelo was startled. The man was clearly in a pinch, like a cornered beast. Why was he still so confident, and why had his aura skyrocketed all of a sudden? Angelo did not give up on his attack. Anyone that made him feel uncomfortable had to pay 100 times the price. He had crippled lots of brilliant talents so far, but who could possibly get their revenge on him? Your biggest mistake was infuriating me, Angelo. Angelo attacked without hesitation. And you shouldn't mess with me, either. Mo Fan uttered coldly. Sky Lightning Claw. The lightning exploded out when everyone least expected it. The Imperious Lightning Domain was even more outstanding than Mu Ningxue's Nirvana Ice Domain. Spectacular lightning dragons were rolling ruthlessly in the black clouds, carrying a strong aura of death. A lightning bolt sprang up from the ground below Angelo's feet. The strong blast, strengthened by Mo Fan's will, forcibly knocked Angelo into the sky. Angelo totally did not expect it. He was so obsessed with getting revenge that he did not even notice the bright glow on Mo Fan's neck. Angelo flew a few dozen meters into the sky. An enormous claw formed by arcs of dark lightning arcs and grabbed Angelo as he reached the highest point. The imperious, merciless lightning claw possessed incredible strength. The lightning, its damage multiplied sixfold, was like a hellish demon that would tear any living human it held into pieces. Chapter 1087. Lightning, another primary element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Angelo was trying to summon his wind wings to protect him, but he had no chance of casting the complicated advanced spell. His head was already spinning after he was struck by the lightning. He had no choice but to summon his armor instead. Unfortunately, the lightning was strong enough to penetrate his magic armor, too. Most defensive equipment was unable to fully protect a person unless their elemental type happened to be the lightning element's weakness. The lightning claw surged across the sky spectacularly. Angelo was as minuscule as an ant facing the giant, astonishing claws of a demon. His thin armor was soon crushed to pieces. The sky lightning claws exemplified Mo Fan's rage. If Angelo had been willing to call off the attack targeting Mo Fan's soul, Mo Fan would not have bothered torturing Angelo with the lightning claws. Since Angelo did not do so, Mo Fan would not show him any mercy, either. Jack, Shreve, Mios, Pinoli, and the others were stunned. The icy brilliance of the lightning strikes left them in astonishment and disbelief. Lightning element. Since when did he possess the lightning element? And why was his lightning element so powerful? Wasn't the fire element his strongest element? Hearing Angelo's cries of agony, the participants saw that the sky lightning claws had finally stopped attacking, but they soon heard Mo Fan invoking coldly, Tyrant Call. Angelo was falling from the sky helplessly, but dense, yellow lightning arcs formed a thick lightning bolt above Angelo's head and slashed down at him like an axe, slamming Angelo right to the ground at a terrifying speed, forming a scorched pit over 100 meters wide. Angelo lay still, his skin completely blistered, even his face was not preserved. His body was still twitching even though he had lost consciousness, as if the claws of demon were still ripping at him. The Observer Eagles had captured the entire scene. Watching it through the eyes of the Observer Eagles were the spectators across the world, including some authoritative mags. The stadium fell deadly silent, as if all their minds were struck by lightning, leaving them in awe. There was clearly no escape for Mo Fan. Even some of the reputable supermags assumed that Angelo was going to land his attack. Not a single person thought that Mo Fan was able to turn the tables around. It was like he had completely transformed into a different person, a lightning tyrant, severely punishing Angelo for offending him. This, Miss Conti, that guy is cheating, he's a member of the Black Vatican. Prince Benny was the first to react. He desperately wanted some tragedy to befall Mo Fan. Conti stared at the screen displaying the broadcast from the Observer Eagles, and the student with such an imperious lightning field. It took her a while to respond to Prince Bennis' accusation, as I thought, his innate talent actually awakens two elements at every level. The information I gathered clearly says that his primary element is lightning and fire. At the seats reserved for the Sacred Hall of Liberty, Alina noticed the Vice Elder Giselle looking at her and said with a smile, "I did mention to you that this Chinese candidate was the one that helped us arrest Casso, the leader of the Red Ornaments Guild, but you didn't treat him seriously back then." Giselle had no interest in the younger generation. All her focus was on her disciple, Jack. Hearing Alina's words, she immediately recalled that the Chinese team had indeed defeated the Red Ornaments Guild, and the magic equipment that Essendale, the master of the shadow element, had once worn had been given to the Chinese team as a reward. No wonder, it all makes sense. With the Dark Noble mantle, stealing from other participants would be as easy as flipping a hand. "I told you, the person you should be worried the most isn't Mu Ningxue, or Ari Jiangtu, but this Mo Fan," Mochizuki Chihaya said from the seats reserved for the Japanese team. Fujikata Tegami, Mochizuki Ken, and the advisors and instructors of the national team could only smile poorly. When the Japanese team was up against the Chinese team, they did not even let Mo Fan take part in the match. In other words, if they ended up facing the Chinese team in the finals, they clearly had no chance of winning. That guy managed to take a person out when he was taking on 6 of them at once. Is he from space? My God, we were all wrong. We thought the fire element was his strongest element, but his lightning element has a top-tier domain, and his soul grade seed is one of the strongest, too. How many elements does he actually have? Why is every element he has so powerful? The people had witnessed Mo Fan's unstoppable flames in the match against the Spanish team. He almost won the title of the strongest fire mage among all the participants in the World College Tournament after just a single match, yet his lightning element was even stronger. Any participant with a single outstanding element would easily be considered an all-star student during the World College Tournament. Students like Mu Ningxue, Ari Jiangtu, Pinoli, and Shou Watani were examples of all-star students, but not only did Mo Fan have 2 outstanding elements, he was able to turn the tables when he was greatly outnumbered. The counterattack had he executed to recover from the seemingly impossible situation was incredible, too. The series of moves, knocking the target into the air, tearing the target with the Sky Lightning Claws, and finishing it with the Tyrant Call, was extremely smooth. It was extremely violent, like a piece of artwork, and left Angelo with no chance to react at all. He never used the lightning element and his domain, even when he was in a pinch, just so he could take his enemy by surprise when it mattered the most, and deal a critical blow to the enemy. His calm yet bold, impressive, that's the true spirit of a member of the Chinese team. His ability to scheme, to compromise, to fight with all he has, and to endure patiently, and to show no mercy when necessary. Chairman Xiaojing exclaimed excitedly, smacking his thigh. Pang Lai, Han Ji, Feng Li, Song He, and the others were utterly surprised by Mo Fan's actions, too. Even under those circumstances, he had decided to keep his lightning element a secret until the very end, to deal a critical blow and eliminate a threat once and for all. Even they were utterly impressed by Mo Fan's decisiveness. Han Ji, this disciple that you've recommended is truly a gem, a woman official complimented him. No, you've misunderstood, he is self-taught, he's not my disciple, speaking of which, he's the savior of the ancient capital, Han Ji replied. What do you mean by that? The chairman asked. It was he who brought Captain Zhong Xiaohu into the dark abyss, and all the way to the Blood Emperor throne of the ancient king, Han Ji said, but he did not mention the demon element. Impressive, so it was him. The calamity of Bo City, the plague in Hangzhou, and the operation that wiped out the Black Vatican on Chongming Island, I believe most of you have heard of them. He is the one that contributed the most in all of them, Han Ji continued. The chairman and other leaders were dumbfounded. It went without saying that they had heard about the incidents before, yet they never thought the same person that saved the ancient capital was involved in all of them, and the person was only a student on the national team. So you're saying that his performance in this treasure hunt is actually nothing worth mentioning, Councilman Xiaojing murmured. Did he actually go too far? Since we're currently in Venice, Italy's home ground, strange, Mo Fan normally knows to behave himself. he didn't need to follow up the attack with the tyrant call. It's a bit too much, but don't worry about it. It's reasonable for a young man like him to be hot-blooded. He might have a reason for doing it too, we'll ask him once it's over, Councilman Xiaozheng said. Mo Fan had overdone it, as Feng Li had mentioned. There was no need for him to follow up with the tyrant call, since Angelo would hardly be fit for battle after the initial blow. However, Mo Fan did not want Angelo to be able to stand when he left. Besides, he was planning to intimidate the others with it too, since they were still in a disadvantageous position. Asshole, it's only a tournament, are you trying to kill Angelo? Jack yelled when he saw Angelo in bad shape. You can ask what he did when he wakes up, Mo Fan replied calmly. Saying this, Mo Fan grabbed in Angelo's direction to retrieve an insignificant ring from his finger. He quickly put it away. Jack and the others had no clue what Mo Fan was up to. They simply thought Mo Fan was trying to humiliate the man further. I was actually thinking of going easy on you, yet you're so stubborn. Guess I'll have to do it the hard way. Jack said. Show me what you got then. I really enjoy stomping arrogant people like you to the ground. Mo Fan was extremely infuriated. He showed no mercy with his words too. 1 versus 6. When Mo Fan first enrolled in the Pearl Institute, he had beaten up every new student. When he first arrived at the school, he had fought every student in the fire school. Scorpion Beast, second form. Jack ordered coldly into the distance. The enormous beast with a scorpion tail groaned as it suddenly raised its glowing scorpion tail. The beast raised the scorpion tail above its head. Surprisingly, it did not lash its tail at Mo Fan, but stabbed itself instead. Mo Fan could clearly see the poison from the tail pouring rapidly into the beast's body. The poison acted as a stimulant and swiftly spread to every part of the beast's body. The flesh of the beasts underwent tremendous changes. Poisonous armor surfaced on its skin and attached itself to the beast. The poisoned armor was not smooth, it was covered in jagged spikes and hooks, like bee stings or cactus thorns, all over its joints, arms, shoulders, spine, and tail. The spikes were firm and sharp. The soul that you took from me was supposed to help my contracted beast evolve to its third form. No one could possibly stand a chance against me if that had happened. However, its second form, the poison armor scorpion, is enough to make you regret for the rest of your life. Jack leapt onto the creature's head. The creature happened to have a depression on its head that Jack could hop into and cover himself in. It was similar to a pilot seat so he could drive the mecha beast. Chapter 1088. Unyielding, the Limit of the Will. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lightning spells with 6 times the damage from the lightning tyrant landed on the poison armor scorpion, whipping the creature fiercely, yet barely left any marks on its armor. Mo Fan tried targeting the poison armor scorpion's head to attack Jack directly, but he realized that it was the sturdiest part of the poison armor scorpion's defense. He was struggling to deal any damage to Jack, who was hiding inside the armor. Left with no choice, Mo Fan could only use the lightning tyrant to keep the others and the undead scattering across the place at bay. The lightning tyrant was very effective when attacking another mage and Shreve's undead. The iron zombies and mummies that Mo Fan had a hard time killing previously had all been disintegrated into blood spray by the lightning tyrant. Even the psychic mage was having difficulty casting her spell under the tremendous suppression of the lightning tyrant. They could only attack Mo Fan with other elemental spells. Mo Fan's lightning tyrant domain was suppressing them, just like Mu Ningxue's domain. Even though she was currently somewhere else, the lightning tyrant domain was also able to weaken spells that were cast within its area. Together with the intermediate space spell, Time Stasis, Mo Fan had managed to hold his ground for the time being. Do you really think you stand a chance against us? Jack snapped arrogantly. The poison armor scorpion waved its huge arms wildly. The spikes on the arms extended further and became even sharper. The spike-covered arms swung down, leaving lots of holes in the ground. The space that Mo Fan could use to dodge the attack was very limited, not to mention that the arms were densely covered in spikes with deadly poison. With the slightest touch, a wound would immediately spread into a long cut, as if he had just been struck by a sword. As the poison armor scorpion was waving its arms, it suddenly leaned to one side as the poisonous, glowing tail that it had been hiding sprang forward. The icy point went right for Mo Fan's chest. Mo Fan was soaked in cold sweat, as he totally did not expect the surprise attack. Mo Fan was totally defenseless as he watched the poisonous stinger flying at him. The black snake armor was still on cooldown, and the departing nether shield had broken into pieces not long ago. It was too late for him to construct a wall with the space element, or try dodging the attack, since the four limbs of the creature had sealed off all his escape routes. He had no chance of dodging the attack, nor defending himself. Mo Fan had a feeling that the poisonous sting was going to puncture his chest. Jack was slightly more righteous than the vicious Angelo. He was not aiming for Mo Fan's heart, yet it was still going to deal a devastating blow to him. A great chill ran down Mo Fan's spine. He clenched his teeth and cursed himself for feeling relieved that he was currently in the middle of a tournament. After going back and forth between the cradle and the grave many times, Mo Fan had learned that there was no such thing as a fluke in the way of living of a mage. He could not afford to give up until the very end. Didn't he still have telekinesis? He only needed a single gaze to cast the basic spell of the space element. Was the deadly poisonous sting really quicker than his eyes? Telekinesis! Mo Fan's eyes glowed silver. He did not dodge the attack, nor did he try to defend himself. He was only using his gaze to stop the deadly stinger. If Drangtu was able to put every spell targeting him into stasis, why couldn't he stop this deadly attack, too? He needed a strong will, and a great courage. The strength of the space element did not rely on the spells, or a soul-grade seed, but his unmatchable mental strength. Having too many elements granted Mo Fan lots of different options to overcome the danger he faced. However, it also prevented Mo Fan from having a chance to practice his space element. His space element was like a little sapling protected by his other stronger elements. It was unable to grow, as it did not experience the strong wind and the rain. Mo Fan had used all his elements, yet he was still in a pinch. Why wouldn't he trust in his space element, and believe that his will was strong enough to overcome the attack? The silver glow grew stronger as it clashed with the poisonous stinger. Humans would subconsciously try to avoid danger in fear. Mo Fan was forcing himself not to dodge the attack, since it was utterly meaningless. His first priority was to stop the cells within his body from trembling in fear at the approaching danger. He needed to stay perfectly calm, and needed perfect focus, to believe that he would stop the deadly attack right before it could reach its chest. The silver aura had enveloped Mo Fan's entire body, and was rapidly spreading to the poison stinger, too. The scorpion tail was right in front of Mo Fan's chest, yet had failed to stab into him. It encountered strong resistance from Mo Fan's will, and even though it was merely inches away, it was unable to go any further, as if it had struck a sturdy jade. The cold of the stinger had pierced through Mo Fan's clothes and penetrated the muscles on his chest easily. The small chill immediately brought tremendous pain to the entirety of Mo Fan's nervous system, even though it had only penetrated the tissues in the outer layer. He could easily imagine how unbearable the pain would be if it fully stabbed into his body. "I wonder how long you're going to last," Jack screamed. The mind of the poison armor scorpion was synchronized with his. The poison sting that was hovering right above Mo Fan's chest was slowly pushing further, and with only half an inch left, the deadly poison would soon spread inside Mo Fan's body. "Piss off!" Mo Fan yelled, venting his frustration. The stubborn thought immediately reinforced his will, and he grabbed firmly onto the sting. Jack realized that his poison armor scorpion was struggling to push its tail any further. He snapped furiously at the psychic mage, "What are you waiting for?" The psychic mage had already cast psychic impact, yet the attack did not necessarily have a 100% success rate. When a person was so focused that their will had become impenetrable, the psychic impact was basically like a small ripple on a lake, unable to do any harm to its target. Jack had no idea Mo Fan was able to stop the attack with his space element. He angrily waved his hand, deciding to attack with his other elements. However, a commander-level wolf covered in frost suddenly appeared, ripping with its claws continuously as it fired a dozen icy crescents at the poison armor scorpion. 12 long gashes were seen on the poisonous armor as the crescents penetrated further into the creature's flesh. Poisonous blood was flowing out from the wounds, smearing the body of the poison armor scorpion. The poison armor scorpion was knocked back staggering, and it almost fell to the ground. "Well done, Wolf!" Mo Fan was overjoyed, knowing that the danger had been resolved. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf moved swiftly. Unlike other beasts that attacked with brute force, he preferred to engage his enemy with chain attacks. After the initial move, he moved to the poison armor scorpion's side and stomped the ground fiercely with all his limbs, firing splinters of ice at the poison armor scorpion. The ice splinters poured down at the poison armor scorpion like satellite rays, and amazingly penetrated the poison armor scorpion's flesh too, leaving obvious wounds around the creature's joints. The poison armor scorpion was knocked back further, yet when it gradually stabilized itself, Jack glanced at the Flying Creek Snow Wolf disdainfully and said, "You've wasted such a valuable soul on a low-level demon wolf. It is still inferior, even though it has reached the commander level." Despite the injuries that the poison armor scorpion had suffered, its strength and aura showed no sign of weakening. It immediately switched targets to the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Its ferocious moves and poisonous stinger forced the Flying Creek Snow Wolf to withdraw temporarily. A creature like that is not worthy to take the soul of the creature from the extreme South Ice realm. Jack was even angrier when he saw the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. "You guys, deal with him, I'll take care of this inferior demon wolf." The student that was initially fighting the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had regrouped with the team, too. They proceeded to flank Mo Fan once again, together with Shreve's undead. Mo Fan initially planned to counterattack Jack and the poison armor scorpion with the help of the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, yet he was soon entangled by his remaining opponents. He had no choice but to use the lightning tyrant on them. "I can get the soul back still after killing you. They didn't specify that we aren't allowed to kill our opponent's summoned beast," Jack said coldly. It was Jack's real goal, as he believed it was a great humiliation to let the soul of a noble creature reside in the body of a low-level demon wolf. Only his poison armor scorpion was worthy of the soul, so his summoned beast could attain its third form. Die! Die! Jack was casting spells too as he fought the Flying Creek Snow Wolf alongside his poison armor scorpion. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was struggling to hold his ground, so he quickly fled into the distance. However, Jack was extremely cunning. When he saw the Flying Creek Snow Wolf running into the distance, he immediately turned around to attack Mo Fan. Mo Fan was fine taking on 3 mags at the same time, but when Jack and his poison armor scorpion joined the fight, he was immediately in great danger. As such, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf could not afford to run away. He had to keep the poison armor scorpion and Jack busy. The poison armor scorpion was already stronger than the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. It was likely to be slightly stronger than Teenage Flame Bell, not to mention that Jack was also attacking the Flying Creek Snow Wolf with 2 other elements. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was having a hard time against them. It was not long before the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's handsome fur was covered in fresh blood, with festering wounds inflicted by the poisonous stinger all over its body. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf uttered a wild howl. It was his first battle after his recent growth. If he was still unable to defeat Mo Fan's enemy after trying so hard to achieve the commander level, how could he possibly provide any assistance to his master? The man was right, he was just a low-level demon wolf that had grown into a commander-level creature from a servant-class spirit wolf, but it did not necessarily mean he was as timid and weak as a servant-class creature. Chapter 1089. Explosion of the Ice Soul. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The scorpion tail chopped down fiercely, like an unstoppable battle axe. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf quickly ran to the little ice hill behind him when he saw the attack coming at him. The ice hill was left here by Mu Ningxue before. The poison armor scorpion kept chasing after the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, and before he realized it, he had entered the area where Mu Ningxue was fighting previously. Mu Ningxue was seriously a lot stronger than before. Not only was she fighting the all-star student Pinoli, she had to face the fierce lightning element wielder Hannah too, yet she was still remained undefeated after so long. She was not really in a pinch, either. Mo Fan was only able to take on 6 people at once because his 2 summoned beasts were keeping 2 mags busy. Therefore, Mu Ningxue was also fighting 4 people at once, yet she did not seem to have any difficulty at all. The whole place was long covered in ice. The river not far away had already frozen. If anyone was to look into Mu Ningxue's direction, they would be looking at a land covered in ice. When the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was driven to the land of ice, for some reason, he felt extremely comfortable. Even the scorching pain he was feeling had weakened significantly. The chilly wind was blowing at his filthy hair, and was mending his wounds like a healing spell. The poison was frozen, and his wounds were recovering at an insane speed. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was currently inside Mu Ningxue's domain, yet he felt like he was in his own. The frost covering him had turned into energy surging between his limbs. He extended his claws. His frosty aura was like growing rapidly, like a flame that was being fed with alcohol. It was starting to turn sinisterly cold. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf let out a furious roar in the land of ice. The frost in the air turned into icy claws under his control. The icy claws lunged at the poison armor scorpion chasing after him, helped by the wind. The poison armor scorpion totally disregarded the attacks of the icy claws and arrived in front of the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Die! Jack snapped coldly. Deadly spikes densely covered the poison armor scorpion. The creature leapt into the air and grew a few times bigger, similar to when it was attacking with the sumo slam. The enormous beast covered in poisonous spikes fell from the air. It was impossible to dodge the attack no matter how fast the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was, and in comparison, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was tiny, like a little bug. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf did not try to dodge the attack. He uttered a furious howl as he faced the creature falling from the air. The howl spread across the land of ice, and surprisingly, massive glacier rapidly emerged from the ground. It felt like a mountain range of glacier had appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, the creature that was falling from the air felt extremely tiny compared to the glacier. The poison armor scorpion was initially planning to attack with a sumo slam, yet it ended up smashing into the glacier that had emerged like a mountain range. Not only did it fail to kill the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, its joints were shuddering after crashing into the glacier so hard. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf sprinted along the ice glacier. His limbs were incredibly strong as he raced across the ice. As the cold flame of his ice soul burned stronger, his speed was increasing too. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf leapt into the air at a shocking pace and lunged at the poison armor scorpion that was still dizzy from its fall. "You've overestimated your strength." Jack cursed and commanded the poison armor scorpion to attack with its poisonous tail. The poisonous tail swung in the air, firing dense crimson-red rays at the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf howled in the air. A bridge grew rapidly out of the glacier and hovered in the air right before the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf sprinted across the bridge, icy flames blossoming under his feet. His figure started to blur from his outstanding speed. A woo! With another howl, more glacier emerged from the ground, allowing the Flying Creek Snow Wolf to change his position rapidly. A woo! Finally, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's howl sounded slightly different. Countless glacier burst out of the ground and rose into the air before falling rapidly as the Flying Creek Snow Wolf raced past them. With a closer look, anyone would notice that the glacier greatly resembled enormous wolf fangs. The ice glacier were landing on the poison armor scorpion from every direction. Jack, still hidden inside the scorpion's armor, was stunned. One of the ice glacier punched through just inches away from him. It immediately sent a great chill down Jack's spine, right into his soul. As his mind was synchronized with the poison armor scorpion, he could sense the creature's pain. The ice fangs scattered across the place had limited the range of the creature. The deadly ice glacier had formed a deadly formation, and the powerful poison armor scorpion was stuck inside it. The wolf ice fang stabbed deep into its flesh, its blood pouring out. After some time, the poison armor scorpion gradually returned to its initial look. It was no longer wearing thick armor, nor was it covered in poisonous spikes. Jack lost his protection, too. Jack was about to cast the spell to withdraw the scorpion-tailed beast back into his contracted space when a pair of murderous eyes suddenly appeared. The terrifying head of the wolf was right in front of him, so close that Jack totally forgot how to draw the star pattern. Proud, icy, to kill or not to kill was a decision that could be made within an instant. The wolf let out an icy breath, sweeping at Jack's face. The man's lips began to tremble, in both fear and disbelief. Not long ago, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was completely beaten up by his poison armor scorpion, and fleeing like a cowardly dog. How did it become so strong all of a sudden? It was like the wolf had transformed into a totally different creature. Its control of the ice glacier was absolutely shocking. How is this possible? Isn't it just a low-level demon wolf? Ice Soul, it's the Ice Soul. It still sends a chill down my spine, just like old times. Panglai exclaimed when he saw the Flying Creek Snow Wolf summoning the spectacular glacier. The reason why he was so fond of the soul was because it contained a unique ice soul under its ordinary appearance. As long as there were ice and frost around, the ice soul would unleash its great potential. In the past, Panglai was totally unaware that the Flying Creek Snow Beast possessed such formidable power, and their team was almost wiped out as a consequence. The poison armor scorpion was fairly strong, stronger than most commander-level creatures, yet it was no match for the Flying Creek Snow Wolf when his ice soul was activated. The stronger the presence of the ice element was, the stronger the ice soul would be. Jack committed a great mistake when he was overly aggressive and chased the Flying Creek Snow Wolf into Mu Ningxue's Nirvana Ice Domain. The strength of Mo Fan's Flying Creek Snow Wolf basically doubled in Mu Ningxue's domain. Even the poison armor scorpion and Jack were no match for him. May I ask, which element is supposed to be Mo Fan's primary element? Why is his summoning element so? Someone spoke up from the crowd. The ice glacier that the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had summoned made a great impact on the crowd. Normally, a commander-level summoned beast was expected to defeat a normal participant, but it was unlikely to defeat an all-star student. To their surprise, Mo Fan's Flying Creek Snow Wolf had defeated Jack and his poison armor scorpion. His strength had already reached the average of commander-level creatures. With this summoned beast, and the rare Flame Bell, Mo Fan's two summoned beasts could easily take on an average national team. But the question was, which element was supposed to be Mo Fan's primary element? How was it that all three of his elements were so shocking? As the crowd was dazzled, even Mo Fan was dumbfounded. Even he had no idea that the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was so strong. Mo Fan did let the Flying Creek Snow Wolf display his strength as soon as he evolved, and it was no different than a normal commander-level creature. Thus Mo Fan thought the Flying Creek Snow Wolf could maybe handle a single student. To his surprise, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf suddenly unleashed his full potential, and was able to defeat Jack, a rather strong opponent, even when the creature was already injured. Mo Fan could not believe that the creature was actually his summoned beast. Don't tell me he can only unleash his true strength in the presence of the ice element. Mo Fan realized. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf had always been a certain distance away from Mu Ningxue, and the people that Mo Fan fought against were trying to avoid Mu Ningxue's domain too, just so their spells would not be weakened. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf and Little Flame Bell both kept a student busy, thus they never went close to Mu Ningxue's domain. However, after being beaten up, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf subconsciously fled to the area covered in ice. As a matter of fact, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf only realized that ice was his greatest weapon when he first arrived in the area covered in ice. He fully unleashed the power of the Ice Soul, granting him full control over the ice, and allowing him to summon the Ice Fangs. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf let out a great howl, as if he was trying to vent out the humiliation he had endured in the past, since he used to be a weak creature that had to run endlessly and hide in corners just to survive. Somehow, it was like the god of ice was painting wildly, drawing spectacular and jagged mountains of ice across the frozen land. Chapter 1090. Taking the enemy out, one by one. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Wolf, go help Mu Ningxue. After Mo Fan learned the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was only able to utilize the Ice Soul in the presence of ice, he decisively sent the creature to help Mu Ningxue out. The strength of the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was quite obvious. Since he was a lot stronger in Mu Ningxue's Nirvana Ice Domain, if he helped Mu Ningxue defeat the enemies bothering her, it would help him to lift the pressure on his shoulders, too. After sending the Flying Creek Snow Wolf away, Mo Fan glanced at Teenage Flame Bell not far from him. Little Flame Bell was occupied with the fight against Muse. Mo Fan had to admit that Muse had grown a lot stronger after their last encounter. Not only was Little Flame Bell unable to get the upper hand when fighting Muse alone, Muse was slowly securing an advantageous position instead. Mo Fan believed it was no longer necessary to let Little Flame Bell fight on her own. Possess! Mo Fan ordered Little Flame Bell. Teenage Flame Bell rode a tide of flames and rammed into Mo Fan's chest like a sparrow returning to its nest. Mo Fan was immediately engulfed in flames, an overwhelming aura arising from the combination of the Rose Flame and the Calamity Fire. The flames were burning like a carpet across the ground, and the stormy clouds of the Lightning Tyrant were hovering above the place. As the energy of the two most destructive elements combined together, the pressure was so overwhelming that the people that were flanking Mo Fan subconsciously took a few steps back. "I'll start with you first, since I find your undead very annoying." Mo Fan fixed his eyes on Shreve. He sprang forward in a threatening manner, as if he was loaded with kilograms of gunpowder. Shreve's strongest element was obviously the undead element. He was able to summon different kinds of undead, including the Greycloth Iron Mummies with outstanding defense, the deadly Death Saber Mummies, or the underground mummies that like to hide under the surface and immobilize their target by grabbing their feet. The undead had proven to be quite a nuisance to Mo Fan. Most of the lightning spells he cast were not directed at the mags, but the undead that posed a greater threat to him. "You're done for." Mo Fan's fists were filled with energy about to erupt like volcanoes. He calmly chased after Shreve when he saw the man running away. Mo Fan landed and slammed his fists on the ground. Fiery dragons rose in the pattern of the 9 halls, covering an area of a few hundred meters. The stunning fiery pillars almost reached the clouds. The sight of the flames was absolutely shocking. Shreve was fleeing for his life, yet he did not anticipate the huge coverage area of Mo Fan's 9 halls fiery fist. He felt like he had fallen into purgatory, suffering tremendous pain from the burns. "And don't you dare try to save him." Mo Fan glanced at the mage with the psychic element coldly. Luckily, the psychic element was not the mage's primary element. Otherwise, Mo Fan clearly had no chance of winning the fight. That being said, the mage had also been very annoying in the battle. Mo Fan was known as the Magic Cannon since he was able to cast destructive spells continuously, without repeating the same spells. His firepower was equivalent to a small troop of battle mages, but he was struggling to hold his ground, and his body was covered in wounds and bruises, mainly because of how disturbing the psychic mage had been. Luckily, Elaine was able to construct a spirit wall to protect Mo Fan, or cast a spirit focus on him at times. On top of that, his cultivation was also relatively stronger than the opponent's. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to fight back. The truth was, Mo Fan's weakness was facing a psychic mage. If he fought against a strong psychic mage, all his destructive spells were completely useless. Luckily, Elaine seemed to have taken care of the 2 opponents she was up against, and was finally able to protect Mo Fan from psychic spells. Without that disturbance, Mo Fan was able to let Little Flame Bell possess him. With Little Flame Bell's power, and his Lightning Tyrant domain, what difference would the enemy's numbers make? Psychic Spike, the psychic mage totally panicked when he saw Mo Fan approaching fiercely. The effects of the Lightning Tyrant domain were obvious. Under the pressure of the lightning and Mo Fan's overwhelming strength, the psychic mage started to lose confidence. As a result, the psychic spike only inflicted temporary pain on Mo Fan. It did not prevent Mo Fan from casting his spells. "Into the ground, you go." Mo Fan was totally reckless. He had just knocked Shreve into the air, and before the man had fallen from the sky, Mo Fan had already diverted his attention to the psychic mage. The psychic mage broke out in cold sweat. He had never seen a mage like Mo Fan before, who was such an absolute monster. He was just a mage like everyone else. Why was he able to fight at a close distance? Sky Lightning Claw. Mo Fan unleashed the power of the Lightning Tyrant and grabbed at the Psychic Mage. The Lightning Tyrant immediately summoned a black lightning claw, tearing through the pitiful defense of the Psychic Mage. Tyrant Call. The Lightning Tyrant scars gathered and formed thick bolts of judgment, striking down at the Psychic Mage. The yellow arcs penetrated the ground deeply, slamming the Psychic Mage into a huge pit. Mo Fan meant it when he said that he was going to knock the guy into the ground. In terms of strength, Jack was the only worthy opponent on the enemy team. After taking Jack out, and receiving the protection from the psychic spells, it was Mo Fan's time to launch his fierce counterattack. The combined Rose Flame and the Calamity Fire, and the Lightning Tyrant, were a lot more powerful than ordinary Soul Grade seeds. In the World College Tournament, having a Soul Grade seed alone was quite impressive. Meanwhile, Shreve and the Psychic Mage were obviously not so talented. Once Mo Fan was able to establish his domain, the gap between their strengths was simply too huge, and Mo Fan soon took care of them. Damn it! Muse was grim when she saw Mo Fan taking out 3 of her teammates. Only Jack and his summoned beast were able to stand a chance against Mo Fan's Lightning Tyrant. Once Jack was defeated, the others were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Mo Fan. Muse, shouldn't we think twice before provoking this guy? The mage that fought the Flying Creek Snow Wolf before asked softly. The man was so relieved that he did not enter Mu Ningxue's domain when he was fighting against the creature. Otherwise, he was sure he would have died several times over when he looked at what happened to Jack and his summoned beast. We have a great advantage in numbers, yet we still couldn't defeat the 3 of them. Muse looked like she was having a hard time accepting the truth. However, Muse no longer had the same pride she possessed at the start of the fight. As she had mentioned, their group of a dozen people had lost to the trio. It basically meant the 3 of them were able to take on an entire national team. There was no way Muse could feel proud of herself after considering the difference in their strengths. Muse felt lost at the strong sense of failure, not knowing if she should continue fighting or just give up and crush her scroll to leave the match. She could not even imagine what the Egyptians were going to think of her. You won, you can deal with us however you want. Muse lowered her head and said, facing the unstoppable Mo Fan. Muse was clearly aware that even if they had double or triple the number of people in their group, they would still struggle to defeat Mo Fan, a man with outstanding lightning and fire elements, and a strong domain. Deal with you. Mo Fan glanced around him. He looked at Angelo that was in bad shape, Jack, who was feeling extremely down after losing, Shreve who was hiding like a coward, and the scorched black psychic mage crawling out of the pit. I'm already done, the rest of you should just leave while you still can. Muse felt even more humiliated when she heard his words. She snapped, so we aren't even worthy for you to get your revenge. Muse, please don't judge everyone the same way you're judging yourself. Let's be real, if they don't try to take revenge, I can still preserve my strength to secure more resources from the other groups. There are too many resources that I need in this treasure hunt, yet they have to force me to knock them out of the match. Mo Fan said. Haven't you stolen enough? Muse was infuriated. Leaving the loot that Mo Fan had robbed aside, the soul grade seed that he had taken from her was quite valuable. They were trying to lure Mo Fan just so he would right into the trap, but to their surprise, the little trap they set up was nowhere enough to contain the beast. In the end, they were the ones that had suffered a tremendous loss. I don't believe that such a grand tournament only has so few resources. Besides, there's no such a thing as having enough resources for me. I won't be wasting my time further. You all should just crush the teleportation scroll and leave. I'm too lazy to waste any more of my energy on you, and you, the guy that keeps summoning the undead, can you please bring that Italian with you? I'm afraid that I'm going to change my mind again after seeing his disgusting face, and blast him with more lightning. Mo Fan pointed at Shreve. Shreve was suffering from his burns. He no longer had any intention to stay in the match, even though he still had the fighting capacity to do so. Mo Fan was simply a demon, one that they could not afford to provoke. "Asshole, why did you stop attacking?" Hannah of the Canadian team screamed. Pinoli was standing still with a water spell in his hand, yet he did not dare to toss the spell at his target, as a pair of sharp claws were hanging less than half a meter away, with the icy eyes of a demon wolf glaring at him. Pinoli wanted to fight, too. He was supposed to be the ace of the Spanish team, yet when they finally were about to beat Mu Ningxue, a terrifying flying creek snow wolf appeared out of nowhere. Pinoli suffered greatly facing the flying creek snow wolf, as his ability to fight at a close distance was too weak to handle the creature. He was slapped around like a ball, and his water element defense was struggling to keep up. Chapter 1091. The Greatest Treasure. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Domain. If not because of your domain, you'd just be a nobody, Mu Ningxue. Hannah screamed hysterically. Hannah had inflicted quite some damage on Mu Ningxue with her lightning, yet it was still not enough to secure them the victory. The group of them had failed to take out a single Mega. Hannah felt like she was going to break down mentally from the overwhelming shame. The power of a domain was unmatched. Having a domain or not turned out to be the deciding factor in a battle between advanced mags. Hannah was extremely regretful that she did not try her best to get her own domain. If she actually had one, they would not have ended up in the current situation. "I won't lose." Hannah nursed a great grievance. She waved her lightning whip and pursued Mu Ningxue. Elaine immediately drew in the air rapidly with her finger upon seeing this. A water curtain appeared, separating Hannah and Mu Ningxue. Elaine drew another spell again. The water curtain turned into a sphere enveloping Hannah. As the woman was using her lightning recklessly, the water immediately conducted the lightning right back to her. Hannah had lost her calm. She simply assumed that the lightning would not do any harm to her, yet her hair totally stood up from the shock, and black smoke rose from her scorched body. She looked utterly miserable. Mu Ningxue ignored the madwoman. She had a relieved smile when she saw Mo Fan coming toward her. "We are all injured, should we leave, or continue?" Mu Ningxue asked. They did not have a healer with them, and they could not tell how long they would need to treat their injuries. If they stumbled into some other team in their current state, the team would surely rob them of their loot. If they decided to leave the place, they could still hold on to the loot they had acquired so far. "Have we really gotten enough resources?" Mo Fan asked. "There are surely places that aren't explored yet in this space. If we leave now, the rest of the teams are going to earn more than us," Elaine said. Elaine was not too satisfied with the outcome. They had wasted too much of their energy in this battle just to get a soul-grade seed. The loot was not really that impressive compared to the gold scattered across the place waiting to be discovered. Mu Ningxue and I aren't going back like this. "Elaine, if you want to leave, we'll split the loot with you," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was covered by wounds and bruises, the claw marks left by the undead, the burns from being attacked by spells of different elements, and his face was covered in filth and smeared with blood. He had won against 6 people, but his injuries were the price he paid. None of them would cost him his life, but they were certainly a burden. Some of the wounds had poison that would slowly spread and penetrate into his body. If he could not receive treatment in time, it would endanger his life. The medicine he brought along was only enough for some basic treatment. "If we're thinking of staying, we'll need to find a healer." "Who's the healer on your team?" Elaine was not willing to give up and let the others claim the remaining loot. "Oh, she's with the group that was scared away by Jack earlier," Mo Fan answered calmly. Elaine could only smile wryly. "How about yours?" Mu Ningxue asked. "That guy isn't trustworthy, either. How about this? We'll see if there's any healer who's alone with the Observer Eagles, and we'll trade some loot with the healer and ask the person to heal us," Elaine said. That might work," Mo Fan nodded. "What are we going to do after that?" "We can no longer rob the others, as they are surely going to be on the alert by now," Mo Fan said. "There should be more loot hidden in remote places." Only students with a strong sense of smell and great experience when it comes to searching for treasure in the wild can find that loot, Elaine said. Our team doesn't have a finder like that. Finder was a common role in a group of hunters. A group of hunters roaming in the wild normally consisted of an experienced leader commanding the members in emergency situations, strong fighters to battle against the demon creatures, a person that was good at healing teammates with medicine supply or a healer, and a finder with an impressive sense of smell, instinct, and experience, who was usually in charge of searching for the treasure that the others missed. It could be a spring, an ore vein, crystals, elemental seeds, herbs, or rare loot. A capable finder was the key factor to deciding the profit of a group of hunters that set out on an expedition. As such, most groups would rather have a reliable finder than strong mags. Since the Hunter Union was in charge of the treasure hunt, the places they hid the loot would surely be testing the skills of the students. Mo Fan was a pure fighter. He had acquired the title of Hunter Master through fighting alone, since his companion Lingling was an outstanding finder and commander. Mo Fan believed if Lingling was here, they could easily find lots of treasure in a matter of seconds. Lingling's unmatched intelligence could make bold speculations from even the smallest clues, and her speculations had always been on point. The three left quickly, not daring to stay at the lower reaches of the river any longer, since they had no idea if there was someone else hiding in the dark still. After finding a remote place, Mo Fan sat below a cliff to treat his wounds. The medicine he had brought was fairly expensive. Mo Fan even used the special ointment that Xinxia had given him. It was quite effective when he applied it to the wounds, but there were simply too many of them. The ointment was nowhere enough, and the medicine he bought from the marketplace was too ineffective. The wounds are worsening too. Damn it, I'm going to lose my arm at this rate, Mo Fan cursed. Jack Scorpion had dealt the most damage to Mo Fan. He had only touched the creature's poison a little, yet it had already spread across Mo Fan's arm. If he could not find anyone to treat his arm soon, it would no longer be curable. Mu Ningxue and Elaine went ahead to take a bath. Both girls were obsessed with cleanliness and surely had the urge to clean themselves after the intense battle. Some time later, the two girls regrouped with Mo Fan. Mu Ningxue was surprised to see Mo Fan, who was usually strong like an ox, had a pale face, with cold sweat on his forehead. She asked, "Your injuries are too serious, why don't we call it a day?" Elaine discovered that Mo Fan's palm had turned black. She quickly rolled up his sleeve. The two girls were shocked to see Mo Fan's entire arm was black. The poison was worse than they thought. "I can still hold on for a little longer. Did you find a healer?" Mo Fan asked. "I did, but the healer is quite special," Elaine said. Elaine had been controlling the observer eagles to fly in all directions. She had been expending the energy of her psychic element to acquire information from different corners in the space. "How special?" Mo Fan asked. "The guy hasn't fought since the start of the treasure hunt. He simply found an obvious spot and set up a booth to sell his services," Elaine said helplessly. "A booth?" "Yeah. You can really find all kinds of birds in a huge forest. I have to say, that guy is pretty smart, too. He knew that since every team is split up when the people are teleported here, many participants would eventually be injured, and would have a hard time finding their healer." Mo Fan shook his head with a wry smile. If a mage was unable to treat their injuries in time, their strength would decline rapidly. Meanwhile, time was of the essence in a treasure hunt like this. No one was willing to let the injuries be a burden to them. They would be more than willing to pay just to get their injuries treated. It was true that wherever there were fights, there would be a business opportunity too. Mo Fan wondered which country was the healer from, since the person was bold enough to open up a private clinic to make some great profit in the middle of the treasure hunt. On a mountain, a huge roar echoed into the sky. "Asshole, even us bandits weren't so black-hearted." "Mo Fan, calm down, let's just pay the money. The poison is too deadly, a normal healer might struggle to heal you too," Elaine tried to convince Mo Fan. If they did not stop Mo Fan, he would really take the black-hearted doctor down with himself. Mo Fan had totally lost his temper. Getting healed once was going to cost him 100 million. 100 million. Mo Fan had never heard anyone asking for 100 million just to heal his injuries. He simply had the urge to blast the asshole's skull open with a bolt of lightning. Friend, calm down, just calm down, it's only 100 million, and I can guarantee that you'll fully recover from your injuries. I believe you can easily earn 100 million from the treasure hunt. Why do you even bother making things difficult for a small business like me? You have to understand that I have to endure the shame of being looked down upon by the world, too. It's not easy for me. The healer from Sweden was surprisingly proficient in different languages. He was extremely fluent in Chinese. Not easy, my ass. 10 million at most, treat my injuries now, or I'll rob you too. Mo Fan said impatiently. Mo Fan, I really respect you. I watched your match against the Spanish team. I'm well aware of how strong you are, and I believe you're one of the strongest in this World College tournament. However, to be honest with you, acting on impulse won't do you any good. The reason I've asked you to stay a certain distance away was because I've set up a barrier. Even the strongest advanced mage would need more than 4 seconds to break through the barrier, and within the 4 seconds, I can crush the teleporting scroll and run away. Judging by your injuries, you'll need to use the teleporting scroll soon too. In other words, let's not make it difficult for the both of us, the Sweden healer, named Tony, replied calmly. It was not like Mo Fan did not have the money, but he found it extremely unfair when he learned the plump healer was able to earn so much money when all he did was sit here and cast a few healing spells, while his Fan Shui Bandit group had to work so hard. I just find you too much of an eyesore. I don't care if the both of us are going to be disqualified, since I've already earned quite a lot. Mo Fan was as stubborn as an ox. The guy was out of his mind. If healing someone actually cost 100 million, he could easily carry Xinsha, who was now a healer of the Parthenon Temple, around instead of trying to make a living by putting his life in danger. Don't be like that. We're all trying to survive in our own way. We all want to make a profit. How about this? I can heal you for free, Tony said. No, but Mo Fan harumphed coldly. The Sweden healer grinned like a mischievous businessman. But I'll make a deal with you. I've learned some interesting information from the last group of people that came to me, and I believe someone like you will be very interested in it. The man continued when he did not receive any response. Do you know that the Hunter Union has actually prepared something huge for the treasure hunt, like hiding a huge diamond in a pile of gold sand, waiting for someone to dig it out? Chapter 1092. The Miasma of the Lake Valley. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan looked at Mu Ningxue, Mu Ningxue looked at Elaine, and Elaine pondered for a moment before she finally said, I did hear something about it, but I'm not too sure either. Hee, so it turns out that you guys are the well-behaved ones. The truth is, before the treasure hunt, many students were collecting information about the greatest treasure through their factions or third parties, since any information will give them a head start over the others. Some teams did not even bother searching for the other treasures after the treasure hunt started. They are all focusing on finding the greatest treasure, the plump businessman from Sweden went on. Does that mean the treasure is more valuable than everything else? Mo Fan said excitedly. Absolutely. Tony chuckled. His eyes would occasionally sweep across Mu Ningxue and Elaine in a perverted way. Say, do you know where this treasure is? Mo Fan asked. I only know something about it. I only learned it from eavesdropping on the team that came to me. They weren't aware that I'm a sound mage, Tony chuckled. Mo Fan looked at the man. He was having trouble understanding why a plump, greedy man like Tony was a representative of the Swedish team, when most of their members looked well-educated with an imposing appearance. Somehow, whenever the man smiled, Mo Fan had a strong urge to beat him up. So tell us about it, Mo Fan said. Everyone likes good stuff, and my small business here isn't going to bring me much profit, so I was thinking, if you're willing to help me get the treasure, I'll split the profits with you. Of course, as your teammate, I'll be more than happy to heal your injuries for free, Tony smiled. So how are you going to split the profit? It was what Mo Fan cared about the most. I'll be taking half of the profit, and you can split the rest however you want, Tony said. Then I guess I would prefer to disqualify the both of us. Mo Fan summoned a flame with his other hand and waved it in front of Tony. Sigh, why do you always have to use violence? We can negotiate further if you don't agree. Tony obviously did not want Mo Fan to force him to use the teleporting scroll, since he had not earned as much as he had hoped for. If you join us, it means our team is going to have 4 people. Once we acquire the treasure, we'll split the profit evenly. Mo Fan said. Brother Mo Fan, don't you know the person with the information is supposed to take? All right, we'll do it your way, but you all will have to try your best to retrieve the treasure. Since it's the greatest treasure that the Hunter Union has prepared, it's going to be difficult to secure it if we don't work together. Besides, we're competing against other maniacs too, who won't hesitate to fight us over the slightest conflict, Tony said. That's more like it. You should just have said that right from the start. Look at the time we've wasted. Mo Fan lowered the fist that he was initially going to throw out. He glanced at Elaine and said, sign a contract with him with the psychic element, just in case he's trying to set us up. Elaine nodded. They could not guarantee that the cunning mage was not plotting against them, thus it was necessary to sign a spirit contract. A spirit contract was fairly simple. It involved a psychic mage planting a psychic spell in the mind of the person after obtaining their consent. The spell would only activate when the person violated their promise. Only those from the ancient, renowned clans in England like Elaine knew how to cast the spell. Not every psychic mage had learned it. If you lied to us, or do anything to betray the team, the spirit contract will reveal your location to me, meaning that I can hunt you down no matter where you run to, Elaine warned Tony. Don't judge a book by its cover. I've sincerely offered you a chance to be rich, and I do understand the importance of teamwork. I won't go against my own words, Tony said seriously. Tony did resolve the desperate situation that the trio was in by joining the team. Despite how unreliable the man seemed to be, his healing spells were fairly impressive. Mo Fan's hand that needed to be healed recovered in no time under the man's healing spells. Mingxue and Elaine fully recovered from their injuries, too. The trio soon found themselves in healthy condition. As for their energy that was depleted, they could only wait patiently for it to regenerate. Tony's primary element was healing, his second element was sound, and his third element was poison. He had managed to obtain useful information from the people that asked him to treat their injuries, including the information about the greatest treasure. I heard it's located in a lake valley. Unfortunately, I haven't been exploring, so I have no idea where it's at, Tony said. Can you find it, Elaine? Mingxue asked. I'll need some time. You guys can meditate to try and recover some energy while I look for the place that Tony mentioned, Elaine said. This time, Elaine did not try to get the information from the observer eagles. She simply cast mind control and turned every observer eagle nearby into her eyes. She ordered the observer eagles to fly in different directions and transmit the images they were seeing to her. Mo Fan saw Elaine's pupils flickering rapidly, as if she was observing different views like a projection of slides. It was Mo Fan's first time seeing someone using psychic magic in such a manner. However, Mo Fan had to admit that it was very practical, since it allowed the psychic mage to acquire lots of information about the demon creature's territory across a huge area. Elaine could only control 12 observer eagles at the same time. The observer eagles continued to fly into the distance, and Elaine maintained her focus on the views that the observer eagles were providing. Some time later, after Mo Fan had recovered more than half of his energy, he heard Elaine waking them up. Tony had almost fallen asleep. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Great Duchess Elaine, have you found the lake?" "I've checked many places, but I think the only place that fits the description is toward the end of that mountain range. The whole place consists of valleys, creeks, basins, and ravines, but there's no sign of water. There's nothing there that resembles a lake, but there is a black miasma floating above the place. When I tried sending an observer eagle to go through the miasma to investigate the place, it died instantly. I can't tell if it's the place we're looking for," Elaine said. "I remember, now that you've mentioned it, those people said they have to find a safe entrance because the place is shrouded by some natural, poisonous miasma. I think it's the place we're looking for," Tony said. "Are you sure?" Mo Fan asked. Yeah, I'm fairly curious at the start too, because the place they were describing didn't sound like a lake to me, either. A lake must be filled with water, but none of them mentioned the water. They kept mentioning the poisonous miasma instead. I initially thought the miasma was preventing them from entering the lake valley, but now that I think about it, the miasma might be looming over the valley. I believe it's the place we're looking for, Tony claimed confidently. It's quite a distance from where we are now, and we can't stay in this space for much longer. Let's make our way there at once, said Elaine. Sure. Without further ado, the four immediately headed for the valley that Elaine found. The mountain range did not seem huge, but as they were sprinting across it, they realized that the space had been compressed. As they traveled to the end of the mountain range, they finally saw a huge sunken area covered by a thick, black miasma, and from afar, it did resemble a black lake. The black miasma lake was not the usual, flat lake formed in a basin. Some of its areas were flat, some consisted of narrow cracks, and some were separated into pieces by the mountain tops. The giant lake was connected to a small lake that flowed like a river along the mountain. The sunken area was made up of lakes of different sizes joined together, and they had all dried up. It was quite a spectacular view as they were looking down from the top of the mountain. It's such complicated terrain, it's like scooping up a needle in the ocean trying to find the treasure here. Mo Fan was lost in thought as he glanced across the place. The people of the Hunter Union wouldn't come up with an unsolvable question. I'm sure there are hints down there, but the question is, how are we supposed to go down there with such a thick, poisonous miasma lingering above it? Elaine said. Have you forgotten what my elements are? Poison is nothing but a mere appetizer to me. Tony chuckled. Tony found a relatively gradual slope leading down to the valley. The poisonous miasma was floating at a certain altitude. Speaking of which, it was weird that the miasma was only staying at that height, and it did resemble the calm water of a lake. However, it was obvious that the valley under the miasma was their destination. Come, I'll open up a gap, it's only going to last a few seconds. Let's head down there. Tony was pretty quick with his actions. He immediately opened up a gap in the layer of poisonous fog. The others quickly followed Tony through the gap. To their surprise, the space under the poison mist was a lot bigger than they thought. The layer of poisonous mist was around 3 meters thick, but the four kept sliding down the slope and eventually reached some muddy ground at the bottom after traveling for more than 80 meters. Mo Fan only raised his head after reaching the bottom. He glanced at the miasma high up that had blocked off most of the sunlight, and his heart was soon filled with terror. It felt like he had fallen to the pitch-black bottom of a deep ocean, and he was surrounded by icy darkness full of the unknown. Chapter 1093. The Treasure 32 Years Ago. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. This place really gives me the creeps. Mo Fan had been to quite a few spooky places so far, yet he still felt uncomfortable coming down here, implying that the poisonous miasma lake valley was indeed scary in its own way. Elaine and Mu Ningxue did not seem to enjoy the scenery too. Their breathings were heavier, as the place was indeed very creepy as Mo Fan had mentioned. They were surrounded by pitch-black mountain walls, and the paths were narrow and craggy. Most importantly, the poisonous miasma was looming above them. According to Tony, if he had not opened up the gap, an advanced mage could only survive a few seconds in it. The poisonous miasma was like a natural barrier protecting the pitch-black valley, so they could not imagine what kind of eerie creatures would be here. Even Mo Fan had a bad feeling about it. He suddenly suspected that the Hunter Union was trying to get the participants killed by hiding the treasure in such a place. The observer eagles were unable to see through the poisonous miasma, and if anything happened, he was no longer confident that the teleporting scrolls would be able to bring them out of this place. To their relief, Elaine had the light element. Otherwise, Mo Fan would really have struggled to find the courage to advance in such a sinister place, without any light to guide them. Tony, where do we go now? Mo Fan glanced ahead with the help of the light that Elaine had brought forth. I heard them mention the treasure is located at the Seven Serpents Dragon Pond. I was standing high up observing the valley before, and I did find a small lake formed by 7 rivers. From afar, it did resemble 7 giant serpents surrounding a pond. I believe that must be our destination, so I've purposely kept track of our whereabouts. I'm confident that this is the right way. Come, we're about to be the brightest stars in the treasure hunt," Tony said confidently. Tony had mentioned that the poison Miasma Lake Valley was like a world sealed off by the layer of poisonous mist, and the miasma closer to the center was thicker than in the rest of the places. It might be 10 or even 20 meters thick. Therefore, it was impossible to fly in and drop down right on their destination. Even a ruler-level creature would die trying to traverse the poisonous miasma if it was over 10 meters thick. Therefore, the only way to the center was reaching the bottom from the edge of the miasma, and slowly making their way to the center through the darkness at the bottom. Since the whole lake floor was immersed in darkness, it felt like they had fallen into a complicated maze. As such, the wise move was to observe the place from high above and use the mountain tops, ridges, and walls that were higher than the poisonous mists as landmarks to remind them where they were. Mo Fan had to admit that this place was a lot spookier than the demon creatures' territories he had been to before. At the same time, he was even more confused. However, humans would die for riches, just as birds would die for food. Since they had already come, there was no turning back now. They could only follow Tony as he led them to the 7 Serpents Dragon Pond. To the south of the mountain range, 2 men wearing white robes with golden silk were riding their flying beasts close to the shore of the lake. They were looking down at the poisonous miasma shrouding the sunken area. "Damn it, we came as quick as we could, but those students still went down before we could stop them. We have to alert the governor about it. It hasn't been too long since they went down there. Let's head down there now and find them," one of the mags proposed. "How are we going to make it to the bottom? We can't even drive the poisonous miasma away. The terrain down there is extremely complicated. Even if it's only been 10 minutes, it's unlikely that we can track them down. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell them they aren't supposed to go down there?" The stadium in Venice. Fabio, the governor of Venice, was wearing a black jazz hat pulled down to his face, only revealing his tall nose bridge and sharp chin. A judge came and said to Governor Fabio seriously, "Governor, the students have gone into the Poison Curtain Lake Valley. Didn't we already appoint 2 assistant judges to guard that place so that the participants wouldn't go in there?" Fabio frowned. The 2 assistant judges happened to see some students injured nearby, so they went to lend a hand. They didn't expect the 4 students to go into the valley while they were away, the judge said. "How long has it been?" Governor Fabio asked. "Around 20 minutes. My God, can they still make it back? Tell the advisors of those students the truth right now," Fabio ordered. Not long after, a few advisors of the English, Chinese, and Swedish teams were informed of the matter. They gathered at the governor's location. The Chinese team had sent Han Ji. He was looking grim. He initially thought Mo Fan and the others would return from the treasure hunt after their intense battle, yet not only did they stay in the treasure hunt, they ended up entering a forbidden area. The place was beyond the bounds of the stage that the Hunter Union had drawn for the treasure hunt. Many people had raised objections of using the place as the stage for the treasure hunt, mainly because there were lots of areas that were not fully explored yet. The mysterious valley shrouded by the poisonous miasma was considered to be the most dangerous among them. Did Mo Fan seriously have to go to a place like that? Isn't someone going to explain to us what's going on? Are we just going to remain silent? An old English mage named Paulson snapped furiously. It's indeed our fault that the assistant judges didn't manage to stop the students, but if it wasn't for your student Elaine controlling the observer eagles, we would have learned what they were up to earlier and prevented it from happening. I've organized all hunters that are familiar with the place to form a rescue team, but it might take them some time to reach the place. Let's just hope the kids don't venture too far into the valley, Governor Fabio said. Mr. Governor, there's one other thing that we just discovered. Another judge arrived in a hurry. He was hesitant to speak when he saw the representatives of the other countries. Just say it, Governor Fabio ordered sharply. Another group also went into the valley before them, led by Senior Hunter Fellman's nephew, Kelly. What? Fabio was stunned. The faces of Han-Ji, Paulson, and the representative of the Swedish team sank upon hearing this. What were they doing? They had already allowed 2 teams to enter a dangerous area that was not meant to be part of the treasure hunt. Their lack of responsibility was unacceptable. Ask Fellman to come here, now. Governor Fabio demanded. Senior Hunter Fellman was the main organizer of the treasure hunt. He was responsible for finalizing the stage for the treasure hunt. If his nephew Kelly was involved, things were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Not long after, Senior Hunter Fellman arrived. He was astounded when he learned that 2 groups of participants had entered the Poison Curtain Lake Valley. Are you sure my nephew Kelly is the one leading them? Fellman asked quickly. Yes, it's indeed him, and judging from the information we've gathered through the Observer Eagles, Kelly's team headed for the Poison Curtain Lake Valley first, and the group of 4 seemed to be following their trail, the judge informed him. Fellman had a puzzled look. He stayed quiet for some time. A while later, Fellman said, I believe Kelly must have mistaken it as the place where the grand treasure is. Senior Hunter, what do you mean by that? Fabio asked. Basically, I researched the areas that were used for the treasure hunt in the past when I was finalizing the options here. I learned that this space was used as the stage for the treasure hunt during the World College Tournament over 30 years ago. I did thorough research on it, and figured out that the twisted space is indeed quite suitable to be used as a stage for the treasure hunt. The truth is, a long time ago, the place used to be just a normal lake. The place is quite huge too, but for some reason, the lake dried up due to the presence of some strange energy. The water vapor lingered in the air above the lake and absorbed some deadly poison over a long period, and eventually turned into the poison curtain that only a few people could get close to. The poison curtain was already there during the World College Tournament 32 years ago. The organizers had hidden the grand treasure in the Lake Valley, since it was meant to be hidden at a relatively difficult spot. The main organizer didn't want the students to find it so easily, so he decided to hide the treasure in the Lake Valley. No one found the treasure in the end, Senior Hunter Fellman said. But I'm afraid the Poison Curtain Lake Valley is going to be a lot more dangerous compared to 30 years ago. Han-Ji asked. Han-Ji was actually quite shocked, the reason being that he used to be one of the participants when the space was used as the stage for the treasure hunt back then. It had been 32 years, meaning that this World College Tournament was the 16th after the one he participated in. But there's something you wouldn't know, the grand treasure of the treasure hunt 32 years ago was never retrieved. Fellman continued. Han-Ji was startled. Never been retrieved. Impossible, the grand treasure was usually extremely valuable, since it was the greatest prize in the second round of the World College Tournament. It simply did not make sense that the organizer did not retrieve it even if the participants failed to find it. Han-Ji still remembered that the loot during the treasure hunt was quite shocking, as he had improved greatly with the resources he had acquired during the treasure hunt. It allowed him to achieve great things, eventually granting him the opportunity to achieve the super level. Therefore, the grand treasure 32 years was surely something valuable too. I did ask someone who was a judge back then. He told me that it's not because they forgot to retrieve it, but because they weren't able to retrieve it. The poison curtain had become extremely deadly in just a few days, forming a barrier that no one could break through. On the other hand, it's extremely challenging to enter the valley from the edge of the poison curtain and look for the treasure. A few people that went to retrieve the treasure died. A super mage also went, but he almost died after losing his way inside the valley. In the end, the treasure has been left there for 32 years. I believe my nephew Kelly must have looked at the information when I was organizing the stage, and mistook it for the place where the grand treasure is. Chapter 1094. A hole worn down by dripping blood. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Look, they must have left those water bottles behind. What did I say? They won't be too far ahead. We are definitely on the right track. Have some more faith in me, will you? Besides, if it wasn't for me, you guys would have no idea where to find the treasure, either, Tony said happily. They had been walking along the pitch-black valley for some time, and they had seen lots of forking paths. They were starting to feel uncomfortable, as they were afraid they were walking to their deaths. Luckily, they did discover traces of the other group. Otherwise, they all had the urge to retreat. Speaking of which, do all sound mags have sharp ears? Mo-Fan was suddenly intrigued by Tony's sound element. What does it have anything to do with our ears? Ever heard of bats? They use echoes to learn their surroundings. Similarly, those of us with the sound element don't necessarily have sharp ears, but we can interpret our surroundings with sonic waves, too. My sound element is pretty good at searching for living things, so just follow me and you'll be fine. I can perfectly avoid the creatures here, Tony said. Among the elements, the sound element had the strongest senses. They could capture the slightest movement a few kilometers away with sound waves. If the sound element was not one of the rarest elements, most hunter groups would surely want to have a sound mage among them, since they could easily learn where demon creatures were, determine if a path was leading to a dead end, or track down a target easily. Silent, the whole place was deadly silent. Mo-Fan could not hear a single thing, yet Tony kept saying that Kelly's group was just ahead of them. Mo-Fan was rather confused too. Normally, there would be some rare demon creatures in such a pitch-black environment. After all, the poisonous miasma looming over the place was the perfect breeding ground for many dark or poisonous creatures. They could easily breed a few generations here. However, they had yet to see a single demon creature after coming so far, not even the smallest worm or bug. They could only hear their footsteps on the muddy ground, but the quieter it was, the stronger the bad feelings they had were. It seems like we'll reach it soon. The journey was a lot smoother than I expected, Tony chuckled to the others. They are still holding on to the treasure. We can't go back empty-handedly after tailing them for so long, right? Elaine said. Of course not, it's obvious that we're going to rob them. The three of you have robbed so many teams, so one more won't hurt. Tony agreed. You really know a lot, don't you? If I didn't, why would I be willing to share the information with you, Em? They seemed to be fighting something. Tony straightened his face and leaned against the wall to focus on listening to the noises ahead. Mo-Fan, Mu-Ningshui, and Elaine kept quiet. Even they could hear some noises coming from ahead in the lake valley. The problem was, it did not sound like a fight to Mo-Fan. Is the Seven Serpents Dragon Pond right ahead? Mu-Ningshui asked. It's just past the two walls. Strange, why is it quiet all of a sudden? Tony said. Mo-Fan frowned. He smelled blood coming from ahead. The scent was stronger than usual. Mo-Fan felt that something was not right after a while. He immediately said, Fatty, what did you hear? I couldn't tell. Let's move forward, it's not too far anyway, Tony said. The group of four started moving forward. They initially planned to wait until the other group secured the treasure before they snatched it away by utilizing the dim environment, but for some reason, they no longer heard any sounds from the other team. I'll summon some light, Elaine said. The place ahead was the Seven Serpents Dragon Pond that Tony mentioned. It was a fairly deep pond, since it had 7 rivers flowing to it. If there was still water, the pond would surely be incredibly deep. The light dimly lit up the surrounding area. The air was rather cloudy. Their vision was very limited even with the light. It felt like they were holding a little torch, and the furthest they could see was a few meters away. The path gradually became more spacious. They were currently at the bottom of the pond, the poisonous miasma above them over 10 meters thick. Where did they go? Mu-Ningshui glanced around in the pitch-black bottom of the lake, yet she did not see any sign of the other team. Tony, they weren't even here. Were you trying to trick us? Elaine asked furiously. Tony blushed immediately and said, That's impossible. I swear I heard them talking. They were right here. How were they gone so quickly? Mo-Fan, who was slightly more courageous, went to the center of the pond. He noticed a huge shadow looming over the place in the faint light. He was quite scared at first glance, as he thought it belonged to a monster, but after a closer look, he realized it was the shadow of a boulder with an odd shape. Mo-Fan saw a box covered in dust close to the boulder. The box was clearly man-made, and the decorations on it were in the Italian style. "Did I just find the treasure so easily?" Mo Fan was quite surprised. He was not in a rush to open the box. He flipped the box over and gasped when he saw a bloody handprint on it. The handprint, it's still fresh. The blood had not dried yet, meaning that it had been left on the box mere moments ago. "Watch out!" Mo Fan warned the others. Elaine and Mu Ningxue regrouped with Mo Fan instantly and observed their surroundings on full alert. Tony was frightened by how serious Mo Fan was and quickly hid between the three. What's going on?" Tony asked in a trembling voice. "We found the treasure, but I'm afraid the person that was holding it just then is in deep trouble." Mo Fan flipped the box over and showed the handprint to the others. Tony's face instantly turned pale when he saw the bloody handprint. He said nervously, "I wasn't able to hear them just then. Does that mean?" Drip, drip, drip. A clear sound came from the side all of a sudden. It sounded like water drops falling to the ground. Mo Fan looked up at the boulder and saw liquid dripping continuously into a hole on it. Elaine had noticed it, too. She cast a brilliant light to light the place up, including the liquid that was dropping onto the boulder, and it turned out to be bright red. The liquid was none other than fresh blood. The viscous blood was dropping onto the boulder at a constant rate. Most shockingly, the top of the boulder where the blood was falling onto had fully caved in, as if it was a huge bowl. A hole worn down by dripping blood. For some reason, a terrifying thought crossed Mo Fan's mind. There was a saying that even the smallest drops of water would eventually wear out a rock if they continued to fall over a long period. After realizing that the top of the boulder where the blood was falling was the only part that had caved in, Mo Fan immediately assumed that the boulder had only caved in after blood drops had been falling on it for a very long time. The question was, how long and how much blood would it take to wear down such a huge boulder? There are people hanging above us." Tony shivered in fear, even his voice sounded different. The light slowly rose, allowing them to look higher up. However, they immediately witnessed a shocking sight. A few people, not sure if they were dead or alive, were hanging upside down above the boulder, and the blood was dropping from one of them. "It's Kelly and his team," Elaine said. "Are they dead?" Mu Ningxue was shocked too. Where was the thing that hung them up like sausages? "Let's leave this place." Mo Fan frowned. He was deadly serious. "So we're just going to leave them?" Elaine was still trying to learn the truth, yet Mo Fan was already leaving the Seven Serpents Dragon Pond. Mu Ningxue did not say a word. She quickly followed Mo Fan. Tony had almost wet his pants and had no intention to stay behind either. Elaine bit her lips and withdrew the light. She quickly left with the others. Mo Fan was walking quickly, as if he did not even want to stay a second more in that place. Mu Ningxue rarely saw Mo Fan in such a panic. "Fatty, lead the way," Mo Fan urged. Tony walked in front and brought the three toward the exit. After some time, Elaine, who was deeply troubled, finally spoke. Are they all dead?" "Yeah, they were all dead," Mo Fan nodded firmly. "I didn't hear their heartbeats, either," Tony turned around and said. Elaine was lost for words. Her face seemed puzzled and troubled. "What exactly happened to them?" Elaine said. "I don't want to know," Mo Fan replied. It was not like Mo Fan had suddenly lost his courage, nor was he so cold-blooded that he did not bother checking if the people were dead or not, but it was very easy to speculate what happened by considering the details. Kelly and his group were all members of national teams. The fact that his group had all died so quickly, without any scream or sound, meant the creature in that place was a few levels stronger than them. How could they possibly stand a chance against a creature like that? Mo Fan was an adventurous man, but he was no fan of death, and even he felt threatened in the terrifying Seven Serpents Dragon Pond. He felt a great sense of death from the darkness above him. Mo Fan strongly believed that the creature that had murdered Kelly and his group was right above them. Chapter 1095. Evil Weaving Silk. Translated by Zephyrz____. Edited by Aelrianth. With a heavy heart, Mo-Fan quickened his pace. Heavens knew if the creature was chasing after them or was actually right above them. The black poisonous miasma might be able to murder most creatures within an instant, but it did not necessarily mean no creature was able to reside in it. The truth was, Mo-Fan had already noticed that something did not make sense not long after he entered the place. It was unlikely that the organizers would place the treasure at a place like this. It was obviously a forbidden land that could easily cost the participants their lives. As he thought, something did go wrong. The team ahead of them was dead and were hung upside down to let their blood drain. It seemed like the creature above the stone was not a fan of blood. Some time later, Mo-Fan asked Tun, "Where are we?" Tony turned around, his forehead covered in cold sweat while his eyes were filled with terror. Mo-Fan immediately realized something when he saw the man's reaction. He quickly asked Elaine to light up their surroundings. Elaine cast the brilliant light, revealing the tall walls nearby. The place ahead was spacious, and it seemed to be the bottom of a pond, and right at the middle was a pitch-black boulder. Mo-Fan could feel his skin crawling. "Asshole, what are you thinking?" Mo-Fan was enraged. I panicked a little and took the wrong path. There were 7 paths at the exit, so I must have taken the one beside the right path, but even if I took the wrong path, we shouldn't be back here, either. Tony fell to the ground with a pale face. "Go back," Mo-Fan said decisively. The group of 4 immediately took the same path they came. After leaving the zigzag path, they could simply follow the landmarks and made their way toward the mountain they came from, since it was the only spot where the poisonous fog was thin enough for them to leave the place safely. Under great pressure, it was Mo-Fan's turn to lead the way. He strictly followed the path that he had memorized before, since he had not trusted Tony fully yet. He should not have a problem finding the exit. The group quickened their pace, their hearts pounding heavily. After some time, when the brilliant light revealed the same pitch-black boulder with blood dripping on it, they felt like they were about to go nuts. We are back here again." Elaine looked at the boulder in front of her in disbelief. Her voice was filled with fear. "Come, let's try again. There's no way we are trapped here, we must leave this place," Tony said. "Even if we're trapped down here, I don't want to stay here." The corpses of Kelly and his group were hanging above them. It was likely that their blood had dried up too. The blood in the hole on the boulder had already overflowed, and was flowing down it like a spring. It did not matter how many times they had seen it, it was still terrifying. Mo-Fan raised his head slightly. Even though he was extremely unwilling to face the creature above them, he knew it was meaningless to try running away. They kept coming back here. It turned out that the creature did not mind them leaving either, since it already knew the group was eventually going to come back. "Elaine, slowly lift the brilliant light, but not too quick," Mo-Fan said to Elaine in a deep voice. Elaine was panicking too. She bit her lips and followed Mo-Fan's instructions, using the brilliant light to light up the eerie darkness above them. The orange light slowly peeled the darkness away and lit up the bodies that were hanging in the air. Their bodies were a lot skinnier, as their blood had run dry. It was hard to imagine that the students who were alive not long ago would end up like this in such a short period. Mo-Fan wondered what the organizer and spectators would feel if they saw this. The light continued to rise, and they finally managed to get a clear view. They noticed some transparent strings, like woven silk attached to the dead bodies. As the light continued to rise, they noticed even more strings, and to their utter surprise, there were lots of corpses hanging higher up. Many corpses had fully dried up, like mummies. It was hard to tell how many years they had been here for. Are these some kind of specimens?" Tony said through chattering teeth. Mo-Fan did not speak. He knew the creature was somewhere above them, between the woven silk. "Something is moving," Elaine said as she saw something. Mo-Fan followed the direction that Elaine was pointing at and saw a creature with multiple legs on the sides of its body, like a scorpion or a spider. He was struggling to count the number of legs because of the cloudy air, but he could see the creature moving freely between the strands of silk. If they had not seen the silk, they would simply think that the creature was moving through the air. The creature was crawling down. Its body was surprisingly similar to that of a human. It had a tiny head compared to its muscular body, and a long tail like a snake. Most of its body was covered in poisonous scales. Its appearance resembled the combination of a human, a scorpion, a spider, and a snake, and was several times scarier than the demon creatures in the outside world. Elaine felt her scalp turning numb and her limbs turning feeble as soon as she saw the creature. There's another one. Tony pointed at a wall nearby. The wall was perfectly straight, and right where the light had reached its maximum range, a similar-looking creature was climbing down along the wall. Its eyes had no focus, yet they could sense the greed and savagery of the creatures, and the strong scent of death they were emitting, as if they had come from hell. Does anyone recognize these creatures? Tony asked. Both Elaine and Mu Ningxue had never seen anything like them. They had never even read anything about the creature in their books. However, the fact that they could murder an entire group in such a short time clearly implied how dangerous they were. Mo-fan, I'm afraid we won't be able to take them on with our current strength. I might have to use the ice crystal bow, Mu Ningxue whispered to Mo-fan. Mo-fan nodded. The creatures were clearly nothing to be messed with. They were going to end up just like the other team if they were careless. If Mu Ningxue believed she had to use the ice crystal bow, it meant they were unable to take the creatures on with their current strength. Chapter 1096. The Heart-Devouring Hellish Demon. ____ translated by Zephyrz____. Edited by Aelrianth. Bow. Mu Ningxue did not wait any further. Death was already knocking on the door. If she allowed the creatures to strike first, they would be hanging in the air like some spoils of war before they could react. The sharp frost of her Nirvana ice domain spread wildly in the deep abyss of the dragon pond. Snowflakes fell like plum blossoms from the air as the ice magic began to accumulate. So cold. Tony rubbed his hands against his arms. The other three immediately felt uncomfortable due to the cold. The Nirvana ice domain that Mu Ningxue had unleashed this time was a lot stronger than usual. Every time the ice crystal bow was summoned, it felt like it was going to cover the whole place in white snow, and not allow even the slightest difference in color. The heart-devouring hellish demon hanging on the weaving silk immediately realized something did not seem right. Its little head sprang open, revealing several mouths, each with sharp fangs like the teeth of a saw. It was quite an eerie sight. The heart-devouring hellish demon did not have eyes, but they could feel the creature staring at them with murderous greed. The creature suddenly scuttled in Mu Ningxue's direction. Its speed was absolutely insane. It was moving freely in the air despite the lack of a solid path. It would move like a spider on a web, dash like a scorpion, or slither like a snake at times. It did not attack Mu Ningxue boldly, as it seemed to be afraid of her. It kept changing its position above the group. Mo-fan saw a faint shadow flickering past rapidly. The creature was so quick that he could not even see its movements clearly. It was incredibly dangerous if they could not predict the creature's whereabouts. It's moving too fast, what should we do? We're all going to die. Tony screamed. The deadly creature kept pacing back and forth above the group. Everyone could tell that the heart-devouring hellish demon was clearly a lot stronger than them. A single heart-devouring hellish demon could butcher them like livestock, not to mention that there was another one standing by on the wall. We must strike preemptively, Mo-fan said to Mu Ningxue when he started to have a bad feeling. The frost danced in the air as her sleeves rustled. Mu Ningxue fiercely extended her arms, now slightly floating in the air. The crystalline dust gathered in front of Mu Ningxue and outlined the ice crystal bow. A long crystalline arrow appeared between Mu Ningxue's fingers. The heart-devouring hellish demon finally realized that this group of humans was no harmless prey like those they had murdered as they pleased. Its movements were as unpredictable as a phantom as it lunged at Mu Ningxue from a tricky angle. Its front claws were aiming for Mu Ningxue's throat. Pulverizing arrow. Mu Ningxue's aura reached its limit. Everything froze at that instant, apart from an icy, deadly arrow that tore through the frozen time and swept forth with an astonishing, pulverizing storm. The pulverizing arrow flew right at the heart-devouring hellish demon, and the strong tide of poison preceding it. The poison tide formed a great contrast with Mu Ningxue's sacred storm of frost, each filling up half of the dragon pond. The whole place shook vigorously when the two crashed into one another. The arrow struck the heart-devouring hellish demon in midair. It was like the commanders of two armies charging at one another, but the arrow managed to land a hit on the heart-devouring hellish demon. The heart-devouring hellish demon's body was almost instantly covered in ice, turning it into a smooth, ice statue. In less than half a second, the ice statue broke into pieces and shattered in the air, becoming crystalline powder. The poison tide was devoured by the raging storm. The pulverizing arrow broke into dust, taking the heart-devouring hellish demon with it, as it too turned into tiny, white particles. Tony's eyes widened, dropping his jaw as if it had somehow dislocated. Even though the heart-devouring hellish demon was not as strong as a ruler-level creature, it was definitely one of the strongest commander-level creatures he knew, yet Mu Ningxue had killed it with a single arrow. Tony suddenly felt that the goddess of ice was even more terrifying than the creature. Is it dead? Elaine was struggling to believe it too. The magic equipment that Mu Ningxue had brought out was unbelievably powerful. It had killed the heart-devouring hellish demon that they did not think they could stand a chance against. It's dead, but Mu Ningxue's breathing intensified. She turned to the other heart-devouring hellish demon that was still on the wall. The two heart-devouring hellish demons had lived in the poisonous swamp for a long time and had killed countless creatures. Mu Ningxue had locked her arrow onto the female heart-devouring hellish demon that was stronger of the two, and killed it with a single blow. If she did not attack decisively, they would be the ones that died instead. The male heart-devouring hellish demon uttered thunderous cries. It was only standing by on the wall, planning to watch how its mate was going to torture the humans to death, but its mate had simply died all of a sudden. It cried out madly, the foe felt like the sharp screech was going to pierce through their brains. "Let's go," Mu Ningxue said with a pale face. "Why don't you just fire another arrow at it?" Tony said. Mo Fan stared at the man, who immediately shut his mouth. The four immediately took their leave. They were unsure if the death of the female heart-devouring hellish demon was enough to break the spell that kept bringing them back to the same place. However, they knew it was too dangerous to stay behind. The male heart-devouring hellish demon kept screeching, but it did not launch an attack, either. Clearly, the creature had a certain level of intelligence. It had just witnessed how the stronger female heart-devouring hellish demon had died in an instant, so it was worried it would share the same fate. However, the intelligence of the remaining heart-devouring hellish demon had actually bought the for some time. It was not like Mu Ningxue was reluctant to fire another arrow at the male heart-devouring hellish demon, but her energy was already depleted after firing the first one. She was weak, very weak. Her cultivation was still not strong enough to fully master the ice crystal bow, resulting in a great burden to her. However, Mu Ningxue did not faint straight away. She was trying her best to stay conscious. If the male heart-devouring hellish demon realized that she had lost all her energy, it would surely be a great disaster when the creature proceeded to avenge his partner. Mo Fan did not dare to support Mu Ningxue, even though he could tell that she was desperately trying to hold herself together. "Let's go, we can only hope that the creature is afraid to die," Mo Fan said grimly. Even though the female heart-devouring hellish demon was dead, they still had no chance of taking on the male heart-devouring hellish demon. They had to leave the place while the creature was still too afraid to attack them. It turned out that the female heart-devouring hellish demon was responsible for the illusion that kept bringing them back to the Seven Serpents Dragon Pond, as they no longer ended up back in the same place. Elaine kept casting brilliant light to show the path. Their surroundings started to look familiar to them. They had managed to escape the illusion. They only needed to make their way to the entrance where the layer of poison miasma was the thickest, and they would soon leave this horrible place. "Is that creature still following us?" Tony looked behind worriedly. The area lit up by the brilliant light was fairly limited. The place behind them was covered in pitch-black darkness. However, Tony was still able to catch a glimpse of some legs crawling along the wall, a long tail like a snake's, and the eerie fangs sticking out of the numerous mouths on the creature's head. The creature clearly had no eyes, yet Tony felt like it was able to see through him with its vicious gaze. Tony shuddered, he could even hear his heart pounding. That creature is still following us," Tony cried out. "The creature will attack the moment Mu Ningxue reaches her limit," Mo Fan said. The male heart-devouring hellish demon was smart, it had only followed the group because it was suspicious of Mu Ningxue's condition. They were still within its territory. It had great patience, like a wild wolf that was not good at overwhelming its enemy through brawling, but its unwillingness to give up and its patience. It would continue to apply pressure to its prey until it was finally worn out both mentally and physically. Its prey would simply give up, allowing the wolf to feast as it pleased. "Aren't we there yet?" Elaine said in a panic. The weaker Mu Ningxue was, the heavier everyone's heart was pounding. They could feel that the heart-devouring hellish demon was very tempted to make its move. "We're almost there, it's just after the junction with 10 paths," Tony said. Mu Ningxue was finally at her limit. She closed her eyes as she was overwhelmed by fatigue. Her body immediately fell feebly. Mo Fan quickly caught her in his arms. The moment he felt the exhilarating sensation of holding the beautiful woman, he also felt a strong murderous aura charging at them like an army of soldiers on horses. "Elaine, take care of her." Mo Fan placed Mu Ningxue against a boulder nearby and asked Elaine to stay close to her. "Fatty, if there's anything useful, just use it now. Don't you dare preserve your strength when we're all going to die here." Mo Fan yelled at Tony. I can set up a barrier, but I'll need some time. It should be able to hold the creature off for some time," Tony said in a trembling voice. "Be quick, I'll hold it off first," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan did not dare waste his time further. He summoned Teenage Flame Bell to merge with his soul. The Calamity Fire erupted and lit up their dark and sinister surroundings. The blazing flame formed a giant sword that Mo Fan was holding tightly in his hand. Lightning Tyrant! Fire alone was nowhere enough. Mo Fan proceeded to unleash his Lightning Tyrant domain while he was possessed by Little Flame Bell. He was wearing lightning as his armor, with fire engulfing him and spreading more than 100 meters away from him. As Mo Fan unleashed 2 of his strongest magics, he finally felt a little confident of taking on the vicious creature. Chapter 1097. The Way Out. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The combination of lightning and fire circling Mo Fan formed a powerful double lightning fire lotus. With a burning sword in his hand, Mo Fan dashed right at the heart-devouring hellish demon and slashed out. The heart-devouring hellish demon reached out its claws. It expected to collide into Mo Fan judging from the path it was flying in, yet the creature suddenly moved sideways. Mo Fan ended up slashing a string of weaving silk instead of landing a hit on the creature. The heart-devouring hellish demon showed up at Mo Fan's side. Mo Fan reacted fairly quickly by attacking the creature that was crawling in the air with the Sky Lightning Claw. To his surprise, the heart-devouring hellish demon was extremely cunning. It was still doing a feint. It suddenly jumped and landed nimbly behind him. The heart-devouring hellish demon kicked in the air, propelling itself toward Mo Fan's back like a missile. Mo Fan was breaking out in cold sweat. He had already predicted the creature's feint, yet he did not expect it to be so cunning, altering its position several times before making its move by abusing its strange, rapid movement in mid-air and positioning itself right behind him. The creature was so quick that Mo Fan did not even have the time to turn around, since he had just cast the Sky Lightning Claw. Fleeing Shadow. The heart-devouring hellish demon was currently in Mo Fan's blind spot. He could not see the creature, but he quickly dodged instinctively. Falling to the ground, Mo Fan rapidly sank into a black shadow. The 5th-tier Fleeing Shadow immediately split into several decoys, while he left a shadow clone behind with the Dark Noble Mantle. The heart-devouring hellish demon screeched. It instantly saw through Mo Fan's little trick. Not only was he able to tell that the shadow clone was a fake, it was also able to lock onto Mo Fan among the other shadows. The heart-devouring hellish demon had relatively long front limbs, and its claws were incredibly sharp. It accurately pinpointed Mo Fan's location and swung its claws at it, tearing the shadow that Mo Fan was in half. Mo Fan realized he had no chance of dodging the attack. He quickly summoned a wall with his will to stop the creature's claws. Unfortunately, the wall of defense was too weak to stop the heart-devouring hellish demon's attack. Mo Fan twisted sideways forcibly, just so the attack would not deal a critical blow to him. The next second, a tremendous, burning pain came from his arm. He could clearly feel his blood jetting out and splattering in the air. Mo Fan gasped and saw half of his arm flying off his body. He slammed heavily on the boulder nearby. Enduring the pain, Mo Fan used his will to retrieve his arm and immediately flew away with rocket wings, distancing himself from the terrifying creature as quickly as possible. 1,000 piercing fire feathers. Utilizing the momentum, Mo Fan immediately scattered the feathers and detonated the two walls on both sides. The lower part of the walls was destroyed, and the two walls came tumbling down. The shattered rocks formed a barricade, separating Mo Fan and the monster. The ground shook vigorously. Mo Fan landed in front of Mu Ningxue, Tony, and Elaine. Elaine was in shock when she saw Mo Fan holding his other bloody hand. On the one hand, she was surprised that the creature was able to sever Mo Fan's arm in just a brief encounter, but on the other, she was astounded by how calm Mo Fan seemed to be even when his life was at stake. The man was so calm that Elaine began to doubt if he actually felt any pain or fear. Those rocks won't hold the creature for long. Let's go. Mo Fan clutched his bloody hand and led the way. Are you all right? You're losing a lot of blood. Tony stammered. Just heal me after we're out of here. That creature is really strong, Mo Fan said. Tony was so worried about Mo Fan that he still decided to cast Healing Spirit on the wound, hoping that the spell could stop the bleeding for the time being. However, Tony soon discovered that Mo Fan's wound had turned dark blue. The Healing Spirit was having trouble healing the wound because of it. It's poisoned, Tony said. Forget about it for now. Where's your barrier? Mo Fan said. The wound would not cost his life in the short period, but if they did not start running, the savage heart-devouring hellish demon was surely going to butcher them all. Oh, it's ready, Tony said. Then what are you ***king waiting for? Mo Fan cursed. But that creature still hasn't. Tony was planning to activate the barrier when the creature was chasing after them, but he soon heard some movement from behind. Tony was a sound mage. He could only hear a soft rustle, yet when he turned around, he was surprised to see that the heart-devouring hellish demon was less than 200 meters away. Considering the heart-devouring hellish demon's speed, 200 meters was only a matter of a blink of an eye. It was the same as just a few inches away. Sacred Grasp. A purple-golden light with the shape of a hand encapsulated the group of four, like the god of light was clenching them in his fist. The sturdy light served as protection for the group. The heart-devouring hellish demon attacked the barrier fiercely, producing loud metallic clanks. After realizing his attacks were not so effective, the ghastly creature suddenly spread its legs and spat something ahead of them. Strings of weaving silk sprang forward, each reflecting a sharp glow as they went past the group. The strings were scarier than flying steel ropes. They easily penetrated the solid ground. More strings appeared and formed a deadly spider web sealing off the path ahead. It's over, we're trapped, Tony screamed. Ride the wave. Elaine summoned out a piece of magical equipment. A tide with a blue glow started flowing under the group's feet, gradually forming a fierce current carrying them forward. A blue wind resembling a raft pushed the group forward and broke through the web made of woven silk. Mo Fan turned around and saw the strings gathering rapidly. It was quite a relief that Elaine had such a useful piece of equipment to aid their escape by multiplying their speed. Otherwise, they would really end up being eaten by the creature. This way, we're almost there, Tony yelled. The land ahead of them finally started to rise. With a push of the wave, they went right for the layer of poisonous miasma. Tony quickly opened a gap, allowing the group to reach safety. After making it through the poisonous miasma and seeing the bright sky and the mountains nearby, the group was absolutely relieved to see the light again. Just as they thought they were already safe, the heart-devouring hellish demon climbed out of the poisonous miasma with a terrifying screech, determined to drag them back into the swamp of death. The group had basically used all they had, yet the creature was still pursuing them relentlessly. They were starting to lose hope. Mo-Fan took a deep breath. In the end, he still had to rely on the demon element. He initially thought he could save the energy of the essence orb for a great cause, yet he had no choice but to use it in the treasure hunt. However, there was nothing he could do. The group had gone into a place they were not supposed to go. If he was still reluctant to use the demon element, he was going to die in the tournament which the world was placing its attention on. Demon Judgment Sword, Holy Extermination, thundered an imperious voice. A tiny figure on the mountainside suddenly emitted a brilliant, golden glow, constructing a spectacular golden star palace. The star palace of the super level summoned a dazzling, golden light sword to fall from the stormy clouds, like the judgment delivered by a god. The enormous sword landed right on the heart-devouring hellish demon that was about to get its way. The heart-devouring hellish demon was impaled to the ground. The light it produced had raised 2 hills nearby to the ground. The sword stood firmly on the mountain range. Its magnificent appearance had surpassed the mountains. Mo-Fan lifted his gaze and stared at the enormous light sword in astonishment. It was not the first time Mo-Fan had seen the super spell of the light element, yet when he was standing close to the hills that had been leveled by the Holy Judgment Sword at such a close distance, the shock he felt was entirely different compared to the one he experienced when he was watching it from far away. If only he possessed power of such degree, he would no longer be afraid of being chased by the heart-devouring hellish demon. The heart-devouring hellish demon did not die right away. It broke free from the destructive energy. Its skin was burned completely, revealing the rotten flesh underneath. Most of its legs were broken, and even its tail was about to fall off. The heart-devouring hellish demon's outstanding vitality enabled it to drag its severely injured body away and escape into the poisonous miasma. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Stop chasing, there's no way you will find it down there. Besides, we'll be in great trouble if we startle the Poison Valley ruler that the creature is under the command of, Fellman ordered, stopping the assistant judges from chasing after the creature. Han Ji and the advisors of the English and Swedish teams were present, too. They let out relieved sighs when they saw the 4 were able to make it back in one piece. However, Han Ji soon noticed that Mu Ningxue had fallen unconscious, and Mo-Fan had lost one of his arms. The smile on his face soon vanished. If even Mo-Fan had suffered such a serious injury, it meant the group had barely escaped from the jaws of death. "Have you seen Kelly and his group?" Fellman came forward and asked solemnly. "They are dead," Mo-Fan replied. "Were they missing, or did you actually see them?" "We saw them," Mo-Fan confirmed. Fellman's face darkened. He stared at the poisonous miasma as if he was looking at some terrifying ocean. "It's a miracle that you guys were able to come back alive," Fellman murmured. Chapter 1098. Grand Treasure, a Rare Stone of Will. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan was immediately sent to receive treatment after he returned to the stage. The poison was shocking, half of Mo-Fan's body had turned dark blue. Han Ji personally helped treat Mo-Fan's injuries. It took him quite some time just to drive the poison out of the young man's body. After getting rid of the poison, Han Ji proceeded to reattach Mo-Fan's arm. Han Ji's healing magic was impressive, indeed. Mo-Fan's arm was back to normal in no time. Normally, if a person's arm was severed, as long as the person was able to retrieve the severed limb and reattach it back to their body with the healing element, the person would recover quite speedily. However, if the arm was smashed into pulp, the healer would have to regenerate the cells and tissues, meaning that the process would take a longer time, and the injured would have to spend months recovering. "So you're saying that was the place where the grand treasure of the treasure hunt was hidden 32 years ago?" Mo-Fan asked Han Ji with wide eyes. "Yes." No one had expected your team would go there, and G wrapped the cut on Mo Fan's arm with a golden blue bandage, warning Mo Fan not to do any vigorous exercise for the next 2 days. Damn it, that Swedish idiot almost set us up. Mo Fan cursed instantly. They should not have believed the cunning, plump man in the first place. They almost lost their lives down there, and Mu Ningxue was forced to use the ice crystal bow. She would be weak for quite some time, and they were unsure if it would affect the upcoming matches. Mu Ningxue had waited for a long time to make a name in the World College Tournament. It's such a pity, if only you guys could have retrieved the treasure, too. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Stone of Will. A unique stone that can significantly increase the mental strength of a mage, and is extremely useful for anyone with the psychic, curse, or space elements, Han-Ji side. A Stone of Will, is it valuable? Mo Fan asked. It used to be, back in the days. They found an ore vein full of Stones of Will in Iceland. These Stones of Will used to be available everywhere across the world, so there were quite a lot of outstanding space mags and psychic mags during that time. These mags were able to achieve greatness with the Stones of Will, but eventually, the vein was mined out. Many hunters tried finding another ore vein, but they could not, even until today. As a result, these Stones of Will are as valuable as antiques in the current era, Han-Ji said. Mo Fan saw Han-Ji recalling the glory of the past. He took out the box with a bloody handprint on it. He opened the box and showed it to Han-Ji. Is this the stone you're referring to? Han-Ji took a quick glance and nodded subconsciously. The Stones of Will were fairly unique, limpid with a silver glow, and had runes like the orbits of stars on the surface. Han-Ji soon realized something. His eyes widened as he blurted out, You found it. He was so loud that he gave Mo Fan a fright. I happened to stumble upon it. I think Kelly and his group found it, but they did not make it out. I found it, so I just brought it along. I didn't expect it to be the grand treasure from 32 years ago. Mo Fan was overjoyed. A stone able to improve a mage's mental strength, wasn't it something that he was searching for desperately? He needed a huge upgrade to his space element. Otherwise, his space element was pretty much useless in a battle. With this Stone of Will, his space element would soon be able to shine, too. This is great. Well done. You have always been bold yet scrupulous, it's really a great item. Han-Ji burst out laughing. It seemed like Mo Fan did not suffer his injuries for nothing. He had brought back the old grand treasure that was easily more valuable than the grand treasure prepared for this treasure hunt. Han-Ji believed that if the Stone of Will was auctioned, it would surely be sold for a higher price than the highest quality soul grade seeds out there. Tell me how I should use it, hee. It better help me improve greatly within a short period. That way, I'll be more confident in the finals. Mo Fan smiled. The space element is classified into 9 levels. The first, second, and third levels are referred to as the basic stage. Your control of your space element is currently in the second level, so it's pretty much in the middle of the basic stage. It will allow you to move objects lighter than 10 tons, and you can also form a wall, or knock enemies back with your will. However, you know that you're still quite a distance away from reaching Re Jiangtu's level, Han-Ji said patiently. I never learned the details of the space element. I basically feel my way around it, Mo Fan admitted awkwardly. Re Jiangtu is currently in the intermediate stage. I'm guessing that he has achieved the 4th level, but the difference between the 2 stages is immeasurably huge. In your case, the space element can mostly provide you with some support when fighting against advanced mags. However, once you've reached the intermediate stage, if you gather all your focus and expend energy equivalent to casting an advanced spell, your telekinesis can deal the same damage as an advanced spell. You can even move a mountain and slam it down at your enemy, Han-Ji informed him. No wonder. I have always wondered why both Re Jiangtu and I were casting the same basic and intermediate spells, yet the effects of the spells differed by so much. It turned out that the space element has its own levels, Mo Fan realized. Any magic that is closely related to a mage's mental strength is the same. After all, there are no seeds for the space, psychic, and curse elements, and their potency solely depends on the mage's mental strength. It has nothing to do with the star patterns or star constellations. Therefore, as long as your mental strength keeps growing, it's going to strengthen your will too, meaning that you can endure attacks directed at your mind better. For example, if your mental strength has reached the intermediate stage, a psychic mage in the basic stage is unlikely going to be able to affect you with their psychic spells, Hanji informed him. Mo Fan's eyes flickered upon hearing Hanji's explanation. He never thought the improvement of his mental strength could also improve his resistance to the psychic element. It was definitely a piece of good news. Currently, Mo Fan's greatest weakness was a psychic mage, as they could easily prevent him from casting his destructive spells. If it was as Hanji had mentioned, there was no need for him to be afraid of psychic mags as long as his mental strength was higher. He still stood a chance, even if he stumbled into a powerful psychic mage. So this stone of will, or Mo Fan looked at the silver stone. He was fondling the stone admiringly, as if it were his own son. Just place it somewhere close when you're meditating. It will emit a glow similar to magic equipment specifically used to strengthen a person's soul, to improve your mental strength. It doesn't take long, either, so I'm sure that your mental strength will improve dramatically before the finals. Hanji said. Hanji was looking forward to seeing the result, too. When he first met Mo Fan in the ancient capital, the young man already stood out among the mags of his age. Now he had achieved the advanced level, granting him access to 6 elements. His fire, lightning, and summoning elements had been very impressive throughout the tournament, and if his space element could also improve dramatically, he was surely going to enter the limelight during the finals and shock the world. Hanji's explanation clarified the details of the space element to Mo Fan. Hanji was right. Mo Fan's mental strength was currently at the 2nd level. It did improve significantly when Mo Fan was fighting against Jack's Scorpion Beast, but it did not break through straight away. It was currently between the 2nd and 3rd levels. The Stone of Will was a rare item, containing overwhelming energy. Mo Fan could not wait to go into seclusion and start meditating. However, before that, Mo Fan had to split the loot first. If it was someone else, Mo Fan would obviously not mention the Stone of Will and claim possession secretly. There was nothing to be ashamed about, yet Mo Fan was well aware of how shameless he was. However, Mo Fan was not so stingy when it came to Mu Ningxue and Elaine. The two had used all they had just so the group could make it out alive, especially Mu Ningxue, who was still in a weak and feeble state. Mo Fan was extremely worried that she would not recover before the next round of the tournament. Mo Fan desperately needed the Stone of Will, so it was obvious that he would be taking it. Apart from that, the loot they had robbed from the other teams, together with the soul grade seed they had acquired from Muse and her group, summed up to a total value of more than 2 billion. Elaine and Mu Ningxue split the profit in a ratio of 4-6. What they took was comparable to the value of the Stone of Will that Mo Fan had claimed. As for Tony, who was also on the team, that son of a B****ch, Mo Fan was merciful enough that he did not skin the plump man alive, just to maintain the Chinese team's image, let alone split the loot with him. Tony of the Swedish team felt wronged. He did admit that his misinformation almost cost everyone's life, but he was still heartbroken when he did not earn any profit after what he had gone through, yet there was nothing he could say. Elaine was quite embarrassed to take so much profit. She ended up giving 200 million back to Mo Fan in order to stick to the promise she gave, that she would only be taking 2/10 of the spoils. Mo Fan gladly accepted the money. He paid off the debt he owed to Pang Lai, and used the leftover to buy some snacks for Little Flame Bell and the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The resources would slowly improve their attributes, preparing them for their next evolution in advance. Even though Mo Fan was not left with many resources in the end, he was still quite satisfied with the outcome. Both the surprise that the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had given him, and the chance to strengthen his space element had given Mo Fan the confidence that he could easily dominate the tournament with only 4 of his elements. He would have struggled to take on a commander-level creature before, but he could easily take on 2 or 3 at the same time now. Chapter 1099. He took advantage of me. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan went into seclusion while the organizer was finalizing the ranking of the teams, based on their performance during the treasure hunt. The round after the treasure hunt would be the finals. The format was fairly simple, the teams would be competing against one another, and the last team standing would be the winner. The top 3 teams would be given tremendous prizes. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue had earned 2 billion for the team. It was already equivalent to the total earnings of a group consisting of 6 people, and it did not even include the value of the grand treasure that Mo Fan had found. Otherwise, their earnings would easily match that of an entire national team. Not many students could achieve such a great feat, or possess such remarkable strength. With their great achievement, the Chinese team was ranked 3rd, just behind England and Germany. Meanwhile, the American team that was regarded as the first seed was ranked 4th, possibly because one of their main carries, Jack, was unable to deliver as expected. None of the countries had managed to find the grand treasure of the treasure hunt, either. The different teams were quite relieved after hearing that. The reason was that the grand treasure usually possessed great value, and if it was the kind that could help a mage improve tremendously, it would greatly affect the upcoming matches. Many countries were upset that they did not acquire the grand treasure, but they were relieved knowing that no one else had found it, either. However, they did not expect that someone on the Chinese team had found the grand treasure from 32 years ago, and it was even more valuable than the grand treasure of this treasure hunt. Both Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue had displayed outstanding strength in the treasure hunt. The trio even managed to defeat a group of 12 participants, leaving the whole world in awe. The teams were starting to get nervous, as none of them had expected the Chinese team to have 2 such incredible talents out of nowhere. In addition to that, many people also realized that Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue, who were already strong to begin with, had obtained lots of resources from the treasure hunt, meaning that the 2 would be even stronger in the upcoming finals. The World College Tournament was in full swing. People across the world were setting their eyes on the specific countries and students they were supporting. Meanwhile, the capital of Greece, Athens, was also holding a marvelous election. The position of the goddess of the Parthenon temple had remained empty for a long time. The Parthenon temple had suffered quite some damage to their reputation after their healing magic declined, so they were hoping to elect a new goddess, loved and respected by the people, to regain the glory that the Parthenon temple used to have. The election took place as soon as the treasure hunt of the World College Tournament ended. It was only the first round of the election. It would choose for saintesses from the candidates, based on the support they were receiving. Even though the election of the Parthenon temple was not open to the public, the devoted followers of the Parthenon temple were waiting patiently for the result, hoping that the candidate they supported would emerge victorious, and would receive the votes of the people, too. The result of the election was announced when the sun was setting in the west. The saintess with the highest votes was Andy, followed by the relatively aged Panagia. The third saintess was Asheruia, the disciple of the previous, well-respected great Muse. However, the whole world was dumbfounded when they learned Yixinxia was the fourth saintess. Saintess Andy was the candidate deemed to be the successor for the role of the goddess. Her reputation had been off the charts in both the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. The Hall of Night supporting her had granted her a spacious, holy sky, allowing her to be born in colorful clouds, and to grow under sacred light. Every word, action, and her demeanor clearly implied that she was the best candidate to take on the role of the goddess. However, there were rumors that Saintess Andy did not have a pure, kind heart. The truth was, the biggest factor electing a person to be the goddess was their wisdom, instead of their overflowing mercy. For example, the previous goddess, Izisha, was well known for her righteous and merciless attitude. Andy was comparable to Izisha in terms of intelligence, and she had earned the full support of the Hall of Knights, implying that she was not just an elegant vase of flowers, but she had full control over the greatest armed force of the Parthenon temple. Meanwhile, Panagia had come from an ancient renowned family of healing magic. In comparison to Andy's imperiousness, Panagia and the faction supporting her were leaning more toward conciliation by reaching out to any faction that was willing to cooperate with the Parthenon temple. Panagia had always been busy doing things to win the hearts of people over. The charitable acts done under her name were comparable to all the charities combined across the world, thus Panagia was well loved by the people. Asheruia was someone that was loved by the people of Greece since she was born. In their eyes, she was their most sacred little angel, as she was the adopted daughter of the previous great muse, Wentai. Wentai's name was made known to the world around 20 years ago, as he was the only man allowed to enter the hall of the goddess of the Parthenon temple freely, and was the only man in history appointed as the great muse of the hall of the goddess. Every achievement he had was shocking, and to the world, he was like a god in the form of a man. The truth was, the people of Greece referred to him as the Holy Saint. Since Wentai's death, the followers that had respected and loved him placed all their hopes on the man's adopted daughter, Asheruia. The woman was like the most sacred fairy of Greece, and countless people were willing to offer everything for her sake. She did not try to grab the attention of the people, did not use any trick to win people's hearts over, and did not purposely maintain her image, yet she still had a bunch of followers. Most interestingly, Asheruia had never conducted the initiation, she never attended the classes held by the Hall Mother, and she did not even want to be a candidate, but the people still pushed her high up. Many people were jealous of the attention she received from her identity as the daughter of the Holy Saint Wentai. It was expected that Asheruia would end up as a saintess, but the fourth candidate that was selected was a complete surprise. Everyone knew that Yishinxia had been promoted to an official member of the Hall of the Goddess from a probationary servant not long ago. It was true that she had achieved some impressive feats lately, earning her some reputation, but it was still a far distance away from becoming the fourth saintess. And yet, she had won in the first round of the election. The result was simply dumbfounding to the world. Everyone was discussing the background the woman might have, or who the person that was supporting her behind the scenes could be, that she could make it to the top for in the election. Outside was immersed in a great uproar, and so was the inside of the Hall of the Goddess. Xinxia stayed in her room, looking at the colorful flowers outside her window. Normally, she would empty her mind by looking at the garden through the window, looking at the butterflies as they flew between the flowers. However, she was having trouble doing that today. It was absolutely insane. The election of the Parthenon temple was not child's play. It greatly mattered to the whole world. Not many organizations had a reputation that surpassed the magic associations of each continent, but the Parthenon temple had done so. Xinxia was overwhelmed with joy when she had the chance to enroll in the Parthenon temple. At least, that was what she thought in the beginning. However, things did not go the way she wanted, it simply felt like she was in the middle of an absurd dream. "Are you scared?" a crisp voice came from outside the window. Xinxia lifted her head slightly and saw a woman so glamorous that she subconsciously held her breath. It would take Xinxia a long time just to master the confidence and calmness the woman was displaying on her face. "Are you Asheruia?" Xinxia asked. Asheruia was the kind of person that everyone would only hear the name of, but never had the chance to meet. She was free and unconstrained by the rules of the Parthenon temple, and it was Xinxia's first time meeting her. But you haven't answered my question, are you scared?" Asheruia walked closer to the bed and leaned forward. Her gentle hair fell on the window ledge. "I am." Xinxia nodded. She was actually quite scared. As an insignificant student, she found the utter glory that she had received all of a sudden unbearable. Most terrifyingly, she was utterly clueless about the reason behind it. Why would she even be selected? The Hall Mother had only promoted her because of a sudden impulse. She even said that it was just a chance for Xinxia to learn from the candidates, yet she ended up as one of the four saintesses. In other words, she was only one step away from securing the role of the goddess. Xinxia was having a hard time believing it. She never thought she could go this high. She was feeling uncomfortable with the height she was currently at. "Aren't you willing to be a saintess of the Parthenon temple? Aren't you interested in the role of the goddess?" Asheruia asked seriously. Xinxia shook her head. It was true that she was keen to learn the magical healing magic, but apart from fear, she really did not feel anything toward the position she was currently in. Am I being used like a pawn?" Xinxia raised her head and asked softly. Asheruia was startled for a moment, before she smiled. "You're smarter than I thought." "So you're the player?" Xinxia asked seriously. "You aren't my pawn. I just happened to investigate your background, and discovered that you have an elder brother who's unrelated to you by blood. He just happened to be the person that I want to beat the crap out of recently, Asheruia explained. Did he get on the wrong side of you? Xinxia knew Asheruia was referring to Mo Fan. He took advantage of me, Asheruia said. Xinxia dropped her jaw, lost for words for a moment. She was surprised by how straightforward and honest Asheruia was, yet she was also shocked by how bold her brother Mo Fan was, daring to take advantage of Asheruia. Unlike a fake candidate like her, Asheruia was a real saintess of the Parthenon Temple, and her followers were enough to raise a country to the ground. Chapter 1100. The Death of the Candidate. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A small pavilion in the south garden. A thin, soft nightgown was attached to Saintess Andy's body. The candidate with the highest number of votes did not have an awe-striking face, but she did have an impressive physique. The night breeze on the mountain swept past, caressing the nightgown over the woman's smooth and curvaceous body. She was barefooted, looking down at the dimly lit citadel of Athens. She had been doing the same thing for years. She enjoyed admiring the bustling night scene of the city from the great height. She liked seeing a huge crowd of her supporters chanting her name passionately. However, she was not feeling ambitious tonight. We didn't expect it to come to this. The great Muse Melora was standing close to the statue in the garden with a gloomy expression. The election is grander than that for a president, it's never meant to go smoothly. How can we expect that all four saintesses will be on our side? Andy said calmly. You sound like you aren't too bothered that Asheruia has shown up to interfere with our plan. And aren't you curious about who's supporting Xinxia behind the scenes? Great Muse Melora asked. I have a premonition. Andy slowly walked down from the pavilion along the white stairs. She did not continue her sentence, but suddenly said, I initially thought Panagia was our greatest enemy. You're worried about Asheruia? Melora said. Andy shook her head and said sternly, the scariest thing is, I still don't know who they are. Perhaps you've been worrying too much? Once we make it to the final phase, we won't have to worry any longer. Back then, when I was assisting Azisha, she was very anxious and worried, too. She kept discussing her brother to me, but she was still the winner in the end, wasn't she? Great Muse Melora said. As the two were talking, the old servant Dueling hurried over. She purposely dismissed the other servants that were standing by in the garden and ran over to Melora and Andy. Essendale, they caught him. Dueling said in disbelief. That was the premonition I was referring to, Andy said. Beside her, Melora was utterly lost in her thoughts. She could not even hold the staff of the great Muse firmly. It fell onto the statue nearby. Then We've lost, Andy said. How is that possible? We were so close to ruling this place. Great Muse Melora totally lost her calm. It looked like she had aged significantly in an instant. The funny thing is, I still don't know who's pulling the strings, Andy said in a self-mocking tone. She took a final glance at the citadel of Athens and untied the nightgown as she slowly approached the edge of the pavilion. The edge was the cliff of the sacred mountain, and at the bottom was the 10,000 stairs. Dueling was just about to ask what they should do next when she saw Andy still walking toward the edge. The moonlight set off the amorous charm of her naked body, as flawless as a milky white statue. She finally reached the edge. She suddenly took another step forward and started falling as Dueling screamed. Dueling did not see Andy using any magic, nor was she channeling any spell. She continued to fall unimpeded. Xinxia was sitting on the balcony outside her window while conversing with Asheruia. She suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed on the cliff in the distance. It seems like someone has just fallen off the cliff. Xinxia pointed at the cliff, but she did not sound too confident. You're already a candidate, so who's occupying the residence above yours? Asheruia did not turn around. She still had a gentle smile on her face. Was that really a human? Xinxia grabbed the wheels of her chair firmly, about to head out. The sacred mountain was very tall, so it would take some time before the person reached the bottom. There was a chance that she could still save the person if she started heading there now. If you don't let her die tonight, she will hate you for the rest of her life, Asheruya said. Was that Andy? Xinxia asked with a complicated look. Yeah, a wise ass. Well, it serves her right, Asheruya answered heartlessly. I want to leave this place, Xinxia said firmly. As a matter of fact, Xinxia had the urge to leave after she was chosen as a candidate by the Hall Mother. She was just an outsider at the Parthenon Temple, yet she was suddenly dragged into the competition for the role of the goddess. From the first day you set foot in the Parthenon Temple, your path to the Hall of the Goddess was already lit up with a green light, wasn't it? Asheruya mused. I want to leave this place. Are you sure about that? Asheruya smiled. She added before Xinxia could respond, I initially thought you were quite old, but you're so young still. I have come to visit you because I'm hoping that we will just mind our own business. Another news shocked the entire world when the World College Tournament was still going on. The whole city burst into an uproar when the news reached Venice. Mo Fan had just come out from his seclusive cultivation. He realized that everyone was talking about the same news, that Saintess Andy had passed away due to some sickness. Mo Fan had heard the name Andy before. First, the European countries were rather religious. The Parthenon Temple was like the most sacred entity to them, and the goddess was treated like the spokesperson of the gods, like a pope. As such, it was reasonable that Mo Fan had heard the name of the candidate that had the highest hope of being elected as the goddess. He had heard Xinxia mentioning her name a couple of times, too. The goddess of the Parthenon Temple was not just a symbol of faith. She was the person that actually had access to the spell of resurrection. Mo Fan clearly remembered how some people kept mentioning the goddess of the Parthenon Temple whenever someone died. When Xu Jiaoting was turned into a cursed beast, Mo Fan had asked Tang Yu, and learned that the only way to save Xu Jiaoting was the spell of resurrection of the Parthenon Temple. The hero that stopped the plague in Hangzhou, Wang Xiaojun, was currently lying on a bed after losing his soul, and the only way to wake him up was the spell of resurrection. It was impossible for life to return after it was lost. Despair and pain of death could easily wipe out the meaning of life. As such, the significance of the spell of resurrection surpassed everything. Hall Master Kendi announced that Andy had always suffered from a genetic disease. She had devoted her limited life to helping the world, but the gods had taken pity on her, and were not willing to let her suffer further. He has received her in heaven, she did not leave us, she only went closer to the gods, she no longer has to speak on behalf of the gods, or listen to the gods. She will be praying for us beside the gods. The world is saddened by the death of Saintess Andy, but the Holy Judgment Court has been questioning the truth. They believe Saintess Andy committed suicide to escape punishment. Essendale had committed an unforgivable crime, and he was once very close to Saintess Andy. Saintess Andy's remains were not allowed to be viewed by the public. The sorrow that Hall Master Kendi, her father, is going through is understandable. She was a good candidate, and had done many great things for Greece, for Europe, and for the other continents. The news spread rapidly. Mo Fan kept seeing news about Andy whenever he looked at his phone or had a conversation with someone. Mo Fan did not really care about politics or religion. Andy's death did not really matter to him. He was struggling to understand why the people were making a big fuss about it. On the other hand, Mo Fan was puzzled after learning that the master of the shadow element, Essendale, was captured and executed. Considering how strong Essendale was, only a few people in the world could possibly defeat him. Essendale was the master of the shadow element. If he was determined to run away, it was almost impossible to catch him. You don't seem to care about Andy's death. Let me tell you, I have some insider information. Andy actually committed suicide. She jumped from the highest place of the sacred mountain naked and fell onto the 10,000 stairs without any protection. Imagine how bad she would look, TSK, a candidate with such an alluring physique smashed into mincemeat like that. I bet she hadn't even tasted a man before. Zhao Manyang kept saying how much of a pity it was. Zhao Manyang was someone from the upper class of society, thus he would know a lot more than ordinary people. Her death has taken everyone's attention away from what happened to Essendale. I don't care how she died, I just King don't understand how the master of the shadow element ended up being caught. Mo Fan sighed. You really want to know? Zhao Manyang said in a mysterious voice. Aren't you talking nonsense? I'm passionate about magic, about power, not some fight over influence. Mo Fan replied. He could easily tell that Andy had lost the fight for power in the Parthenon Temple, and so she had been disqualified. Mo Fan was clueless about the complicated situation, nor was he interested in learning about it. Here, I have something incredible to show you. It's a clip of Essendale's arrest and death. Are you interested in it? It's forbidden to watch it, and the Holy Judgment Court has declared that every person that watches it is committing a crime. Are you still sure you want to watch it? Zhao Manyang said. Are you sure its source is safe? Mo Fan raised his brows. Yes. Then just play it. Mo Fan had no idea how Zhao Manyang was able to get his hands on the recording. Since most spells would emit brilliant lights when they were cast, it was almost impossible to use a mobile phone or device to record a magic battle. The broadcast of the World College Tournament through the Observer Eagles was specially handled to make it viewable. If anyone tried recording the fights with their phones, it would only end up as a white screen. As such, the clip that Zhao Manyang got his hands onto was most likely recorded with some unique military equipment. The Holy Judgment Court would severely punish anyone that broke the rules. It seems like a member of the Holy Judgment Court recorded it. We can't really see Essendale from this angle, Mo Fan mumbled, staring at the clip's strong interference. Mo Fan was fairly curious about the power of a mage like Essendale. Panglai was already one of the strongest mags in China, yet he was still no match for Essendale. The battle that the Holy Judgment Court had fought to catch Essendale was surely going to be spectacular.